different. The real motivation was, it will be a tragedy if this history is forgotten. Because what the NRA did in the bush was very extraordinary. They captured power without any external support. From 1981 to 1985, they had no external support. Colonel Gaddafi in Libya gave 1,000 guns, which were shared in 1981, which were shared between the NRA and Andrew Kaira and UFM. But that's all the support they got in 5 years. They had no external base. They couldn't run into Kenya or Congo.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Kampala Capital City Authority, the entity appointed by the Parliament of Uganda to be responsible for the day-to-day operations within Kampala, the capital city in Uganda, has over the years embarked on various initiatives and projects to better the living conditions within the city. One main area of focus for KCCA is water and sanitation, especially in vulnerable urban poor areas.
I'm Alan Koronziza, and I'm the program manager for the citywide inclusive sanitation program in Kampala. Kampala is a city of over 1.5 million residents who double during the day to over 3 million. Out of those 1.5 million residents, we found that 1% of those actually don't access any sanitation facility whatsoever. So they commonly use methods like the flying toilets that I'm sure many of us are aware of. We also found that the majority of the residents live in informal settlements. Actually, that's about 60% of the city's residents live in informal settlements. These are settlements that are not planned. These are settlements that are congested as a result of that. These are settlements that have limited access to basic services and utilities. We also found that when the storage facilities fill, over 50% emptied the contents into the environment untreated. And a similar percentage number just abandoned the toilets altogether, and because of space constraints, actually joined the group that didn't have any access to toilets. And when we looked at what happens to these toilets when they are filled up, that was also another telling story. We found that only about 23% of these facilities get emptied safely when they are filled. So what that means is that we have a whopping 67% of our waste from these toilets that is either stuck in the communities where we live, or that is emptied or disposed into the environment untreated.
My name is Senablia Francis. I'm the head teacher of St. Peter's Primary School in Zambia. We are actually very grateful to Kampala Capital City Authority for having identified us to have an improvement of sanitation in this school.
KCCA identified fecal sludge management as a key area to focus on as far as water and sanitation is concerned within Kampala.
Before we got the assistance from KCCA of sanitation, we had toilets, and these toilets were insufficient because we had 29 stanzas in all. So when KCCA came in to help us, we were able to get more facilities. In fact, the number came to 82 stanzas, 56 for girls and 26 for boys. These include also urinals. We also had a benefit of adding more facilities of washing hands. And our school was the pioneer to have a unique facility we call the washalots. And these facilities reduce on the use of water.
Yeah, the facilitators were good. They taught us what is Weyonje. We went as leaders so that we bring the message to the community.
Last year, KCCA initiated the Weyonje app as a way of improving sanitation service delivery in the city. Members were given out smartphones, and we started using that app.
So with the GSMA funding, we've been able to invest in mobile-based applications that help to link communities with the service providers. The same applications help the service providers know how they are delivering the service so they can actually increase their efficiencies. And the same mobile applications help KCCA understand where is the service being provided, where is it not provided, so that KCCA can reallocate the resources to the areas where the service is not being accessed very well.
Okay, we've got a new job, and is having a septic tank with a flush toilet.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup of a call center to provide information to population, and secondly, to link them to service providers. And now, with active involvement of the private sector-led interventions, things are looking up. And it's not just KCCA's commitment to a better Kampala and the strategic partnerships that is transforming fecal sludge management issues within the city.
So what we're seeing over a space of 1 year, when we've started this approach of using the technology to actually address this service chain, is we're seeing a 20% increase in the amount of fecal sludge that is actually being evacuated from the communities. So we're actually seeing more toilets being emptied. We're seeing more service providers actually being employed or called upon to provide these services. So this GSMA funding has been very, very critical. It has been very helpful in actually tightening or linking that part of the service chain and ensuring that a citywide service is actually being delivered.
The whole program, I can range it, it has been a success by 95%, because initially we were operating in a very informal way. Everyone was in his own. So we got trainings, we started companies. After starting companies, KCC and GIZ started also to legalize the sanitation business. Now members have licenses, have acquired KCC environmental service permit. They have recommendation for national water that actually every fecal sludge you collect, you have to dispose it at its facilities, and the NEMA license, which is the last license that is required in rendering this sanitation business. So the whole process, at first we saw that maybe KCC has come to kick us out of the business, but we were far short-sighted. But in the due course, in the process, we saw that KCC want to shape our final destiny in this sanitation business, because we are given the priority such that we can comply with the city rules and regulations. If we fail, then they get other people to come and take over sanitation in the city.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Good morning or good afternoon from your sitting room. This is XXL Season 4, and particularly on the book review. Today I'm going to be talking to the gentleman who is well known to most of you, and the gentleman who I would say, in my own opinion, shaped the media landscape in Uganda after the 1986. The gentleman known as Mr. William Pike is on the show today to talk about the book that I think is the greatest book so far at the moment in Uganda, and of course the book that rhymes most of the books written, telling the story of Uganda before the 1986 and perhaps after the 34 years. William Pike in his book talks about some very intimate stuff, and as well as some very difficult moments of the history of Uganda and as a country. Let's dive into it, and William, welcome to the show.
Thanks for bringing me on, Eddie.
You're welcome. How are you?
I'm good.
Tell me about your flight from Nairobi to Kampala.
Well, I haven't tried tried Uganda Airlines yet. I must try it. I normally come on Jambo Jet, and it's fine. I come every month to Uganda to check on Capital Radio. Yeah. So I'm still around.
Okay, so you haven't flown Uganda Airlines. But did you fly the Uganda Airlines, the original Uganda Airlines?
Flew Uganda Airlines, yes, in the old days.
Yes.
And I think even in the book, there's a story of how when I moved to Uganda, which was in, I think, June 1986. So I'd been covering the Bush War before then, but I actually moved and came to work at New Vision full-time in June 1986. We went on Uganda Airlines Boeing 707 from Gatwick, and then we got all the way over Sudan, and then some part of the plane broke down, so we had to go back to Gatwick.
Whoa.
And
from Sudan?
From Sudan all the way back, which is like 3/4 of the way to Uganda.
Yeah.
And we went all the way back to Gatwick, and it was a pretty, it was more like a matatu than a plane. And I think that's that plane that eventually crashed in Rome in, I can't remember when that was, 1989 or 1990. So that's how, but that's the last time I flew Uganda Airlines. But I look forward to flying the new Ugandan Airlines.
Okay. What do you think of the Ugandan airline of today versus the Ugandan airline of the old days?
Well, it's too early to comment, but my one concern is it's so difficult to make money running an airline. South African Airlines is effectively bankrupt. Kenya Airways, the government Kenya Airlines is requesting the government to nationalise it. Rwanda Air survives on subsidies from the state, substantial subsidies. Ethiopian Airlines is the most profitable and successful African airline.
Yeah.
Ethiopia is a highly disciplined country, so I don't think you have a problem in Ethiopia of training pilots and then they go to work for Emirates. It's a challenge, and I hope Uganda Airlines succeeds. I'm sure they can succeed with short-haul regional flights.
Yeah.
The challenge is doing long-haul international flights. That can be very expensive and challenging.
Yes, and I think we're bringing about a 3 or 4 planes, to that effect, right? Well, you have heard from William the experience of flying Uganda Airlines back in the days. So let's dive into this very long awaited for moment of the combatants, the memo of the Bush War in Uganda and the press in Uganda. What a title!
Well, the title comes from the NRA song, which you can find on YouTube if you want to listen to it.
They fought a Bush war, heaven encouraging, until when the blood was shed for Ugandans. Fellow combatants and patriots in the struggle, our country Uganda must be free.
They gave their lives so that Uganda could be free. So it's that you can listen to that song on YouTube, and that's where the song came from.
All right, and so you decided that's where the title of the book came from, and anything particularly that drove you to it?
If you listen to those songs in those days, and I think this is what it's very difficult for people to imagine. Even the Bobby Wine followers, it's difficult for them to imagine. But this Bush War struggle was in some ways selfless. It was genuinely patriotic. Of course, there were mistakes and flaws, and people are human. So people are not saying they were perfect, but it was genuinely motivated by feelings of sacrifice and patriotism, which is why those songs, something like that song, Fellow Patriots and Combatants in the Struggle, that's why it captures that mood, and so that's why I wanted to use it. And actually, the people who follow Bobby Wine and think we need a change and blah blah, they might actually find that if they knew more about this the NRA struggle, that they actually somehow identify with it and sympathize with it. It's not so different.
They're cold.
Well, everyone desires a better world, a more progressive society. The conditions, of course, then were terrible. I mean, at least between 1971 and 1986, at least 500,000 Ugandans died. It was a much more terrible time than it is today. So in that sense, you can't compare the Bobby Wine followers with the NRA.
You have heard the part that William talks about the beginning, the title of the book, the song and the struggle and what is going on right now in the country. But William, let's get a little bit more specific to the book itself. Why the book?
What happened was that in around 1988, a British publisher asked me to write a book. And so I submitted the book in around 1991, but it was too detailed about Ugandan politics for the British publisher. And then I submitted it to a local publisher here, but the local publisher wanted to change it. I didn't want to change it very much. So then it sat in a drawer. And then about 3 years ago, I thought, no, it can't just sit in a drawer. So I wrote a final chapter. The first 14 chapters are really about up to 1993 or 92. And I wrote a last chapter about how President Museveni decided to lift term limits, about how I left New Vision, my final thoughts on the Bush War, was it worth it? To what extent had Uganda been transformed? There was a question when we were in the book, there's a theme. First time I went to visit Uganda was in the Luwero Triangle, when the Bush War was at its murderous height. The second time I went to visit was the so-called liberated zone in western Uganda. And in Masaka, I stayed with the headquarters of Salim Saleh. And then one day we were driving, he was taking me to, we were going to see something, he was showing something. And as we were driving along at Murum Road somewhere, Saleh said, "Is this a revolution? You know, this is the Russian Revolution, the French Revolution, the American Revolution." So I was a bit nonplussed and struggled to answer the question. But actually, I tell that story at the beginning of my chapter on Western Uganda, the liberated zone in 1985. And then at the very end of the book, I come to answer the question, which in my view, it was a revolution, but not like the Bolshevik revolution in 1917 in Russia, but more like there was some revolutions in 1848 in Europe, which were essentially middle-class revolutions. And they restored the rights of human rights and voting rights and property rights and stabilized society without radically transforming society. And so I said, yes, I think it was a revolution, but that kind of revolution, like the 1848 revolutions in Europe. So, you know, Uganda is transformed, and Uganda is a better place now as a result of what happened in the Bush War, in my view.
So, you say that moment with Salim Saleh, and a question comes to mind. What drove you from, first of all, how did you even how did you get to be in Uganda and to be in the middle of this war, and from a journalist who was doing his stuff in the UK to get into Uganda and finding yourself to the bush? What was the interest?
I also explain the circuitous path that led me to Uganda in the book. But I was born in Tanganyika, as it was then, in 1952, where my father was a colonial officer. And then when I was older, we went back to England and I went to school in England. But I always retained, you know, a feeling or something for Africa. And then in my 20s, when I became a journalist, if you're a journalist, it's always much better to write about something that interests you and which you have, where you want to develop a deep understanding. So I started writing about Africa. Then I went to be a foreign correspondent in Tanzania in 1982. And Tanzania at that time was also in a very hopeless economic state. And it was rather depressing. And it was very difficult to work or live in Tanzania in those days. So I came back to the UK and went to do a master's in African Studies at the School of Oriental and Africa Studies. And there I met a mature PhD student who happened to be a Ugandan exile called Ben Matogo. And we started talking, and I was telling him about Tanzania, and he was talking about the problems of Africa. And then it turned out he was the London representative of the NRA, NRM.
You didn't know about this?
No, I didn't. No, he was just a guy. It was just like, I'm having a coffee in the coffee bar. This guy's having a coffee there. Hi, how are you? Get chatting. Then we used to meet up in the coffee bar. So it became a personal relationship, and then I discovered these things.
Okay.
And then to cut a long story short, journalists always want to get a big story. There was all these rumors of atrocities in the Luwero Triangle. There was a so-called guerrilla group, or were they bandits? It was a big story. No one knew exactly what was going on. So other journalists were also trying to go, but eventually I ended up being the journalist that was taken to the bush by the NRA, which was, I think, looking back, the greatest formative experience of my life.
Okay. And tell me about your first experience meeting President Yoweri Museveni.
Well, to get to see Museveni was a real struggle, because I got a phone call one day in London, come to Nairobi now. I said, I can't come now, but I'll be there in a week.
Yes.
So I got to Nairobi, met Katagaya. Katagaya sent me to Entebbe, stay in the Lake Victoria Hotel. Someone will come and greet you and say, are you EK's friend? So Aston Kajara came and said, are you EK's friend? I said, yes. Then it took a week to get me into the bush, through a lot of hassles, getting caught in roadblocks. The younger generation won't remember what it was like, but it was super dangerous in Kampala. Much more dangerous being in Kampala than being in the bush with the NRA.
Wow.
No one was outside after 6 o'clock. Everyone was in. If you were outside after 6 o'clock, you were a security operative or something, an army person. It was really scary, incredibly dangerous. Eventually, they decided I had to walk out, because it wasn't possible to drive me out because of all the difficulties. A guy called Bob Kagoro, who was the manager of Total, was the head of the cell that was taking care of me, the 3-man cell. So I stayed at his house in Kasubi, and then one night we walked out from Kasubi, walked through the dark, walked to Nansana, where there was a little camp, NRA camp hidden in a coffee bush. Picked up 5 NRA people. I walked out with one person, picked up 5 guys in Nansana. Then from there we walked to what was called Black Bomber Camp, which was commanded by Chaligonza.
This is the current Matayo Chaligonza, the cantankerous old man.
Yes, the man with problems on his
Yes.
So, I mean, he's a tough guy.
Yeah.
So he was the commander of the...
Was it tough then?
Well, he was commanding the nearest NRA camp. I mean, this was a camp with hundreds of soldiers, or very near Matuga in a forest. So that's close, that's the front line.
Yes.
So then we picked up another, we got there at about 10 o'clock in the morning. Then they let me sleep till about 3 or 4 o'clock. Then they woke me up. I was staying in one of these tents they call Mamengina, Ingia, Pole Pole.
Yes.
Tents in a little grass shelter. Then we walked from there to a big camp called Mondland, commanded by Tinyafuza.
This is the current Sejusa, David Sejusa.
Yes, Sejusa, yes.
Okay.
But he wasn't called that then. And that was a big camp with maybe 1,000 men. Stayed there for a bit, then continued walking through the night. All of this time, from Black Bomber, the Matuga camp. So there was, in Black Bomber, we picked up 30 soldiers, so like a whole platoon to protect me. Okay. But there was one person who took care of me personally, who was Kale Kayahura. Who was also called Edward in those days.
Yes.
So, and in the dark, so we walked all through, the second night we walked all through the night, going through ruined buildings, through matoke plantations, and because I was used to living in the city, in London, my night vision was very poor. So I walked for kilometers and kilometers holding Kale's hand like a little child.
Wow.
And then I got very, very, very tired. And I kept saying, when are we getting there? When are we getting there? He said, oh, no, we'll soon get there, we'll soon get there. So then we walked on, and then we got out of the forested part of Luwero and into the grasslands in Bulamezi. So something like, that must, yeah, so after about 2 days, just almost 2 days, we reached Museveni's camp, the headquarters of Mobile Brigade, having walked something like 110 kilometers.
Yes.
And I was wrecked. And then the next morning, they took me to see Museveni.
All right. So tell me something. In the book, you happen to be the first journalist, if I'm not mistaken, and foreign journalist to ever see Museveni in his camp.
Yeah, I think that's, there was actually another journalist who went in. So there were 3 journalists who visited the NRA in the bush. Actually 4 journalists, I think. The first one was called Tom Lansner, who was the Reuters correspondent, and he's still a friend of mine. He was an American journalist.
Okay.
And he went just to the Matuga area with Katagaya in about September 1981, very soon up. But they just hid in the bushes and they didn't really do very much, because they were very small. At that time, there were probably only 100 or 200 soldiers in the NRA. It was a tiny group. Then in 1982, the NRA overexpanded with hindsight and created a liberated zone in Luwero. But that, if you follow the law of guerrilla warfare, you shouldn't take territory that you can't defend.
Yes.
And they tried to set up a liberated zone, and that was actually a disaster because it allowed the UNLA to attack fixed positions.
Yes.
And the NRA didn't, suffered a lot of setbacks at that period. But a journalist called Hans Germani from Germany went to that liberated zone, or that controlled area, whatever you call it, at that time. But he never really did a proper write-up of it. So although he went, people don't really know about it.
Yes.
Then I went there in 84, July, August 84. And then in 1985, they opened the second front in the Ruwenzori Mountains, Tim Cooper and Alison Porteous, who are still around Uganda sometimes, they went and did some TV programs in, I think at the end of 85, end of 84, beginning of 85.
Yes.
So those are the only journalists who ever properly visited NRA in the bush.
But they never met Museveni particularly?
No, I don't think they did. No, they didn't do interviews and all of that stuff with Museveni.
Okay, so let's talk about you meeting Museveni at that point. But point for you to actually note is that 1984, I was, I think, 2 years old or 1 year old or something like that. So you can imagine the contrast when I sit to actually interview William right now, and this is a story of so many Ugandans as well. Let's get into a commercial break, and when we come back, William will tell us the story of how he met Museveni the first time, and I would like to know what happened, and you will definitely be blown away. Welcome back to the show. This is the book review on XXL Season 4. On the hot seat today is actually the senior citizen, Mr. William Pike. You all know him. So William, meeting Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the fearless man, for the first time, what was running in your mind at that moment when you appeared and said, finally I'm here and this is Museveni, the guy I've been looking for?
Of course it was very exciting, because actually that was the journey. You're picking up information about the NRA, but...
You found it exciting, William? Not scared?
Scared and being exciting, I mean, two sides of the same coin. Really.
Yes.
Obviously, as a journalist, to get the interview Museveni was a big thing, and it would be a centerpiece of any article that I wrote. in the British papers, because I'd come there to write this story for the Observer newspaper, which is a Sunday newspaper, one of the two big Sunday newspapers in England.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I was very excited. I got a bit irritated because I'd gone all the way this way with them. Then they were taking me to meet Museveni, and they started patting me, checking my bags. I thought, why are they doing this?
I mean, I've been with you all this time.
Anyway, there was a bit so we went through that bit of security. Of course, nothing like the security Museveni has today.
Yeah.
And so then that must have been about maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. So Museveni was sitting outside so all the soldiers stayed in little grass thatch.
Mama ingia pole pole.
Yes, exactly. Yes. But his was bigger, and it had more like a hut with straight walls.
Yes.
So, because he was the commander-in-chief.
Chief, yes.
And, or actually not, what he was called then is chairman of the High Command.
Okay.
And so he had a little stick bench, made of sticks lashed together outside his hut. And there was one for me to sit on, and then there were a couple of other benches, I think, where he used to meet his commanders. So I got there, got out my tape recorder, got ready to interview him, and then he said, no, hold on. Tell me about yourself.
Typical President Museveni, yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So he's really, in many ways, he hasn't changed.
Yeah.
And so then we did that, and then I did my interviews, which went on for many hours. So I stayed with him until maybe 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening.
Wow, from 10 o'clock?
In the morning, yeah.
Wow.
So we did lots of interviews, but then after we started talking about, so he told me about his history, who he was, the NRA struggle, politics, blah, blah. Saying he was completely confident. That was the very striking thing at the time. He said, if we had 3,000 rifles, I can't remember the exact numbers, it's in the book, 3,000 more rifles, AK-47s, 1 million rounds of ammunition, and some mortar shells, we could capture power immediately.
Wow.
And when he said it, he wasn't really boasting. Sometimes people say, I'm the greatest person.
Yeah.
But when he said it, you felt, actually, somehow, this sounds true or plausible.
Yes.
Actually, and it was that self-confidence, that incredible self-confidence, which is based, I think, it was based on a profound understanding of the political conditions inside Uganda at that time, plus his understanding of military tactics and strategy.
Yes.
So it wasn't a wild boast. I think it was a reasonable assessment.
Okay.
Because indeed, it was only a year and a half later that he did capture power. So there wasn't such a big gap.
Okay.
But anyway, I did the interview, talked to him for a long time. All the time he was there, he had a second person to cross-check, I think, what I was saying, and so he could discuss, what did you think of that person, Pike?
Oh.
Do you think he's genuine?
Yes.
So the other person...
So there was a person doing a personality check.
Person was sitting there with his cap pulled over his head.
Yes.
So Museveni was on his bench, and then this person was sitting with his back to a tree, like this, with his cap over his head. So you couldn't see his face. Or when I took pictures, his face wouldn't be showing.
Yes.
And that was Mugisha Muntu.
Wow.
Who was sort of blue-eyed boy.
Yes, and then the fact-finding, yes.
Very close and was doing intelligence stuff for
Museveni. Yes.
The reason he was hiding his face was he didn't want his family to get in trouble. And as you know, his family were prominent UPC people in Bushenyi.
Yes.
So he wasn't being secretive, he was just trying to protect his family.
Okay.
So, and then I got into a very long argument with Museveni, because at that time I was for a magazine called South in London.
Yes.
So I was doing a lot on business and how to run economies in developing countries, and Museveni had this idea for an exchange rate with 16 different rates
Yes.
for the Uganda shilling.
Yes.
If you're importing a wig or cosmetics, you pay a high, you get a bad exchange rate. If you're buying a car, you get a bad exchange rate. But if you're importing essentials, you get a good exchange rate. And I was saying to him, this is unworkable because you know, how do you regulate it? And it's much better just to have a single exchange rate and then put a tax on wigs and cars.
Yes.
Anyway, he's very argumentative, Museveni, and he will never admit he's wrong. And then, not on this case, but on other cases later, after I came to Uganda, I found often you'd argue with him, and then a few days later, you'd hear him having changed his position on something. So he internalizes it.
Yes.
But anyway, what I realized...
Which is actually a good thing for a leader, to always take in information and internalize it.
Yes.
And make changes.
Yes.
Because if you just stuck to it and you don't change, you tend to have a problem. Yes.
So I realized, and the following day I also spent a good part of that day with him. So that day and a half I spent with Museveni, eating with him, talking with him, spending time with him, I realized he was really a remarkable person with a very powerful intellect and a very interesting vision of what could happen in Uganda and how Uganda could be reformed and rebuilt.
Yes. He had quite a very interesting ideas on how you can inform Uganda and take Uganda, reform Uganda and take Uganda to forward. What did you pick from Museveni at that point? Was he real about this stuff?
Yeah, very real. But I think the big thing I picked from him at that time was, I think when he was at Dar es Salaam University, he was a Marxist. But by 1984, he'd moved to the idea of a mixed economy.
Okay.
With, you know, capitalist elements, but also elements to protect ordinary people and ordinary Ugandans, so that you incentivize investors, but also try and raise the living standards of the people. So he'd moved to that idea of a mixed economy. And I was asking him, you know, people say you were a Marxist, and at that time the British Foreign Office in England had been trying to find out how left-wing Museveni was, and he said, look, I don't put me in those categories. I'll do a deal with the devil if it makes Uganda a better place. So he was really, I mean, he was that was a thing that many people in Europe, the British government was very frightened of Museveni, because he thought that he was a left-wing person who was going to nationalise all their businesses, their remaining businesses. And he was saying, no, that's not what I am. So that was also an important thing to discover at that time.
Yes. How did you, what happened after that? Did you, in the book you say that...
Well, so what happened, one thing that happened after that, what happened after that, because I'd walked for 110 kilometers in 2 days, and I hadn't come with proper walking shoes, because I didn't want, when I was going through immigration at Entebbe, to look like I wanted to look like an ordinary tourist, so I just had ordinary shoes. My feet had got very, very swollen, so my ankles were like this. If that's my ankle, it's my ankle's swollen up.
Yes.
So Museveni got me the doctor for Mobile Brigade to come and treat, and I got one of their precious bandages. They didn't have enough medical materials to reduce the swelling.
Yes.
So that doctor who reduced the swelling on my ankles was Kizabesige. So that's also in the book.
Yes.
So what happened after the interview is Museveni said, okay, it's time for you to go. Now, how do you think you've got the strength to walk back with your bad legs? We could put you in a stretcher. I said, no, I'm not going in the stretcher.
So put you in a stretcher so that people can carry you?
Yeah. I said, no, that would be too humiliating.
Yeah.
And actually, no, I can manage, I can walk. Then we set off at about 7 o'clock in the evening. I don't know if viewers have seen the picture of Museveni standing in tall grass with an AK-47 on his shoulder, strap on his shoulder and a t-shirt.
Yes. We actually have that on the show. I think it's going to be the scene, yes.
Yeah, so that picture I took about 1 minute before we set off walking back from Bulemezi to Kampala.
Tell me something, having seen Museveni and done this interview, and now you seem to have a lot more information about the guy who was the mystery guy, but now no more a mystery person. What happened to the story? What did you do to the story?
So then we set off from Bulemezi, walked back to Kampala, but it took, we went back at a slower pace than the pace at which we had rushed to meet Museveni. Saw a lot of evidence of massacres. There were two things I wanted to do on this trip. One is to, as a journalist, I wanted to meet Museveni, get an interview with him. But then second was to see evidence of massacres. And unfortunately, or fortunately from a journalistic point of view, I saw a lot of evidence, thousands and thousands of skeletons. And there was overwhelming, there weren't many people in Luwero. I mean, there were maybe hundreds of people left in the northern part of, north of Luwero, but in the southern part of Luwero, it was, Matuga and all those areas, Muto, it was completely deserted. But in places like Kapeka, Matuga, Samuto, I saw so many skeletons and dead bodies. It was really tragic, and it made it very plausible that hundreds of thousands of people have died there. Or I think the estimates, the American government estimated 150,000 people had died. Yeah. So, but I thought maybe from what I could see it was even more. And the few people that were remaining there were unanimous that it was the government army, the UNLA soldiers that had done it. Because I think there's still a dispute today, were some of those people killed by the NRA?
Yeah.
But actually, on my trip, I was completely confident that this was all done by the UNLA.
Yeah.
And for instance, I met one chap who was a survivor. The story is in the book.
Yes.
And I think you can show the picture.
Yes, Mugerwa, who was...
Edward Mugerwa, I think his name was. Yeah, he had a big scar on his head.
Yes.
And he wasn't completely normal. He's someone like who's had a car crash and had head injury. He didn't talk very clearly, or he talked very slowly. But his story was that he'd been arrested on the street in Kampala, just in the Pandagari operation where they grabbed random people, took him to Makindye barracks, interrogated, then taken to Bombo barracks, then from Bombo barracks loaded onto a lorry and driven into the bush. And in the bush, as they got out of, there was about maybe 20 people in the lorry. As they got out, they were chopped on the back of the head with a panga. Chopped, that's why he had a big chop. But in his case, the chop hadn't killed him, but then he got dead bodies thrown on him.
Whoa.
And he woke up and he was still alive, but everyone else was dead. And then he crawled away, and he was found actually in Chalagonza. He was in Chalagonza's camp, a black bomber. Then I asked, I said, can you take me to the place where you were dumped? Because you're trying to fact check.
Yes, of course.
Here's a story, but is it true?
Yeah.
So he took me to, with the guerrillas, they managed to find the place, and there was a pile of bodies, and every body
had a cut on the head.
A panga cut in the back of the head, which was evidence that his story was credible. Okay. That's the pictures and the story. That story is in the book. So we got all that dimension on the return journey to Kampala. Then you were asking about what happened to all the documents.
Yes.
Those were driven by. I was also very frightened now, because I had pages of notes, which I'd written in tiny handwriting to minimize the amount of paper.
Yes.
But I still had pages and pages, plus 6 rolls of camera film.
Whoa.
Because in those days we didn't have digital cameras, you had to have physical film.
Yes.
Plus, I think 3 cassette tapes of Museveni talking.
Of audio, yes.
Yeah, if I'd been caught with those, I would also have been killed.
Yes.
So those were handed over to Dr. Makumbi at Mulago Hospital, who was later the health minister in NRM government. And he drove them to Nairobi and handed them over to Katagaya. And then Katagaya sent them by DHL to London. And then I got scared because by that time I'd been back in England for a month. And after taking all these risks, all my material for my story
were not with you.
So, shit, what am I going to do? Excuse my language.
Yes.
If I lose it, everything will be wasted. Even the risks that the NRA took will have been wasted.
Yeah.
But fortunately it came. I wrote the story for The Observer. It became a big international story for various reasons and was splashed on newspapers all over the world. Bote called a cabinet meeting. How did this happen? They arrested the immigration officer who let me in and said, why did you let this man in? The immigration officer said, I didn't know, he's just a tourist.
Yes.
And actually, when I came back in January 1986, just after the capture of power, he actually stamped my passport and told me that story. He said, but don't worry, everything's okay.
It's okay now, yes. So that story actually is quite key for me right now because you have set so many people, including the British government, in the story. I got my hand on that whole story of the British government talked about a certain number of people who are dead, and it seems like your story brought out some dimensions that had to make people rethink the position of the killing in Uganda during the wartime and all that stuff.
So what it was that the British government, it was actually a big controversy at that time as Amnesty International, the International Red Cross had released figures saying a lot of people were being killed because there were displaced people's camps.
Yes.
The biggest one was in Kapeka, and they were saying people were being taken out of the camps at night and killed. And then the British government issued a statement in around July 1984, around the time, actually August 1984, saying, no, actually, it was the American government issued a statement saying 150,000 people had died in Luwero in this violence, primarily at the hands of the government army. The British government said, nonsense, it's only 12,000 at the most.
Yes.
It's happening, yes, but not more than 12,000. So then I came back with evidence then, and I said, actually, not only is the British government wrong, but probably the American government is underestimating on the basis of what I've seen.
Yes.
So that's one reason why this became a global story. Because if you think of all the stuff about the Rohingya Muslims in Bangladesh now, that's a huge thing.
Yes.
Uganda was occupying a similar place in the world media in those days.
Yeah.
And if someone could come and quantify accurately how many Rohingya Muslims had been killed, now it would be a big story. So it was something like that. That's why it became a big story when I said, actually, no, there's evidence that it's even more than 150,000.
Yes, and so in that story, you account for that moment when you jump on your bicycle to ride to, I think, the university canteen or something like that, and then the newspaper finally arrived to the man who made the connection, Mr. Ben Matogo. What happened? What was the feeling?
You know, I used to ride a bicycle when I was in London, so I wrote to the Observer newspaper on Saturday night, the night before it was coming out, and the story was coming out, and they gave me some copies of the paper. Then I went to Ben Matogo's, he lived in a council flat in Kentish Town in London, for people who know London. And I sat on his balcony, it was the summer, and I read out the story aloud.
I enjoyed that moment of you kind of reading the story loud so that this guy can hear.
And then he rang all the Ugandans in England saying, no, it makes sense, you buy the Observer tomorrow. And that actually was something, it was, I think, a kind of turning point in Uganda history in a way, because it changed the narrative from being a fringe bandits, are they bandits, as Abote says, Are they just a few guys running around in the bush? Actually, no, it's an organized guerrilla army with a vision and a strategy. They're disciplined, they're committed. So the whole perspective on the NRA changed, and externally, not obviously internally, and externally, I think even Ugandans in England, for instance, started becoming much more supportive or believing much more in what was going on. So it was somehow a propaganda turning point for the NRA.
All right. So Ollie, right there, we're going on to a break, and when we come back, William Pike, Mr. William Pike, will be answering about 2 or 3 more questions about his story and what happened, and of course how did he end up back in Uganda and New Vision, and what happened after New Vision. All right, welcome back to the show. This is XXL Season 4, and of course on the hot seat, I like to call it, is Mr. William Pike, and we're catching and chatting and talking about the book, The Combatant, a memo of the Bush War and the press in Uganda, written by Mr. William Pike. And William, back in London, sat and read your story loud to Mr. Ben Matogo. And what happened after that? What next for you now?
Well, I got even more involved with NRA, NRM. I was always going to political meetings, talking about being in the bush, meeting people when they came to London, in Babzi, Katagaya, Rugunda, Kivijinja, all those people, plus lots of other Ugandans who are somehow now a bit forgotten. And then, so I also sort of, when I went in '84, I was a journalist, an independent journalist. But to be honest, after 1984 and going to the bush, I became a supporter journalist. I'd not
even allowed ethically as a journalist.
No, I think you can have a right-wing journalist who's a supporter of Boris Johnson or Trump. It doesn't mean they write falsehoods. I mean, they can still write professionally, even if they're a sympathizer of Boris Johnson. So I was still professional and accurate, and I did a lot of writing and broadcasting as well, TV and radio, about the Bush War for the next 2 years, well, next year and a half, as the NRA gradually moved towards Kampala. And I remember Katagaya saying to me, if you strangle a snake until it dies, it is just as dead as if you cut its head off. So they were strangling the regime. They didn't move fast. And eventually they captured power in January '86. I'd visited the liberated zone in November, and by that stage, a lot of journalists were visiting them, but I'd also visited. And then after they captured power, my magazine, South, sent me to cover, interview Museveni again, now that he'd captured power, and write a story about what was happening. And I remember I left in early February to go back to London. And I remember looking out the window and seeing those big letters Entebbe on the grass bank of the airport, which unfortunately have now been removed, which I think is very sad.
It is.
But it's like having Hollywood in Los Angeles. Entebbe should still be at the airport on the bank, in my view. So I remember looking at those Entebbe letters and feeling very sad. This is the last time I'm going to see Uganda. It's all over. They don't need me anymore. I've done my part. But then, in about maybe 1 or 2 months later, in about March 1986, I was sitting at my desk in the office of South magazine, which was a big glass building, tall glass building right next to Trafalgar Square. And a phone goes, and it was Katagaya. And Katagaya said, "The cabinet has just met, and we would like to offer you the job of being editor of our new newspaper, The New Vision. Would you like to do it? And I said, yeah, sure, I would like to do it, but can you give me 24 hours to make a decision? And then I could tell Katagai was annoyed that I hadn't said yes immediately, but I needed...
Well, because they felt they owned you now. Right?
Yeah, something like maybe.
Yeah.
But anyway, to cut a long story short, I was very excited. And, you know, I rang back 24 hours later, less than 24 hours, and said, okay, I'm really happy, I'll do it. And then, yeah, then I came out, I think twice before in the next few months, and started helping at New Vision. And then in July 84, I started full-time at July 86 and started full-time at the New Vision. And
This is when, 1994?
86, so this was, Katagai rang me 2 months after power, and the cabinet decided to set up a newspaper, which they were calling New Vision. And so
what happened to the Uganda Argus?
the Uganda Argus collapsed, and then the building is now owned by New Vision, but a new paper was set up called the Uganda Times, I think, which was in a different building to the Uganda Argus. And but that also, young people wouldn't remember, but the nickname was Uganda Sometimes, because it didn't always come out. It was very erratic. The New Vision started using the equipment that had been bought for Uganda Times, Russian equipment. Then I came out and started work. So I worked at New Vision from July 1986 until December 2006. So that was 20 years, almost 20, just over 20 years.
You are credited quite a bit for reshaping the media, particularly the print media or the press in Uganda.
You know, this is a country that's being rebuilt. So the roads were fixed, the electricity was fixed, the water was fixed. So you could say also the media was fixed. So I wouldn't necessarily take credit. It was, I think, I was part of a process that was going on. But I think what is true is that many people thought a government newspaper was doomed to failure because I was not the first choice to be the editor of the New Vision. The first choice was an NRM leader called Bukulu Mpaji, but he was too sick and he passed away, I think in 1986. The second choice was Wafula Gutu, at that time the editor of Weekly Topic, later the editor of The Monitor, and later leader of the opposition. And Wafula was asked to be the editor because he'd done a great job with Charles Abo of running the Weekly Topic in 1985 period after the Okello coup, when it was the main independent newspaper. And they asked him to be the editor. He said, no, I can't be the editor. A government newspaper can never succeed in Uganda. I think that shows how things had changed, that a government newspaper could be more popular than a private newspaper. It's actually a lot to do with the government allowing freedom of speech, allowing criticism as well as praise. It was a good time to be a journalist. And right now I'm in Nairobi, in Kenya, where the press is pretty free. But in the 1990s, the Ugandan press was so much freer than the Kenyan press. We actually felt sorry for the Kenyans because Kenyans had to keep their mouths shut, and the media was also muzzled. So it was a very good time to be a journalist, and everything was going up in quality in the media. So it was a privilege to me to be a part of that and to be able to use my professional skills to help build the New Vision.
All right, and so probably this is your last or maybe second last questions to end this interview. And of course, William will be back on this show. You can be sure of that because I don't think you're going to get a lot more of this man on this show today, and particularly on this one that we're on right now. So William, let's talk about something that most people don't know how it happens. Living the new vision where you have been for 20 plus years. On that note, by the way, I'll give you a cup of coffee so that you can answer this question quite well.
To give me strength,
yes,
to answer the question.
To answer the question, and perhaps some caffeine if there are some hard parts that needs to be patched together.
A shot in the arm.
Tell me about the new vision, leaving. Some critics say that you felt you left when you're not yet ready to leave, or the state stopped listening to you as the editor or as the CEO at the time. What happened?
I think it's true that the president, Museveni, had become dissatisfied with the way New Vision was. Because I always believed that you should, if something's going wrong, put it out there, you know, expose it. Because if you expose something that's wrong, it gives you a chance to fix it. You know, I was still an NRM supporter. I was very invested in the NRM project. So New Vision was still pro-NRM, but it was really a question of how much should you wash dirty linen in public. And because I'm a journalist, and you're a journalist, we journalists always think, put everything in the open. And that's the best for any country. And I think Museveni thought, but sometimes, you know, reflects badly and gives a bad image to the country, especially if a foreign head of state is visiting or something. So there were various minor incidents, nothing really major. And so I think in the end he decided it was time for me to go.
When you say he decided it was time for me to go, were you fired, William?
No, I wasn't fired, I resigned. But they told me, Noble Mayombo, for those who remember Brigadier Noble Mayombo, who was the head of intelligence, and also the chairman, military intelligence, but also later the chairman of, he was, I think, the permanent secretary of Ministry of Defense, and also chairman. He was very brilliant, and I really liked him, and I always got on very well with him. And I didn't have any problem with him at all. But when he was appointed chairman of New Vision, that was about a year before I left. I knew things are getting tight. Then we met at the Sheraton. He asked me to go for a meeting at the Sheraton. It's a long story. I tell it in the book. But he said we're going to set up a commission of inquiry into New Vision because a Belgian journalist who Museveni had asked me to appoint as an editor, who I had appointed as an editor, claimed that she discovered a conspiracy against government inside the New Vision, based on no evidence at all. Actually, she became Elster Timmerman. She became the editor after I left.
Was she just looking after your job?
I think so. I think so. I can't think of another explanation, because her evidence of the conspiracy was that sometimes her stories were cut. But if you're a journalist, your stories are always cut.
Yes, of course.
And Mayombo said, we're setting up a commission of inquiry, and we want you to stand aside while the commission of inquiry is underway. But Noble, do you want me to resign? I mean, I'm happy to resign. If you don't want me anymore, just ask me to resign. I'll resign.
Yes. Don't just look for any other thing.
And then Noble said, really? I said, of course. If you don't want me, why should I struggle to stay? And so, actually, the whole conversation turned. We just discussed how I would resign. I gave 3 months' notice. So that was in September or October. Gave 3 months' notice, worked my notice, arranged to hand over to Robert Kabushenga and else. And that was that. But the very important point, Eddie, is that I was not unhappy. Actually, in a way, I was relieved, because being a newspaper editor, as I'm sure Kabushenga knows now, is amazing amount of political pressure, and you're walking a tightrope all the time. Balance this complaint with that necessity. How do you navigate all these treacherous seas?
Yes, I'm actually thinking that there has been a joke in the corridors of Kampala or corners of Kampala, that Robert is always not walking straight. He doesn't know which landmine is going to.
Yeah, but that was the same. That was the same for me. If you're in that job, and even I'm sure Kalinaki and the guys at Monitor have the same problem. They also have to walk the tightrope. So actually, it was a relief to get off. Plus, the very important thing is that I'd worked at the New Vision for 20 years in the top job. That's a really long time. And I think President Museveni legitimately could have thought maybe another manager can do a better job. I mean, if you own a business, the government owned New Vision to a majority of the shares, any business, you think, maybe I should get another managing director for this business because maybe we need to go in a new direction or reinvigorate the business. So it's completely legitimate for President Museveni and the government to actually decide, let's get a new manager for the New Vision. I didn't feel, I felt a relief. I didn't have the political pressure anymore. I mean, obviously a bit sad, but not destroyed. And, I also thought, fair enough, it's been a privilege to work here for 20 years. I'm not sad. I mean, I was sad that I was leaving, but I'm not angry at all. And actually, it was a chance for a new beginning for myself to do some different things. And it had been a privilege. I was really proud to have worked at New Vision for 20 years. And it had also been a great experience. And it had been a great experience working with Museveni and Mayomba and all those other people. I didn't feel bitter with anyone. I really want that to be understood. Yes. I actually was happy that I had the chance to work with all these people.
Well, and I think that so there was no settling any scores from what I see right
now.
No. And so I spent a lot of time, William, with people in the gym. I like to work out. I like to keep fit. I like to be healthy.
And by the way, everyone should work out and stay healthy. Yes. Which I also still try and do.
Yeah, so in my daily work of gym and stuff like that, I meet up with so many CEOs who are struggling in their offices, in their jobs, and a whole lot of people out there who don't know how to go about it. It's not about money, but so the only time we get free to discuss serious stuff, whether you're a general or or presidential advisor, the moment we get into the steam, everybody losing up.
Yeah.
Because the heat just as a way brings down everybody's.
And you only have a towel on. You don't have clothes. Yes.
For lack of a better word, and so we tend to get free. So we were discussing your book. And by the way, that's the spring or the root of this interview. I met a couple of people.
Yeah, I think the book is over there. Yes. Competence, available in Aristoc and Entebbe Airport Bookshop.
Yes.
And also, I think this cafe, Rosaho, this cafe in Naguru is going to stock it.
Yes. And so somebody said, have you read William Pike's book, a new book? I said, yeah, I did. And it says, is the guy trying to settle scores with the state? Does it feel like the state he once served as, let his hand loose or something? Is there something holding? I said, oh, by the way, that's a good thing. I hadn't thought about it that way, but I'm going to do an interview. I'm going to look for William and just try and do his interview and find out if this book coming at this point of time is actually settling scores. Can you clear that?
It's definitely not settling scores. And as I explained to you at the beginning,
No,
I'm fine. I had the manuscript for the first 14 chapters. So the 15th chapter, which was the roundup of how I left New Vision, was just really to put everything in context. It's definitely not settling scores. But actually, as I said earlier, I'm not bitter. I really just felt it was a privilege to be allowed to work at New Vision and to live in Uganda, and actually now to have a Ugandan passport as well. Actually, the motivation was different. The real motivation was, it will be a tragedy if this history is forgotten. Because what the NRA did in the bush was very extraordinary. They captured power without any external support. From 1981 to 1985, they had no external support. Colonel Gaddafi in Libya gave 1,000 guns, which were shared in 1981, which were shared between the NRA and Andrew Kaira and UFM. But that's all the support they got in 5 years. They had no external base. They couldn't run into Kenya or Congo or Sudan for hiding. They were stuck in the middle of Uganda in Luwero. To take power without an external base and without external support, it's actually something Ugandans should be very proud of. They shouldn't think this is just Museveni propaganda. It was actually a very big thing. Only China and Cuba have had successful revolutions that captured state power without external support, that were purely internal. On Twitter, I've had a discussion with someone. He said, no, Nyerere gave guns to the NRA. But Tanzania gave guns to the NRA after July 1985, after the coup that brought Tito and Basilio Okello to power, when it was obvious to any deep analyst that eventually the NRA was going to capture power. So they were only supporting NRA as the government started to crumble and collapse. And NRA would still have captured power without those guns. When Western Uganda, the liberated zone, came up, you could then go in and out of Uganda from Rwanda. They had a rear base. But until that liberated zone was set up, there was no rear base. You couldn't just walk from the guerrilla area into the neighboring country. So that is really historically important and a very amazing achievement. And it's something that shouldn't be forgotten. So that actually was my primary motivation. NRM, the Bush War, or the NRM revolution, or whatever you call it, the roots, the genesis of it should not be forgotten.
So you have heard it from William himself, the author, the writer of the book, that clearly spells out the reason behind the book. I personally think that the book is very okay. I think that you have settled scores in another way, in my opinion, by opening up. There are a lot of books that were written about the NRA war and, you know, the Bush War with President Museveni's government and the likes. But much of them were almost leaning towards telling the story of, you know, that pleases the system itself. But your book seems to be otherwise, telling, you know, the story that seems to be more open to different aspects and gives a lot more perspective compared to the rest of the books that we've read. I've read many of the books, and I think many people out there agree with me that your book is quite open. And
what I tried was it's a first-hand eyewitness account.
Yes.
So I tried to write it without just saying what I saw, without putting too much interpretation into it.
Yes. And I think that's a good thing about this book. So you need to go to Aristoc and find this book, or go to Entebbe. Where in Entebbe?
In the airport, in the departure area.
The departure lounge, you can find
Entebbe Airport Bookshop.
All right, so you can go to the departure lounge at Entebbe International Airport. You'll find a copy of the book there. And we just thought about it, bring it closer to you in Naguru at Rosaho. Go there and ask for the copy of the book.
And have a cup of coffee.
And have a cup of coffee as well, like we're having right now with William. So, William, as we wind up this interview, there are young people in this country. You've been in this country long.
Yeah.
You narrate the story that I myself am amazed of. I wasn't there, I wish I was there to witness. But our story in Uganda today as young people is very little belief in the young people. Unfortunately, by our elders, both in the system and those who are not in the system, and you are now an elder in our society. What is your best advice to the elders and to the young people? How do we do it? How did you do it?
I think Rome was not built in a day. It takes a long time to build a society.
Right there, William. When you say it is a very difficult question, how old is your son?
My son is 28.
Yeah, so your son falls within our age group. Do you want to say it's difficult for you to tell him?
No, but you see, anyway, my son has, he's now working in America. So he has, there's jobs available. There's a shortage of jobs in Uganda. I don't know what the solution is. If I was running the government, I would like to see a much bigger investment in education, health services and agriculture, to the exclusion of many, like prioritize those things to the maximum. And then for young people, I think young people should, this may be too late for some people, but for people who are still at school, get technical training, get technical skills, practical skills. Because management jobs and white collar jobs, there's not enough of them. So get trained as an electrician. I just had to pay this morning 1 million shillings to an electrician to fix something. And he looked...
At your house?
Yeah. So the guy, he looks he's a nice guy, but but he's prosperous, he's fat, but he's a technical guy. He was wearing an electrician's yellow jacket. So I think you can do better very often if you have practical skills. And I'm actually, one thing that makes me happy about Kabushenga is the way he's with his farm. He's promoting agriculture as a way to make a good living as well. So for young people, I think keep on struggling. But then I think for young people, as a word of caution, I understand why young people always want to struggle for justice and a better world, but think the grass is not always greener on the other side of the hill. Sometimes it is,
yes,
but very often it's not.
Yes, but was that the same during your time?
Oh, when I was growing up as a young man?
Yeah,
but you see, you also have to remember I grew up in, but my father was a colonial officer, and then we were in England. My father was middle class. So I always had a privileged upbringing and good education. Hadn't started off as a middle class person with a few extra resources. I probably wouldn't have got where I was today. So I'm privileged in that respect. I understand what a struggle it is for young people here. Although the young people should make perhaps a bigger effort to understand what the government is capable of doing and what it's not capable of doing.
Okay. So in other words, you're saying that be wise, don't just wait for government to do everything for you.
Yeah.
You have got to go out there and do something for yourself. That's what you're saying.
Yes, but then government should also see how it can help, in which way.
All right, so 1, 2, last question. There is a man who speaks very highly of you. And you speak very nicely of how and where New Vision is today. But there's a guy called Joseph Kabuleta, who every time something goes wrong, we all see New Vision is prone to making certain very, open mistakes that you wouldn't see during the time of Mr. William Pike, New Vision. And every time such comes out, Kabuleta always hit hard and say, the legacy of William Pike is dead. What do you have to say about that?
What I think is
that you're just a fanatic?
No, I think what's happened to all newspapers in the world is that the digital revolution has massively reduced advertising revenue. And whereas in the old days you could have a big desk of sub-editors doing corrections, making certain the story is perfect, you could afford to pay top salaries to the best writers. Now, newspapers all over the world have economized, and actually, not necessarily in the New York Times, but In many regional newspapers in Europe or America, you'll find spelling mistakes and errors because newspapers are having to downsize their staffs and are struggling, really. Even the Star, the newspaper I work on in Nairobi, there's been a lot of downsizing of staff numbers, and it's really a challenge to produce a quality newspaper under those conditions. So I think that's not so much to do with me, Mr. Cabaletta, as to do with the changing economic environment of newspapers.
Okay, I needed that to be cleared so that you have heard it from William Pike. And William, what's your parting shot if you were to advise the president? By the president, I mean your very good former friend, still present friend, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and of course everyone in government who are your contemporaries. What would be your that one statement of advice that you think will change the world in Uganda?
Well, if we go back to the beginning of the NRM period in Uganda, I remember the masthead of the New Vision. It said the New Vision on top, and underneath it said, "For a better Uganda." So the first thing is, whenever and people in that period, the 86, 95 period, that first 10 years, people were really struggling to rebuild the country and a lot of personal sacrifice and a lot of personal effort. Let's see if we can stick to that, always be asking ourselves, is this what we're doing now, is that for a better Uganda? And then secondly, there was also a principle that Museveni introduced in the Bush War, that a junior soldier, private, could openly criticize an officer without getting into trouble, as long as he did it in public, in good faith, not as backbiting or fitina. That was called the principle of constructive criticism. Let's also not forget that principle of constructive criticism. Let's have open debate about whether something is good or bad for the country, and without fear or favor, and let's accept criticism if we're in a position of power as well.
All right. And William, assuming today your old friend decides to say, is fond of calling his old friends back into the system, recently called Mr. Kivizinja back to government, and he's now riding on a 2016 Mercedes-Benz. If the call comes today and say, William, you need your back to service, what will happen? Would you leave the Star?
You know, I'm 67 years old now, and my thoughts have turned to retirement, not to staying on a ranch with longhorn and Kole cattle, but what I would like to do is, I like painting, so I'd like to do less work and do more painting.
All right. And so you, in other words, you're saying you won't take up the job?
I would prefer to do my painting. So I think most probably not.
Yes. So if you are, so would you paint for us a picture of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni right now as you head towards your retirement? If we give you a brush.
My painting style would take a bit more time than that. I'm not a cartoonist.
Yes.
But yeah, sure, one day I could paint you a picture.
Yes.
Of
All right.
Museveni.
Great. So you have heard it from William. So what is that one parting shot that if I see this interview, you'll make me laugh and I will remember you for the rest of my life if I'm watching this program?
No, I don't think I have a parting shot, but let me just say, oh Uganda, may God uphold thee.
All right. Thank you very much. You've heard it from Mr. William Pike. The book is at Aristoc, and you can find it at the Entebbe Departure Lounge and as well as at Rosaho in Naguru. Make the booking. I can tell you that that book is not anywhere at the moment. It's finished. I am told and privileged that there's about 150 copies coming to Uganda. I don't know if you can get yourself a hold of one of them. Otherwise, Keep it XXL. It's been a great pleasure speaking to you, William, and I look forward to bringing William back to the show. He's still a strong man, but he's refusing to take the appointment. and we're told, by the way, that President Museveni said he's going to make a memo on your book. Somebody told me this is true.
That's what he rang me to say he liked the book and he was going to make some notes and then call me to discuss it with him. And so, I look forward to that.
So this time you didn't disagree like you always argue and agree?
No. I think he liked the book. That's the good thing.
All right. So we will bring William back here if we hear that President Museveni has actually called and met with William. I would like to know what the two old friends have talked about. 40 years old, meeting 32, and now you're 65?
67.
67 versus 74, 75?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to hear how that conversation goes. Otherwise, thank you very much for being part of the show. Looking forward to catching up with you. This is the book review, and next we will be talking to William about retirement and how he will paint the picture of Uganda and his former friend. Next week, same time, same place. God bless.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Who speaks his mind out is naturally a person who knows what he's doing. Is naturally a person who cracks jokes. In fact, a friend of mine said he should just, every time he does a skit, he should just give him a moment and just share. He wants to pay for it. Richard, welcome to Creative Industry Talk. How are you this morning?
I'm very fine. You just reminded me. I've lost money.
Yes, you've lost money.
I've not shared with him.
Yes, he said whenever you do a skit, just send me and send the invoice immediately. Yeah. And I said, wow, I wish I would have a talent and gift like Richard, where I don't have to work very hard and the money just finds me.
I know. Boss, we sweat.
I know. But welcome to the program, Richard. We want to say thank you very much. And how have you been?
I've been okay.
Yeah.
I have constantly been COVID negative.
Okay.
Yeah. I assume.
That's a very good one. Yes.
I've not tested in a long time.
Yes.
But we're okay. A lot has changed. Yeah. We have tried to change with the change.
Yes.
Yes. And along the way, you know, you discover here, you lose here. But we stay above the water.
Yes, yes. I just want to take you straight to Richard to the first question we always ask on the Creative Industry Talk. Who is Richard Tuwanje if I am looking for you? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values define you as Ugandan? Yes, that question is usually a question that gets so many people punching on the streets of Kampala and across the world. If you ask them a question, who are you? Some people assume that everyone knows them. And yes, we see you on TV every other day. Yes, we see you all across Africa. But who is Richard in a nutshell?
That is a very difficult question. Because personally, I believe some people's values change along the way. You know, life is a game of discovery and rediscovery of self. But personally, I believe, plainly put, Richard Tuwanje is a Ugandan who is a multifaceted entertainer. Who has his hands in not just one thing, actor, comedian, I don't know whether I should call myself a singer. Yeah, I think I'm safe calling myself a singer, not a musician.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to sample that song already.
Yeah, are you serious?
We're on the Creative Industry Talk.
So I do a bit of music. I'm a producer on a wider scale because, well, most of the art I do, I also produce. Some with the team, some alone.
Yeah.
And as a human being, I stand for good for all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That right there is quite a deep statement. I stand for good for all. I would like to take this moment, first of all, to welcome everyone to the Creative Industry Talk from all across the world. Thank you very much, all our brothers and sisters in the United States of America. I hope you did not jump on that plane and you're part of the 600 people from Afghanistan, you know. And of course, to all the creative people all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the space for the creative right here in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, going to the rest of the world. Richard,
yes,
welcome to the show. And now that we know you and now that we understand who you are, just away from seeing you on TV, our topic on the Creative Industry Talk today is about creativity for business success in Uganda.
Yeah.
Creativity for business success in Uganda. When we posted this yesterday, a lot of people wrote back and they were asking, creativity for business success in Uganda? They don't even understand what creativity is. Now you are putting the mix of success in it. And I mean, how are we going to do it? So I said, well, we will have to have a discussion about this. And of course, we're going to be joined by Faizo Chiwewa. We were supposed to be joined by, Jeremy Biemanzi from Nomad Advertising. But unfortunately, Jeremy has got an emergency that needs to attend to. He will be joining us next week. Okay. And of course, we want to take a moment to welcome Faizo Chiwewa all the way in the outside countries. How are you doing in the cold?
Thank you so much, Eddie. I am okay. I just arrived like 5 minutes ago in Antwerp. It's I would say the capital of the Flanders in Belgium. So it's where I am, and I had to find my way to get to the show. So I'm very excited to join you guys.
Very much, Faizo. Thank you very much, Faizo, first of all, for joining us. I hope you have had a very good ride on the train. In Uganda here, when we talk about the train, we only remember in the 60s. I don't know whether Richard... Our train hasn't yet been...
I know nothing about trains in Uganda. I just read. What I see down there below Ginger Road, I think those are just carriers, you know. Wow. Train has...
Yes, and when my uncle tells me the trains were good, so seeing Faizo ride on the train in Europe is quite an amazing stuff. But gentlemen, welcome to the show. So today we want to just ride straight to this, discussion. I want to give you a context, Richard. There is artistic creativity.
Yes.
And there is a more general kind of creativity that we see in people that could also be called the ingenuity, innovation, the lateral thinking outside the box. We've heard people talk about this very much, or simply the problem solver.
Yes.
And we are going to mix the two together to basically find what is best for us in our discussion today. We're talking about creativity for business in Uganda and the success. But the context here is that creativity in business is a nifty way of thinking that always inspires people, challenges people, and also help people to find innovative solutions that create opportunities that we always use in our day-to-day life, okay? And of course, opportunities out of problems are key, and we're talking about the pandemic situation right now. The COVID-19 has brought, a challenge in the industry. But how are we turning these opportunities and challenges to actually create opportunity to solve the problems that we have or we all had already before? It is also the reason some individuals, of course, and companies attract our attention to either goods and services or to products that we need. Yes. It comes from the creative mind. The ideas, the amazing ideas, sometimes seems very, far-fetched, and other times is merely the follow have beaten, and some people really just go through with whatever the flow is.
Yeah.
But today on the show, I want to take you straight to this background. And I want to start with you, Richard, right here in the studio. First of all, is creativity an important skill to have?
It is a very important skill to have. Unfortunately, it is not for all.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, the nature's laws, I think, dictated like that, because I mean, if all of us were creative, it would be so hard to cope with the world. I mean, you're trying to catch on this and something new has come. But that is where we are going. It is very important to be creative, because it helps you stand out in whatever sector. I believe it. You know, when you come, most of us are followers before we get creative. There's always a trend, whether in banking, the arts, the sports. There's always a trend, and that trend, at whatever given time in history or in the future, it will have been brought about by a few creative minds. So, like you said, it's the creative ones who create even opportunities, not for just themselves, but for others. And without just limiting it to art, it is so important that if a particular sector is so clogged with competition, chances are the one who is going to slide off the conventions will either stand out or it's not a win all the time. Because you can create your way to your failure.
That's true. Absolutely.
So it is important to be creative, but it's also important to create with high regard of the audience. That you're creating for. Most cases, creative people are also very egoistic. So when the idea comes and he likes it, you're not going to try and tone his idea down.
This is my idea.
To match the targeted audience. He wants to run it the way he has thought about it. So creativity is very important, but also most important is, who are you creating for?
Wow. Faizo Chiwewa, all the way in outside countries, you've heard from Richard. Richard is saying that it is important that the creativity is important skill for a person to have. Do you agree with Richard, Faizo? And also on that background, Faizo, how do we, you know, profit from the creativity in business, if at all it is important as a skill?
Thank you so much. First of all, to compliment Richard for how he looks. I mean, you can see that creativity has made on some weight. Despite all of us who are losing weight during this COVID, Richard is gaining weight, which is good to see. That's a creative man. Excitingly, I would say. I totally agree with his notion on yes, creativity is necessary. It's not for him, but it's also you know, something that we need nurture in everyone. That's why we encourage our children at a young age to really try to practice different things, test different experiences, so that they could, you know, define themselves in the future, whatever course they take in life. Be not just redundant, dependent on you know, what they're told to do or what they must do, but also be supportive of our community. And I'm always fascinated creatives really contribute to changes that we see in societies. And you can see here in Europe, you find a lot of things done, but not necessarily provided by authorities, governments, but by individuals who find hardships in terms of their day-to-day life, and they think about solutions to go through these hardships. And those solutions then eventually become public necessities or public goods that everyone now needs to use. For example, you can, if you walk around, you know, or if you move around, like just what you talked about at the beginning, the necessity of having a train. I woke up in Holland this morning at 6:40, and by 10 I'm in Belgium. I'm having a conversation here. So that thought of creativity to say, you can call it also innovation, to make people's lives easier, is really what our country would need more of this kind of input in our day-to-day life.
Richard, you've had the man woke up in Finland.
Was that meant to make me feel guilty? Because I'm the reason this show started late. Just from Muyenga to Bukoto.
Yes, he has juggled so much traffic and a lot of things have happened. But you see, Richard, that's why we're saying if there's a creative way of thinking about stuff, would be able to save and there'll be a lot more success. And that really resonate with our topic today. Richard, what jobs are in the creative industry? We're starting to build these things about our discussion today. What jobs do you think are available? You're already earning out of it.
The creative industry.
Yes.
First, it is so wide. Yeah. People look at the creative industry. When you say creative industry, they think about the creative performance.
Yes.
Yeah. But you see, those aside, we have people behind the scenes. The producers, the guys who do the technical work, and then the creative industry does not just carry the artistically creative or the performing artists. We are living in a time where, life has changed. The phone is now a performing space.
Yeah.
The internet is a performing space. So, you're holding your phone and you have a multitude of stages here. You're free to choose. The people who create all those spaces are also creatives. They are at a very different plane of creativity also. But all creatives are important. Personally, I think to a certain extent we are important in equal measure, because Mr. Eddie Okila is going to have a platform here that is so different from other platforms. And the reason he shaped it that way is to serve a certain segment of audience, TV viewing content seeking audiences. But Okila will need the performers on. Okila will be the producer. The performers will be there. The writers are going to get jobs. That's why sometimes me in Uganda here, the only way we can have as many creatives incorporated into the creative industry is for those who can create to focus on churning out the art. The more art you put out, the more people you pull into the value-adding chain, of the final products.
Wow.
That I have experienced along the way when we seek to grow. You create more, and you realize along the way we have, brought in this big number of contributors to the final product.
Wow. Well, Richard and Faisal, this is a very interesting part of the show. The jobs that the creative industry have. I want to dive to Faisal in Belgium. Faisal, you've heard from Richard. What jobs do you think we have available in the creative industry?
I think, as Richard said at the beginning, the creative industry is really huge. When we start mentioning the sectors within, I would call them, some are sectors because they're informal, others are industries because they're formal. But there are also those formal and informal industries within the creative industry, or the creative arts, or the creative behavior, I would say. But the kind of jobs, let's start with, you know what we are doing. So we are in the arts. I'm a programmer, and that whole line of business you are familiar with. Richard is in the in theater and comedy, and that chain of business is very familiar to us. We know what they are doing, and I think maybe what is different in this case is like the acknowledgement of the actual number of people or number of jobs that are associated in our line of work. When people see Richard performing at the National Theatre or at the comedy scene, when they do it, their grand shows every month, people don't really understand the amount of work that is put in, leave around the creative process of writing the skits they do, but also the backside, the backstage side. We are talking about costume designers, we are talking about set designers, we are talking about makeup artists, we are talking about communications person, ticketing persons, we are talking about advertising, radio interviews, TV interviews, and all these jobs. And when you look at the people and the amount of effort as well as the amount of to this kind of work, it's appalling. And then these are some of the things that we know. But then when we shift to art forms like new media, when we talk about new media, we're talking about, design, graphics, we are talking about advertising, we're talking about software development, we're talking about programming, we're talking about all these things. So when someone sees like Eddie, you're here hosting us, you're in Kampala, and we're talking to each other, they don't imagine the amount of work that was put all us talking to each other live in such a diverse space. So this is creativity, this is programming, this is thinking, this is offering a solution to a need that is identified, maybe not on a daily need, but it's almost something that you need once in a while. So there are so many jobs, they cannot be counted. But what I want to assure our listeners or our viewers is that we have, as within the creative industry, the highest number of employment opportunities. There are so many that need our services in terms of when we get it to work, and there are also those that so many people that we need to make sure that we pull off our events. When I have Baimba Festival as a small example of what happens within our day-to-day life, I have at least 1,500 staff working at one festival. Those include my core staff, they include service providers, they include volunteers, they include interns, they include, partners, sponsors, and all these people are at the festival making sure that everything goes on as it is planned. So I cannot start mentioning how many jobs are there, but to be sure, they are very, very many.
Wow. Well, you've heard it from Faisal. Thank you very much, Faisal. Richard, I want to come back to you on this part. And of course, welcoming all the viewers from everyone who's watching the show. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and all across the world in all our platforms. By the way, we're live on our, www.houseoftalenttuganda.com. It's live, it's streaming for everyone across the world, so please enjoy. We want to hear your comments, kisses and disses coming. We love to hear them. We love to hear them. If you're doing well, kiss us. If you think we're doing bad, diss us. We are okay. We are creative people. We take this. Richard,
yes,
you've heard what Faisal just said, and I like the first two questions and three questions. I want to go to the third question, which is what are the types of creativity that we can profit from? We're talking about creativity, and we're always talking about creative people. Faisal just said something very interesting. 1,500 people worked at the concert, a festival. Whenever we see you on stage, we don't understand that the Fun Factory has got a shipload of people behind just Richard to look good on screen and to be, looking nice and to speak whatever is speaking nice on stage. Yes. There are a lot of people behind there. So I want to just ask you a question. What type of creativity is there for businesses to harness? Given your experience as a stage performer, as a copywriter, which means you're writing a lot of copies to corporate companies for products to be communicated about, to be consumed. What do you think the types of creativity that is there that we can profit from?
As businesses?
Yes. As individuals as well as businesses,
yes. You just mentioned some of the most important ones there. First, just the creativity to produce art that can just, touch people's hearts and lift their moods, and maybe also help them think, in certain thought processes that they wouldn't have if they had not consumed certain pieces of art. That creativity is very important. That one is that, I think that is the longest serving kind of creativity for humankind, because I mean, since the medieval times, that kind of creativity is demanded for leisure. Now, creativity for business development, where some of these there are talents that can be applied in all those places. Now, we have people like me who applied their talents in places in spaces like copywriting, where you use your creativity to nail a message or speak to a company's potential customer and also speak to the one they have, so that you need that creativity between you, the brand owner, and the brand consumer. You need some creativity there to keep these people emotionally connected to your product.
Wow.
Yeah. Sometimes you might be good enough at designing the product. Yeah. But you're not as good enough at gaining and maintaining the confidence and emotional connect to your product. That is when you need people who can, pick that creativity off the stage, apply it in this business space also. The creativity of, the world has become so visual. The world is so visual that if you have a message and you do not design it in maybe typography, you're not going to. You have to apply some typography. So and creativity has really, to me, we are living in a time where creatives have to be very awake to the fact that the audiences that we are creating for are exposing themselves sometimes much more than we, the creatives.
And they're also becoming creative themselves in their own right.
So they attain a higher level of judgment of your art. That if you do not expose yourself better or more than they are exposing themselves, the audience will run away. It will be 3-4 steps ahead of you, and by the time you wake up to chase this audience and get it. It's not that you're not creative anymore. They have exposed themselves much more. And now, so creatives have to be on their toes because our audiences are becoming more creative.
Wow. Wow. Faisal, we want to dive to you in Belgium. You've heard, I think Richard just said something fundamental to understanding. If a business person is watching, they need to understand where Richard is coming from. If a creative person is watching, they need to understand that if you're not constantly putting your craft together, that audience that you're creating that product for is going to come for you. And once they get exposed, they might edge you out, not because you're not doing something right, but because they're already exposed to a manner in which they can judge the product and know what is good and what is not. Just before we go for a break, Faisal, your thoughts on that one? What type of creativity do we have in theater and performing art, as well as, from a programming point of view, as a guy who is always doing stuff for entertainment? Whenever we are stressed, we run to you, and you guys give us relief. Faisal, over to you.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I think, as Richard says, that one of the things that we strive for as programmers is always the consistency and also understanding our audience. Like the Fun Factory guys really mastered the audience. I think they have never really failed to fill a space, whatever big or small they occupy, because they know who their people are and what they want and how to keep them at the edge. I think it's the whole mystery around building audiences. How do you keep your people to they come to you? They are never bored. Speaking for Baimba, we've always developed I don't know what we call it. We call it the experiencing audience. Our audience is very experiencing. They always want to see something new. I think from the beginning, we've always challenged ourselves and challenged our audiences to bring in a new feeling of a new art form. That's why we managed to introduce new art forms that were not really much on the market, like video mapping, street theater. We did things like headphone disco. I don't know whether you know that. We know when we started it in 2009. And people always want to see what's new this time at Banimba. And when that drifts away, that you are not able to do the more, then your audience starts wondering what's going on. They start finding or trying to find other opportunities or other options. That's why they run away to other events. But at the same time, it might be also a good thing for you. For example, our cause in programming Baimba has always been about experiencing audience, but at the same time, we forgot about ourselves. Then we took off some 2 years of reinventing our programming, and then the audience was confused. And I didn't blame them, but it was intended to kind of create this kind of tension between, okay, where do we go? Is it still the same Baimba? But they don't know what's coming up for them. And I'm curious how they'll react when the new Baimba comes back. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Faizo. You don't know how the somebody just sent a message and says, you don't know how important this program is to me right now. I'm learning something that Richard has just said has tickled somebody. And he said, you don't know how much I've just picked from Richard in that small space. I've always seen him on stage just making us laugh. I didn't know the man can speak too much sense.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment.
I think you should take that as a compliment. You see, Richard, we're going to take a break, but when you come back, we're going to start from that particular point of where people just see you on stage and assume that this is the sum total of the person. And they never know that this person there's more to this person. Well, the creative industry is going for a break, and when we come back, Richard Tuwanje and of course Faizo Chiwewa all the way in Belgium will be giving us a lot bit more about the differences between, you know, the creativity and innovation. These two words are always, you know, confused. And you stay right there, pick a coffee, and when we come back, we want to hear your kisses and disses. If you have some kisses, if you don't have, you know, disses, whatever it is, we're okay. The Creative Industry Talk will be right back after the break. Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They have moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
I want us to talk about the corporate entities, the corporate society. I mean, the money comes from there to the creative art. For a long time, while the creative people are thinking the spaces to create this stuff, you know, most ad agencies are run by creative minds. And these creative minds handle. Welcome back from that break. This is Creative Industry Talk, where we sit and discuss things that affect the industry where we are. It's a platform that exists for everyone in the creative space to think. It's a platform that we come together to share ideas. There's a platform that we believe can bring together the creators and, of course, the policymakers on the round table to think and to come up with, you know, very integrative mind maps that allows us to take the industry and the development around our country and our individual projects forward. Of course, Richard, welcome back to the show. And of course, Faizo Chiwewa all the way in Belgium. We are missing, you know, Jeremy Bemanzi from the advertising sector. We would have had a fantastic moment with him right there. And we hope that Jeremy will be here next week. We think that this series of having Richard and Jeremy coming in and Faizo will run for the next 2 weeks. So if you're missing this one, Richard will be back next week. But we want to hear from you. I'll start by a comment from one Frank Tugume says, I'm always glad to be here. And a shout out to Richard on the show and as well Faizo. And he says, I don't know how you guys are doing it, but Facebook is off in Uganda, but the show is on. And Faisal just
we are not in Uganda.
Tips, yes. Faisal just gave him a tip on that one of what is going on. Well, Richard, welcome back to the program. I want to take you straight to, there is this, you know, thinking Ugandans usually have, or generally, people always think that they see you on stage and they form an opinion about you.
Yeah.
And most times, because we are not being like politicians or sitting and wearing good ties and something like this, people assume that these are just funny guys. Even the president has said this funny people before. But until your colleague Annington Bujingoze said you're seated here, and then he met the president, and the president said, I was told you have a lot of money, you are rich. Then he says, no, I just have enough for me. But he says, you funny people, where do you get money from? It's just an understanding that people don't have around people. But what's your thought on that one? How do we help people to start seeing that we're actually more serious people than they think we are?
First, I think the people who have that kind of mindset, the mind is a very funny place. What you expose is what they take and they expound on that. Yes. It will never end on the stage. Yeah. So they see Richard acting a school child, they see Richard acting a headmaster, then tomorrow the other show you are a drunkard, they put you in there, they paint a picture of who Richard is, off the stage. Yes. And that picture will never be very far from the picture they see here, because you have given them the first brick to build their image of you. Yes. So me, personally, if I tell you my experiences as an artist and a creative who applies my creativity in different spaces, because I do professional emceeing for events of different sizes and shapes. Yes. But I know people who tell me when I get a gig, for example, they tell me, it was a process getting zeroing down to you as because a person, the bosses were like,
wanted this person here.
And we told them, this gentleman will nail it the way we want it. And it's like, but this guy, man, the kind of comedy he does, will he handle this very corporate event? And we see him about like they throw around lines like, sio nazanyango mwana. Yes. Sio nazanyanga batamivu. This kind of event. Because you see, certain events I handle they're multinational. The audiences are not just Ugandan. And that goes down. It brings another issue, and all of us artists and creatives in Uganda have been victims of our own
creativity.
That is one, but also not working on our personal brands. Okay. It's just recently that we started working on our personal brands with the help of social media. People get to know the Richard Tuanje separated from the actor, the comedian, the entertainer. I think it's now, you need to work on your personal brand. That is a given. There are no two ways about it, especially if your money, especially if you want to start earning while you're not performing.
Yes.
Because we are in a time where you need to earn while you're not performing. Because we've tested months where now there's no performance.
Yes, 1.5 years were.
And believe me, the talents in this city who have worked on their personal brands, and their personal brands speak for their personal brands work up a value for them, they still somehow survive. Compared to those whose brand they know is just on stage, on stage presence. Because then you limit yourself to a talent that only earns per performance. And if you get that and expound on it, build a personal brand, apply your talents elsewhere, or even learn, because a lot of people have talents in this city, but they don't skill the talent.
Yes.
That's another thing. Then also separating the talent from his personality. Also in our audience, because we can never not think about the audience. The audience
is where the money is, it's where the business is. That's where things come from. It's your product.
In better societies, they know how to tell apart the talent and the personality, because the audiences also have a high understanding now of the arts.
Okay.
Here,
yeah, it's different.
Here is different. The audience is still in its infancy on that point.
Yes.
We are still pulling them up
yes.
to consider the arts a legitimate source of livelihood.
And revenue.
Yes.
Wow. As a matter of fact, another one has come here and says, I like what Richard is saying. This is now giving us an insight into who he is and what this is about. Thank you very much, Richard. You've changed my opinion of you on this show. I was wondering how you're going to discuss this topic, which seems to be a little bit more of a corporate side of things.
Are you serious?
Faizo Chiwewa, we want to dive to you. They see you with your backpack all the time moving. They don't know you are a person who creates serious stuff. Right now you are in Belgium, while others are in lockdown in Uganda.
Yeah.
How are you doing it?
It's the perfect example, by the way.
Faizo, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I was just laughing about the comment on Richard because I find it fascinating. And of course, I mean, you don't, our followers or fans, because for them, as Richard explained, they don't have maybe the opportunity to explore the personality of Richard off stage, but they often on stage and also on skits on social media. That's what they carry. And yeah, it's not different from all of us. I mean, even for you, don't expect you to be or lifting heavy lifts in the gym early in the morning. So this is what happens, like when people don't really tend to have a deeper thought about an individual. But I think, I mean, for me, I don't have a definition of my private or personal work life. It's kind of very intertwined. And of course, I try to keep as much distance, keep the mystery of me. I tend to be very much distanced from people, but I love crowds as well. So, and also maybe the other thing that you guys don't know, I'm very crowd phobic. So when there are too many people, I freak out. So I tend to be always hiding in the corner. That's why I'm always tending to be backstage when we have festivals, because I freak out when I see too many people or between too many people. But yeah, that's a personality. It's something we work on. But I think being what people expect of you, it's really difficult sometimes if you don't listen and you just see them and give them form your own opinion, but you know or hear, or which I tend to ignore all the time. I think it's also good as you're building the brand of yourself to not to always be distracted by what you hear or know or hear or feel that people are saying or understanding of you, but on your line of work. And that's why for me, that's what I tend to do most of the time.
That's so true.
Well, thank you so much, Faizo, for that one. Richard, you've heard from Faizo. For a man who organizes festivals is crowd phobic. I don't understand that.
I think it was his way of psychologically fighting back the phobia.
The phobia. Well, thank you very much, everybody who so far sent in their comments. And I don't know why you guys are always sending WhatsApp messages or Facebook messages. I want you guys to comment on the show straight live there and then. Send us your kisses and disses. We're very much welcoming them. Richard.
Yes.
I think you can see where we're coming from. The topic today is about creativity for business success. And I think you've already tackled a little bit of it, that the creativity, the things we have talked about right now, is something that people need to start thinking about. But I want to take you straight to my next question, which is, what is the difference between creativity and innovation, given the background of people's opinion about who Richard is, about who Faizo is, about who Okila is, about who any other, creative mind is? I bring the question to mind, what is the difference between creativity and innovation? Because I think sometimes we mix this thing, and you've said it in a very nice way. You said that as creative people, we were doing a disservice to ourselves. We're being one and the same on stage.
Yes.
And yet we're supposed to be completely different. On television, where I am more comfortable, they say that the character on television is really different from the character you're going to meet on the street. You know, and if you take the person on television to be the person you're going to meet on the street, you're going to be really shocked.
Yeah,
and so
true.
is on the radio.
Yes.
But I mean, dive into it. What is the difference between creativity and innovation when we're talking about success brought about by creativity in business?
That's a tricky question. But if you asked me to put it in one sentence,
yes,
I'd say all innovation
yes, yes,
is creativity.
Okay.
But not all creativity is innovative.
Yes. Now you see that is where it becomes difficult.
You know?
Yes, you need to expound on that bit because there's a great line in between there.
Because yes, you need a creative mind behind every innovation. Yeah. There has to be. I think they are cousins. They are half brothers. Same father, different mother.
Yeah.
Because innovation will be mothered by the need to fill a gap. While creativity can keep this new innovation running and growing in itself as an innovation. Because you innovate. The moment you innovate, this is an innovation. This here, this here what you did, because I've been following. It's an innovation and it is going to grow. You can tell something that is going to grow. HTV is an innovation. But it needs constant refreshment of on a creative angle. You know, so I don't think you can really pull them apart. They are together. Creativity is the oil
that keeps running it. Wow. I mean, we're talking about creativity for business success in Uganda. It's a part that people don't understand very well. It's a part that either the corporates don't understand very well, or the consumers of the products that are in the market don't understand very well. And the typical point, case in point, is buy Uganda, build Uganda, boo-boo. It's completely confused. We don't understand the line between creative mind.
That is a very long conversation. But to pick from where you are on the corporates and how they don't get it. Man, you see, sometimes you look at the problems. When the problem has arose. But man, we have a backlog of conditioning and tuning. You know, we've come from a system that has taught us that this has to be passed like this. You know, this is when you attain success. Your success is based on when you achieve highly in these parameters. You get it? In these parameters. So we were told to operate, you know, in certain parameters that it becomes so okay for you not to stand out.
Wow. You're preconditioned to think that way, and that's it.
Yes. Until by the time you realize that, man, you could have done better, is when you are bored of routine. Because these corporates wake up to practice almost the same thing.
Same thing. A friend of mine said, until the day a brand manager is fired from his job, that's the day he started looking for a sheet of paper to write his notes or to print his CV. That's when he realized he has never bought a ream of paper. He didn't know how much it costs. He didn't know how much a pen costs. Then he goes to Nasaro to look for it. I
think the
reality is distracting.
The best company out of entertainment to really look at, to fully understand why creativity is important in business is Virgin. Okay, the conglomerate of businesses of, you know, Virgin, the umbrella of those businesses. Mr. Richard Branson. That's when you know if there is no creativity, he considers the business slugging.
Wow. Faizo Chiwewa, what is the difference between creativity and innovation? I mean, a lot of people think that when you're programming a festival, it's one and the same, and that is it. And Richard has just given us a very nice perspective. But over to you, Faizo. What is the difference between creativity and innovation?
Yeah, I mean, Richard, creativity is like the fuel, and then innovation is the engine that needs that fuel to keep on, moving as well. Service is always this of finding new ways or new means of keeping, But the thin line between innovation and creativity is really, I think, Whereas creativity could be just an enhancement of a space. You can, for example, the innovation, as Richard said, that HTV is an innovation. And the creative part of it is the fact that you have to continue creating new programs that are exciting for your followers and your audience. And I think that's the creative process, but the innovation has been done. But what makes innovation, what makes a product to be considered innovative? It's time, the test of time, and the fact that it has to be rendered relevant or useful to the target market or to the target audience. If you innovate a car and no one buys or no one needs to drive it, then it's not a very innovative idea. But you can have a car that you can work with in terms of continuing the process of revamping it, changing the color, or giving it a different style or a different design. It happens all the time, but you're not inventing a new car. You are basically creatively enhancing its look. So we always see innovation as a far process that has to be given time and also approved for the purpose, as well as creativity is the continuation of making sure that things keep exciting people, things keep being different, but also adding on to what is already there.
Richard, you've heard what Faisal said. Let's just get straight to how do we practice creativity, given the context we have now given to it, the flesh we've given to it, for the businesses in Uganda to be more successful?
First, I think one of the key things is to adopt the mindset that nothing can limit imagination.
Yeah.
Imagination cannot be boxed up. It can't be put in it. You have to continuously imagine things better.
Yeah.
Because if you do not imagine them better, there's no now spark for creativity.
Yeah.
For example, we when we were starting off, we were trained actors, writers, directors. We had nowhere to get employment.
Wow.
We definitely, the natural thing to do was to run to theaters, to Bat Valley, National Theatre, look for, where you can
and
be.
there are only 3 theaters, and we're channeling out thousands of people from universities every single year.
and by the way,
Yeah.
by the time we finished, I think now conventional type of theatre ensembles were starting to die out slowly. Yeah, so we had like say 3 or 4 that were major. We had the Afri-Talent, Ebony's, Bakaimbira, and once in a while Alex Mukulu and a few other creators there. So there was no clear place to be accommodated.
Yeah.
Because they almost have enough. So lucky enough, there was Philip Luswata who tried to imagine
things.
Imagine something new. Imagine a weekly comedy show. He imagined it, and to us, it was a little crazy.
By taking the young ones who are...
But
just
because he was a lecturer, he dared. He dared. And he said, you know what, if we get space and we have the talents, we can experiment. We shall get a formula. If we don't get a formula, we shall know you can tell the formula is nowhere.
Yeah.
Then maybe we can figure out another way. He handpicked talent, and we started figuring out how to do a weekly comedy show. Back then,
which never existed before.
It never existed.
Wow.
There was no weekly comedy shows.
Yeah.
Theater was linear stories. You go sit, watch Afri-Talent do a play called Navasangawa, and you seated for 4 hours watching. It was fun. It was entertaining. But how do you stand out if you want now to also start? You have to bring something new.
Yeah.
There's always a younger audience.
Yes.
Always. Or there's always an existing audience that has not seen something new.
Wow.
So he dared. He put us in the thick of things. We tried, and in about a year and a half, a formula had been gotten.
Wow.
After a few 1-2 years, TV saw the value of the show, adopted the show, put it on NTV. The rest was history. So I think with experiences like that, it takes, don't limit the imagination.
Yeah.
Whatever is trending, imagine it in a better way.
Yeah.
It will spark your creativity.
Yeah.
Then you have to dare. You have to dare. You have seen how hard it is for people to take on new ideas.
Yes.
Then you compare
yes.
the rigidity they had
yes.
when the idea had just come and how much they are enjoying it after a span of time.
Yeah.
Because when we started weekly comedy shows, the ones in the city, even the audience was like, wow.
Who is going to watch this thing?
I mean, which Ugandan is going to make me laugh for 2 hours on a weekly basis? So it was a case of, you come. If you don't like, it's okay. The next week, they bring 2 other friends. It was word of mouth, word of mouth. By the time the entire world learned about the weekly comedy show, it had grown to 4 people at TLC to 1,000 people in the upper gardens of the National Theatre.
Wow.
Yeah, but now the trick is, now it is we who also have to reinvent it.
Yeah, or the innovation has to be continued being oiled by the creativity, as you said. Wow. Well, we are talking about, how do we, creativity, how do we make money out of creativity? How can creativity make businesses successful in Uganda? Richard is giving us a masterclass with Faizo on this one here, something that you've talked about that people don't usually take very seriously, Richard. I've heard people say, show me the numbers. I only see 1 or 2 people, show me the numbers. And you've just unpacked the whole mystery behind the numbers. That 4 people is now 1,500.
Yes.
But it did not start with 1,500.
True.
And for me, something that I've learned from you right now is that if you continue being consistent with whatever you are doing, if you dare, you repeated the word, if you dare, you said 3 times, then it's going to pay off. But many times we don't know how to keep the consistency of daring to do something new.
We give up very easily.
And one time a young person told me, says, well, boss, I'm not going to eat creativity. So, and so off he walked the door. And he says, the Nagala sent, if you don't have money, kindness is not going to pay me. I don't want to eat this. But that's a story of everyone. So Richard Tiwanje, Faizo Chiwewa, we're going to have to let Faizo run for his meeting. We are now talking about the global village. Faizo has been on the show, is running for his next meeting in Belgium, where he caught a train this morning. Imagine the day we can do that in Kampala. We'll catch a train to be in Congo, to do a show in Congo, in Tanzania.
It shall come. That time will come. I hope we shall be alive.
Yes.
We are going to contribute to the coming of those things.
Exactly.
It's a fantastic time to be alive.
So we're going to take another break, and when we come back, Richard Tiwanje and I are going to continue with the show until the end, while we're missing Faizo, who is running for his meeting. Stay right there. Creative Industry. We'll be back after this break. People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince?
Yes.
Be applicable to most of us in the industry. One, most of them want to work with an institution, or let's say a registered company. They want to come to FISO, and FISO is Bayimba, but they want to talk to him as Bayimba. You know what I'm saying? So there's a way they do their things because of probably how their structure is designed. You know, so maybe we also as creatives, we need to have, what's the right word? We need to have, or to put that effort, see ourselves organized. I think that's the problem we have. We're everywhere.
And nowhere.
And nowhere at the same time. When FISO suggests that, hey guys, I have given you a week, come to the island, let's brainstorm about how we can make these things work. One is going to go like, I don't know if FISO. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, our idea is
then he goes whatever. You see it. So we've got all these kind of hurdles. And I think why the corporates are probably not even coming in to give a hand is because they don't even know where to start from. They don't know where. Bababu's auntie, for example, if they ask filmmakers, Mudiwa, where do they go to? You see what I'm saying?
They have nowhere to go.
Yeah, I think they have nowhere to go to. Then, of course, we have UCC. I think UCC, that's one of the biggest hurdles we have.
It's about, you know, collect this from these guys.
Yes,
not be
and that's
unfortunate.
That's really unfortunate. Yeah. But I pray that we sit with them on one table and make this work. Yeah. That's why I think probably, and that's the biggest reason. That's why I think the corporate department hasn't come.
Welcome back from that break. I hope you've gotten a little bit of what we have been talking about here. There's that discussion with Musta in where we're talking about creative spaces in Uganda. For the first time in the history of Uganda, we actually have a creative space, Richard, in Uganda. Yeah. There are 2 creative spaces for creative people to go. So you don't longer now need to put on your backpack and you wear your shorts and enter the restaurant and then you think, mulalo una tu se. Because you're wearing shorts, you've entered in an high-profile, sort of like restaurant and stuff.
Give you the food bill and they are coming.
Yes, at the same time, and then you go. So we're talking about that on the show, creative spaces, and we wanted to connect this to this business discussion that we're having. Richard, thank you very much, first of all. For the last part of the show, I want to take you straight to what does creativity bring to business success, in your opinion?
It's creativity allows you to stay ahead of the pack. It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer.
Yes.
Of things.
Yeah.
So we see it if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring. You will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind.
Yeah.
So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters. You will be an A-lister on the papers. Yeah. But if you do not know how to channel, because there's not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company. But every organization has to have a leader that knows how to harness that creativity.
That's the point. That right there, you've spoken it.
Yes, because it's man. Our society, sometimes I think it is in our conditioning, in our bringing up, when people attain positions of leadership. They wear the boss clock, instead of,
a servant person,
that is when now you need to be part of the other ones and know who is going to be coupled with who to achieve something. You know, creativity is all over the place. Harnessing it is a challenge.
So in other words, you're saying every business needs to have that one leader, that one person who harnesses the creativity in the team that they have in order for that business to be successful.
Yes, if they don't have that leader might come and go, but a system has to be created, or activities. It could be just activities, regular activities. That if a consistency is kept, a lot of our ideas will bounce off creative people and create one big thing.
Wow. Well, that is one takeaway from Richard right there. How can businesses harness from creativity to be successful in Uganda? Richard, let's dive to the next one. I want to just go to this next question. Why is creativity very important for the success of our business, in your opinion? Why is creativity very important for the success of our businesses?
For me, creativity is I'll take you a little bit back from what I mentioned. Is you don't want to start something for just starting's sake. Businesses have to grow. Businesses have to grow in revenue and in how many lives a business touches. You know, so creativity is very important for growth, because business is not about just growth of revenue. Creativity is very important for growth of any kind of organization.
In other words, Richard, you're saying, even as an individual, if I am not creative, there's nowhere, I can't wear this exact same shirt over and over. Even Balaam had to change his t-shirt at some point. We're used to Balaam wearing one type of t-shirt, and then at some point he had to change. So you're saying that we've got to be, it's important, creativity is important in business success as good as in an individual life, that we are reinventing ourselves over and over, and we're thinking about these things over and over. Richard, in that context, how does creativity facilitate the business growth, or how can it facilitate the business growth in Uganda? Take, for example, you guys of the Fun Factory. You started at the backyard of Kampala, and now you are in the city of Johannesburg, and, you know, springing out from there and going to the rest of Africa. And I'm sure soon enough, somebody's going to see you from Hollywood and say, these guys, Annington was here and was telling us how you're producing, you know, 14 different skits every single week. He says that we are the only group in the entire Africa who has managed to do this.
Entire Africa. And then in the world, I think it's only Fun Factory and Saturday Night Live that do a weekly sketch comedy show. Maybe somewhere in the Orientals, Japan, you know, but sketch comedy. New show every week. I think that contributes to why, you know, we worked out a formula. We've been working together for a long time. We figured out each other's strengths, and we know I could be good, but I'm better when I'm with Dixon Zizinga. Because I know exactly how I and him can gel well together and create something bigger than if he did a skit on his own. So that tags into what I explained earlier. You know, creativity is there, harnessing it can be a problem. It is very easy to have Fun Factory and not to have a breakthrough till now. Because humans are humans. You have to know the creativity alone cannot be the winning horse. So you're saying, how does it facilitate business growth? I think you know, whether we like it or not, whether formally or informally, we research. We research. Some people start businesses because they went around, they had, it is basically accidental research. But if we in the creative business accept and manage our creative business as well as businesses are managed, because it is a business, then we need to research.
So research and development is equally very important.
When you research and you know exactly what they want, and you already have this creativity, it will just boom.
Wow.
Because for us now, you know, Ugandans are the only kind of talents that can entertain all English-speaking Africa. not a lot of people are watching Nigerian movies here.
Yes.
Like they used to. Yeah? Now they are watching our content.
Yes.
But our research shows that when Ugandan dramas go to West Africa, West Africans find our dramas
more
superior.
Yes. To theirs.
To theirs.
Actually, a friend of mine, Utin Wachuku, who was in Big Brother, wrote to me one time and was saying the same thing. Yeah.
Now, you see, I'm going to tell you true stories here that will surprise you. But it is such research, not formally commissioned, that now allows us to even open the target wider.
Yes.
Because Zambia, Malawi, Ghana, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, even South Africa and Tanzania and Kenya can be our audience. Because before lockdown, we used to stream our show for 2 hours. And little did we know, it was Zambians and Malawians that were making the numbers. Until you act in Uganda, then you see comments. But now, please go back to English. Then when you check their profiles, Malawi, Zambia, Kenya, Rwanda. Yeah.
Yes.
It is that good for us. To capitalize on that. There's a time we had a TV drama called The Hostel, and it was airing on all Africa Magic channels at some point. So Ghana and Nigeria were watching. A friend of mine called me and told me, Richard, I'm going to win a bet here of $300. The Ghanaians who I'm watching The Hostel with think you guys are Zimbabwean. They think Uganda cannot produce this kind of stuff. He told them, wait for the credits and you will see. He won the bet, long story cut short. And he told me, Richard, make it a point to create for English-speaking West Africa. And, well, that we knew years ago. But the resources to achieve that, the only way, the best way to do it is to now entertain Africa digitally. So now, Fun Factory might need Eddie as a consultant.
Yes.
Really, I don't think creativity alone can be a winning horse. Research
and development.
Research and development, and then okay, we can create in this line, but the money, according to what we now know, will come from Rwanda and Kenya and Tanzania.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, everybody. You've heard from Richard. In fact, I want to allow Richard to read this by himself. This is probably the longest of a comment here. I want you to read that comment loud to everyone. This is coming because sometimes when I read the comment, people say yes.
This is thanks a lot, Mr. Richard, Tuanje, Kofi, and Chiwewa. I still think more thought should be put into which word is this?
Yes. Just want to
delineating
delineating the arts,
and cultural sector, creative sector, and separate it from the umbrella creative industry, especially to support policy and decision making. A businessman selling healthcare products is part of the healthcare industry, but not a healthcare professional simply because healthcare is well delineated. Please excuse us if we don't pronounce
delineating well. Very
I'm from Chiruhura. You cannot run away from yourself. It makes sense that we clearly delineate. I think it's delineate the arts and culture sector. From the big umbrella creative industry. Wouldn't you agree? It is also possible. This is more academic and less practical. I agree with him.
Yes.
I
also agree with him.
I really agree with him. We need to delineate it. We need to create a proper lane for the creative the arts and cultural sector. Though it's fueled by creativity, but it's the arts and culture sector. What we can just say is, at some point, if creativity has to help business growth, some basics don't change.
Which is always a constant. And then Richard, I want to just put this to my brother there. Thank you very much. First of all, my brother, Mr. Keith Nyende, you raise a fantastic point right there. And teacher Mpaire says, I love this conversation. So that's a
by the way, Keith, I know Keith is one of the brightest cultural entrepreneurs in our times. that guy was the brainchild behind Nyege Nyege.
Wow.
He was the first person to imagine wider and dare to do a festival on the Nile.
Yes. Wow. And thank you very much, Keith. Thank you very much, Teacher Mpare, for being a part of the show. I want to dive straight to a comment coming all the way from Australia. Dennis in Australia is always a constant guy watching the show. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing Richard Coffey onto the show. Is one of my favorite actors out of Uganda. He keeps me out of home, you know, happy. I am glued to, you know, watching the Fun Factory all the way. I live in Sydney. And thank you very much for bringing these guys always on the show. Tell Richard to continue channeling out the things that I love. And people don't understand that this particular discussion is good for us because we don't usually get sort of like the interesting ideas that come out of Uganda. There's no TV that looks after the people who are in the diaspora. So Richard, shout out to you.
We're just having that conversation because you came back.
And I want to go to a WhatsApp message here coming from the US. First of all, shout out to Coach Anthony Ndaula and of course, you know, my professor from another mother, Professor Penny Nachayo, Assistant Professor for Design Communication, Washington University. Ugandans are in big places.
You are rubbing shoulders with the...
And
I need to get in touch with that one.
And you know, she always said that we need to come with a design identity for Uganda.
That's
design identity for Uganda. So Professor Penny Nachayo, thank you so much. Yes,
that is very important.
And Anthony Ndaula, I want to dive out to JB Atine all the way in Belgium. Says is always loving the discussion. JB is into the IT sector in Belgium, and these are big people doing serious consultancy in you know, outside countries, and we say it in Uganda. Guys, shout out to all of you guys. I want to go straight to my brother from another mother in Denmark. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing Richard to Wanje. Faizo and Richard today nailed the show. I wish Faizo wasn't running. I would want to hear more coming from those fellows about how we can actually make money out of creativity. Most businesses in Kampala, back in Kampala, think that creative people are crazy, but no one will buy a tomato that is packed in a sack, but I will buy a tomato which is nicely packaged and put in a cavera that I can see with a label made out of Uganda or product of Uganda. That's what creativity does.
Wow.
You
know, and you see, simple. It's just usually a simple twist. Yeah, that creates another breakthrough.
Yes.
And you see, most of the creative ideas that change the world or change sectors or bring in new trends, you look at the idea and you're like, whoa, how is it that I didn't think about that? You know?
Because the smallest thing, Richard, are usually the most difficult thing to people to see. That's why creative people needs to be paid money.
Yes,
because the thing that you're looking at it as very small is usually the biggest thing that people are looking for. And I want to dive straight to South Africa before we we need to go back and finish the show. That gentleman on the show is my best actor in that comedy show. I am a guy who love watching the things. It's an amazing to see him at that calm, that professional, and out of the stage, out of character. I'm actually discussing how we can take things. I'm a Ugandan living in South Africa. This channel is my place to be.
Wow.
And thank you very much, guys. I want to just take Richard back to the show. I told you to send your kisses, and this is coming. If you think we're not doing well, please diss us. If you think we're doing well, kiss us. Richard, this discussion, I know it's going to be a very important discussion to most people. And of course, we're going to be looking more into having a discussion with you going forward. How does creativity, Richard, or rather, my last question to you actually for the day, why is creativity very important for an entrepreneur? The world describes Uganda as the most entrepreneurial country in the world.
Yes.
But Ugandan businesses that are usually started, as they always say, die before they see the next birthday. In fact, to me, we don't go beyond 6 months of our existence. And people are always wondering that Ugandans are very creative, they're very entrepreneurial, but how businesses don't go beyond that. Richard, there's a university or an organization that did research, studies about entrepreneurship, you know, about Uganda as being the most culturally diverse country in the world.
True.
And I think they've imagined you know, sort of like paid money for that research to come out. Now, all of this research is about Uganda, it's about the people out of Uganda, it's about Africa, it's about why is it that our businesses don't go beyond that? And today we're talking about creativity for business success in Uganda. Yes. My last question to you for the show is, why is creativity important for an entrepreneur? Because most people start businesses and think that they're just going to run. I don't need a designer, I don't need a copywriter.
That's true. It is very important for, you know, at the core, the simple basic of being an entrepreneur is you're presenting something new, or you're solving a big problem in a new way. That is, maybe you're making it comfortable for your target audience, or cheaper, you know, or you have basically killed or presented something new to buy and give people an experience. Because I think we can never think from the standpoint of the entrepreneur. We have to think from also the standpoint of the buyer.
Yes.
You know, what is the experience? Or what is the convenience that you are causing? Now that means you cannot come and do exactly what has been around. Now for me, in my thinking, I think that is the biggest problem with entrepreneurs or business startups. There's a syndrome we have as Ugandans. We come to fit in. We want to fit in. You think you can be a good singer, you come to fit in into what is happening. You think you can enter the whatever kind of business, you come to fit in, not to present it in a better or different way or convenient way for the end consumer. So for me, that is the challenge. Now, if you are not going to fit in, you need to have creativity. You need to work with teams. Like I told you, Fun Factory is made of like 10, 12 very creative minds. But Dixon's creativity amplifies mine, or mine gels well with his, and a big product is created. Dixon alone can earn all the money he wants if he's well managed. And I can. But if we figure out
come together,
what we want to bring on the table, if we want to sell it to, say, entire Uganda and Bantu-speaking, you know, Africa, then we have to put together a team and hit it. So for me, don't fit in. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you don't have to fit in. Twist what has been around. And how are you going to do it if you don't get creative teams together? But I don't know, we need a creative hub in Uganda where you know, this is my idea, but I need a brain like Okilas, then I need so and so. Where we are so weak also in Uganda is we are so weak on partnerships.
Because we're very individualistic in our nature, in our thinking. You know, we're quite very myopic and quite very mediocre-ish in a way of doing things, if the word exists. I'm talking about the word mediocrity striving where there's ignorance.
In Uganda, man, mediocrity is a standard. It is a standard, as they hit it like chukulie.
Well, guys, I told you this show is going to be very interesting. Richard, we're going to bring the show to a close. Creativity for innovation and profit. What's your score?
Creativity for innovation
and profit. Yes, what's your score?
How I've done over the years. I think I am happy that I am above average. 6, and I know now how to earn the other portion that I have not.
The 4.
Okay. But it is a good thing to be consistent. Along the way, we had many reasons to give up, man. Many reasons to give up. But man, bro, if you have a dream, if you see what it can be 10 years from where you're standing, it gives you a reason to keep going. While you think it is big, you might even hit it in 4 years, and then, you know. So let's say I'm there, 6.57. You're going to be seeing what we are creating. By the way, personally, I'm happy COVID came.
So it wasn't really negative as everybody put it.
No. For example, It's because we are not here to specifically talk about what we did, or is it okay?
No, please, yes.
When we went for total lockdown, it hit us, you know. We had a weekly comedy show at the National Theatre.
Yeah.
Every week we do 52 shows.
Yes.
Yeah. A year. Fresh new shows. Then we have for the affluent Kampalan who wants to pay 100,000 shillings. Then we have some at the Serena that reports there. But now this is total lockdown. We went into lockdown. We thought it was going to be 1 month. It became 2. It became 3.
90 days became 140.
Yeah, towards the end of the second month, we figured things were not going to be the same again. So we got what our craft and what we used to produce. It was the raw material we used to churn out comedy shows. So we decided now to use this craft to produce content that fits the times, awareness about the COVID. But the water had to be comedy. We had to crack people up.
The ingredient was was that.
We had to crack people up. They needed to laugh in their houses.
The world was stressed. The world needed some laughters.
You know, when we went into lockdown, our videos would have, say, 100,000 views from the previous night. Yeah, 100,000 from the previous night. But now, during total lockdown, when we started putting out really funny content, that is bearing, had a bearing around the COVID-19. You put it up, and in 24 hours, it has 600,000 viewers. So we went on with that. And when we started, partners were watching. Not partners then, partners now.
Because they never come at the beginning of it. Most have said they need to come now, because if they're not part of us now. In fact, Pfizer said,
by the time
the corporates don't come now, we don't need the corporate. We will be corporation ourselves.
But you see, we have a big part to play on teaching them how powerful, how really powerful the arts are in driving business. Because
which is the essence of this show today.
You know,
please.
And you see, for us, that is how we have survived, by using the craft now in a different space. So we did that. MasterCard came on board, Twaweza, and that's how we've been doing it. Now, why I say we need to teach now the business sector how important the arts are. I do advertising copywriting. Sometimes I sit in boardrooms and they are giving me briefs, and they really want an ad that can touch people, not just communicate. But most cases, you go through a session of schooling them on why what you're creating will work. Because it is, I'm not saying it in a bad way, but most people who preside over big offices that make decisions on how a product is going to be communicated with the brand, we still have a lot of them who operate textbook. Proper textbook.
It's a standard operating procedure.
Yes, these are the parameters. But we guys know the temperature of the audiences.
And the consumers.
Yes, so you have to tell them, if you really want to do mass market, we are going to get off this lane a bit, put one foot this side. So there's always that fear of risking, because they are not managing their own money, some of them.
And they often take back the budget. Navi was here on the CEO bench, and he says, I really get mad when the marketing manager is taking back the budget meant for marketing, and he's taking it back. That person should be fired, because why would you be given a budget to market things and you're taking it back? Well, Richard, thank you very much for coming to the show today. We will definitely be bringing you back next week to discuss the importance of creativity in making businesses successful. We've started the drumming of these things. What are the importance of business, of creativity in business, and how can we harness that, processes and the importance of that to make businesses more successful in Uganda? Everyone is crying in Uganda or in Africa or across the world, but I think that we can do something that will allow us to get there, allow us to understand how we can use creativity for businesses to be successful in Uganda. Once again, I want to say thank you so much for coming to the show. And of course to Faizo, your final parting shot. By the way, excuse me, you are heavily, requested to come on the show by so many people. When we started the Creative Spaces, and we brought, most to talk about the creative spaces, and Faizo is a resident panelist here. They said the next topic, when you're moving away from creative spaces, you need to bring people who are going to tell us how creativity can be used in business for it to be successful. And overall, there was a lot of nomination for you to come onto the show. There's a lot of vote for, my brother from another mother, Jeremy Biemanzi, to come on the show. Wow. And our job is to make sure you come to the program.
That is very flattering, because I don't think I've informed myself very well, but I'm on that path.
Yes.
But what I know is, we are not in a bad place, but there's a lot of growth we can achieve. And most importantly, we need to inspire the generations that are coming after us, because we have a generation that really wants things to be easy. When
and
we
if
want
they're not grounded, it might be very problematic.
Lucky enough, they are in a time where actually things can get easier than they were for us. If they get to know the basics and what to do while you keep the patients on.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. Creative industry has come to an end, but we want to close up the show by allowing Richard. He said at the beginning of the show that he's doesn't know whether he's a musician or he's a singer, so we want to know. He's going to close up the show with that part of the show. Is he a musician or a singer? You're going to vote for yourself. Over to you, Richard.
I'm a singer who sings for fun.
Yes.
Yes. So I get surprised when people pay. But anyway, do you know I started out as a singer?
Yes.
Something I shocked myself.
Yes, and also see what the target you had in you. Yes.
Had I known what I know now,
yes, yes,
then
yes,
I would have had to fly in for this interview.
All right, guys, the creative industry, it's a wrap from us here. Richard Ediokila, Faizo Chiwewa in Belgium, and to all of you guys all across the world, we want to say thank you. And to the crew here that makes this camera and the lighting and the things looks really beautiful, we want to say thank you. It is a teamwork, not Okila work, that makes things happen. Until next week, we'll be talking about the importance of creativity in making businesses successful, both in Uganda and all across the world. Stay right there. We'll be right back next week. Signing out, Ediokila, Richard, Faizo. It's a wrap.
Thank you.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector, if there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011.
Yeah.
And before then, I was
for so much.
Yes.
CEO of whatever.
Yes.
They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you.
Yes.
And the goal
Yes.
is to weaken you financially.
Yes.
Is to weaken your honor.
Yes.
These are slanderers.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night
Yes.
to ask and learn about me.
Yeah.
And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas,
Yeah.
when they go there,
Yeah.
one of the things, because the media has been so much, and
Yeah.
Sam Kutesa,
Yeah.
the Minister of Foreign Affairs,
Yeah.
has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue.
Yeah.
Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person.
Yeah.
Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue.
Yeah.
And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. See, so one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported.
Yeah.
You know, many people who write on this subject,
Yes.
like Sylvia Tamale,
Yes.
she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation,
Yes.
Carnegie Foundation.
Yes.
There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually streaming from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering.
Yes.
I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, or I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more share.
Yes.
You know, there's someone out there, a girl who's looking at you and saying, you know what, I want to be an MVP, like Liz one day. Okay, so I just want you to look right into the camera and talk to that little girl. Let her know the steps that she needs to reach where you have reached and go even above that?
I'll call them the little princesses.
Okay.
Love what you do. Have purpose. Go at it with all your heart. Make sure every dream of yours comes to pass. But above all, God first. That factor, you can never put it out when you want something in life. Yes, God first, then basketball with purpose. Yes.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
You know, we're working on a case in Mityana, and this is one of the saddest cases I had ever dealt with, because this woman was pregnant. It just portrays an ordinary Ugandan woman.
Yeah.
Very pregnant with twins. She didn't have money for a scan, so she didn't know she had twins. So she reaches, time to give birth, she goes to a health center 3. When she reaches there, she produces the first twin. After giving birth to the first twin, the second one was breech. Unfortunately, the health center 3 couldn't give her a C-section. So they give her a referral letter to go to Mityana General Hospital. Mityana General Hospital was 13 kilometers away on a Maram Road. Now just know there are no ambulances. They had to put on a border.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As you all know, You and the Law is simply about the law and making it simple for any person in this country. Because as we've always discussed, the law affects every aspect of our lives, so it's only safer that you know about the law. This particular edition of You and the Law is focusing on COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights. And today, in studio, we're discussing about the right to health. But before we go there, we need to know, what does the right to health mean? Who has the duty to fulfill that right? How has COVID-19 affected it? With me is Ms. Rose Wachikona. Rose is the Senior Program Officer at the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. Rose, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, and thank you for having me here.
How have you been?
I've been good. I've been good. We're attending the Rule of Law Symposium for Uganda Law Society today.
Okay.
And we're discussing this very topic, so it's interesting that I'm carrying it on this show.
That's fine. So, talking about SEHAD, the kind of things that you do, maybe for somebody who could be, hearing about you for the first time, the organization, you could give us a little bit of a sneak peek into what the center does.
SEHAD was started in 2009, and the primary purpose of setting up the organization was to promote the justiciability of the right to health.
Justiciability?
The justiciability,
Some
which
of those words
enforcement.
Okay.
To make sure that you can enforce. There's a lot of concentration on civil political rights at that time, the right to vote, right to practice your religion, freedom of movement, all those civil political rights, as we would call them, but there was very little emphasis on what we call socio-economic rights, which deal majorly with social security, like the right to food, right to adequate food, the right to health, the right to clean and healthy environment, some of the right to shelter, all those fall within socio-economic and cultural rights. So we were challenging ourselves to say, are we able, is a human being, a Ugandan, able to enforce a socio-economic right within this country? So the organization was set up in 2009 to ensure that it does that. Its major aim was to do advocacy, to do litigation, but also empowerment in terms of the right to health. And we've done several cases in public interest litigation, majorly looking at maternal health, but we've also extended into issues of regulation of the private sector when it comes to health, and issues of mental health. So we've expanded into several areas where we've made inroads in litigating the right to health.
Okay, you sort of starting on a high note, talking about how enforceable this right is, but perhaps before we got there, can we just understand when we talk about the right to health, what are we talking about? Why should I care about the right to health? Like, what's the big deal about this right?
The right to
what
health.
does it contain as a package? What do I find? What will I find there if I say this is the right to health?
The right to health has its bedrock or its foundation in the human rights of Uganda. When you talk about the human rights of Uganda, they were set up after the Second World War. So countries went to war, they fought each other, everyone died. Then afterwards they said, we should stop killing each other. We should find a way of living harmoniously.
Yes.
So in 1948, the UN set up this big assembly. They met together and they passed what we call the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Yeah.
So many countries in the world, including countries that you wouldn't assume, are actually signatories to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they established several human rights. And then they established several committees and several conventions to come up with specific rights and explain them. So thereafter, they set up what we call the Convention of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. So it has under Article 12 what they call the right to the highest attainable standard of health.
Highest attainable
Standard of health. So this doesn't mean that you have a right to be healthy, that every time you get malaria, the government must be held responsible. No, no, you must take care of your own health, but it means that the government must put in place certain things to make sure that you're able to enjoy the highest attainable standard of health. Not just your physical health, but your mental health, your spiritual health, your social well-being, everything to make sure that you are okay and living in that particular way. So Uganda ratified this particular convention, and then we haven't yet domesticated it into our constitution per se, but jurisprudence or court decisions, which can also make law, have read into the fact that if you have ratified an instrument internationally, then you can enforce a particular right at a domestic level. So we enforce it through that, but we also enforce it through the right to life, and also through the right to freedom from cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment, and also the right to dignity. So what does it mean for a normal Ugandan if the right exists? The right means that the government has what we call 3 obligations. There is an obligation to respect, an obligation to protect, and an obligation to fulfill.
Okay, that's a very interesting area. Yes, so let's build on those obligations, because I want to see Ugandans holding people accountable on some of these issues. So when you talk about respect, what does it actually mean?
When we talk about respect, it means that the government by itself should stay away from violating that human right. So they shouldn't do anything that would not enable you to enjoy the right to health.
What are the things that a government would do that would make you sick?
For example, they can put in place a law or a policy that would forbid you from accessing that particular right. So they have to stay away from that. Equally, maybe they may take away a health center. There they are taking away your right, so they are not respecting it in that particular
region.
You're enforcing another human right, the right to health. Yeah, it could be in freedom from cruel, human and degrading
but it affects your health.
But it does affect your health, because all human rights are interlinked, and they just sort of feed into each other. So you can't have one without having the other, and it's one of the basic principles of human rights. So they cannot in any way stand in the way of you. Like, for example, if you remember what happened in COVID-19. Women were pregnant, they had to go to hospital to give birth.
Yes.
But then the curfew was saying that everyone must be at home.
And get
but
a pass.
I am due. So that in itself means the government is not respecting your human right because they are placing a barrier in place of you being able to
We'll talk about those COVID experiences later on.
Yes.
But you talked about 3 rights, you've explained one.
Yes.
How about the protect option?
The protect
obligation.
option now extends to third parties. When you're talking about protecting, it means that the government must make sure that no third party hinders your right to health. So they must put in place processes to make sure that people don't stop you from enjoying your right to health. I'll give an example of maybe if you've got an accident on the road and you need emergency care and you're rushed to a hospital, they have in their guidelines what they say that when a person comes in and they need emergency help, before they pay, treat them, put them in a place where they are okay and can survive, then they pay later. Now, where a health facility tells you that cash down before we put your leg back in order, the government has not put in place enough protective mechanisms for you to enjoy your right to health. So it's about the government's obligation to make sure that third parties do not interfere with your right to health. And the last one, which is fulfill, is the most contentious. Because the other 2 are easy. They just mean an obligation. But the challenge with fulfilling is that it imposes a positive obligation on the government. That beyond you stopping other people or beyond you stopping yourself from interfering in my right to health, I must go ahead and put in place certain things to make sure that you enjoy your right to health.
What are those things?
They must put in place hospitals, they must put in place health workers, they must put in place what we call goods and services.
Goods and services.
Goods and services.
Personnel.
Exactly. Everything, all that, medicine, equipment, blood must be, everything must run efficiently as per the 5 pillars of the public health system.
Okay. Rose, you mentioned that we don't have an express law on the right to health. So how have you been, what have you been basing your advocacy on? Because then people would say, you know, it's not by mistake that Uganda has not ratified this. Maybe it's by design. I don't know. So where do you then derive your mandate from, especially at the national level?
At a national level, where we derive our mandate from, as I said, our constitution within itself doesn't expressly provide for the right to health. But thereunder, they have a particular provision where they say that all the rights that are stated within Chapter 4 do not preclude other rights that are contained in any other instrument. They equally go ahead to say that if Uganda has ratified any other international instrument, then it can be enforced under the Constitution. So we have ratified the International Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. We've also ratified the African Charter, which provides for the right to health under Article 14. So we can therefore enforce them there.
Also, you squeeze around.
So it's a tall order. You go around the mountain, go around, but ultimately you arrive. But our Supreme Court, in a recent decision that was passed last year, I think it is a case that we had litigated on maternal health, where we were talking about challenging government's failure to provide basic maternal health commodities within public health facilities. Court agreed with us, and they said that the right to health is intrinsically provided for in the Constitution and therefore can be enforced. So that within itself, by court making that pronouncement, you can rely on that directly.
You will survive under the, because Supreme Court definitely makes laws. And you talked about cases. I know that you put in a couple of cases in court on different, health rights. I don't know what your experience has been, litigating matters related to the right to health. What are some of the issues, challenges that you've been encountering?
I think some of the challenges that we have found is, number one, in the failure to delink the right to health from medical negligence. There is a need to always, the judges always, they don't understand the right to health independent of.
As a concept of its own.
Exactly, independent of medical negligence. The problem with medical negligence is that it looks at health in isolation, and it looks at the wrong that has been committed by a health worker individually. But when we tried to take cases to court through that way, we found that our system within itself is flawed. So a health worker may be available, but they cannot work on a patient because they have no gloves. Or maybe there is a case we had in Arua where there were 2 midwives and they were working on 40 mothers on a ward at one time. Definitely issues of blood, blood transfusion. A health worker may be there, but they don't have blood to transfuse you with. Or another case that we worked on in Mitiana, where the midwife was looking at a woman bleeding, but because they had no gloves, she couldn't even touch the woman. So people will blame the health worker, but then the system must support the health worker to do their job. And medical negligence cannot support such a claim. It cannot support it. So you have to take it through the right to health, because then you're able to attack the system in its entirety instead of limiting it to maybe the limitations of a health worker, because our health system within itself is completely flawed.
I mean, that's quite a chilling account, you know, some of the revelations you're highlighting here. So then, with all the issues that we have in our health sector already, we get COVID-19. Novel, some people argue that, you know, when it was in China, we were like, you know, that's a Chinese problem. We're good, you know, as a country. But then, I think it was around March or something like that, we started, the signal started dropping in that perhaps the virus is not very far from home, and a lot of things, you know, had to change. So at this point, I would like to get your insights specifically on how COVID-19 impacted on, of course, human rights broadly, but specifically for this conversation, the right to health, because it's a health issue, of course. COVID is, but specifically from the way you've crafted explain the right to our viewers, we now see what obligations accrue and what needs to be done, and perhaps what was done. So I think we'll start on, after a short break, on how the government of Uganda responded and how the virus affected our country. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we are sitting with Ms. Rose Wachikona from the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, that we mainly know, popularly know as CEHAD, to discuss how COVID-19 has affected the right to health. Let's go for a short break. We'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry. You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochomo, your host. Today we're discussing the right to health, and we're privileged to have Ms. Rose Wachikona, a Senior Program Officer at the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. Rose, welcome back from the break.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so before we went for the break, we started this conversation on how the right to health has been directly hit or affected by COVID-19. And I thought you could, pick on from there. What are your insights?
I don't think it has affected it negatively. I think it has exposed the challenges and the things that we have been talking about for the past, I don't know how many years.
Okay.
People always had this presumption that, social security is not an issue that we should put a lot of effort into. You people are asking for too much. There is this theory that they call progressive realization, that we can only put into social security as much as the country has. And that is when all our political leaders and all our mainstream ministries would keep saying that, Uganda is a developing country. And they even forget that we moved to developing and developed, and they say, we are a third world country, we have no money, we have no money. So internationally, the government had made commitments. They made commitments in the Abuja Declaration, where they said that they are going to commit 15% of the entire national budget to health.
15%.
15%.
Colossal sum.
That was about 10 years ago, I think, in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. But 10 years down the road, they can't do it. They are stuck at about 5%. I think this year we are at 6.5%, if I'm not mistaken. So they had hit a stall. And even that 6.5 that they committed to healthcare within the country, 70% of it is funded by external donors.
Yeah.
So maybe the EU will come in and contribute something to malaria, USAID will come in and contribute something to HIV, and that is the way that they would consolidate their budget. But the government was putting very minuscule resources into the right to health. But it's not only the right to health in isolation, even in education, even in shelter. We know very well that this country is suffering shelter deficit within the country itself. But they were doing nothing about it. They were no more interested in politics, politicking, prisons, and things to do with civil and political rights.
COVID,
But now when COVID came, it exposed the rot that existed. Suddenly our healthcare system could not take in patients. It was ill-equipped. We had very few health workers who could even manage patients of the stature of COVID. They couldn't do free and mandatory testing as was expected by the WHO. We had no ICUs, no beds. We had nothing. We even had no PPEs. And indeed, the developed world was saying that, Africans are going to die like ants. And we all prepared to die like ants. But thank God that didn't happen, and that anticipation of gloom didn't happen. But it exposed what is going on within our healthcare system. The second wave of COVID-19, we saw how people struggled just to raise money to treat one COVID patient. It just showed us that all of us are one. illness away from total, complete poverty.
Yeah.
And it showed the importance of having social security. So the conversation started changing. Right now, even for the ULS to hold an entire symposium on the right to health, for me, it's an achievement within itself. Because way back, they are like, no, they are arresting some political prisoners. Let's go and rescue some victims of torture, which I know is very important. But ideally, a person's well-being and their ability to live a life which is of quality, I think it supersedes any other thing.
So you're celebrating?
We are celebrating.
Some people could argue that you're being sadist, you know, in a way, because I've spoken to people who've talked about other rights, labor, education, everything, and people are giving a gloomy picture, but you're here smiling.
I am. I am, because even now when I go to court, it's very easy for a judge to understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
When you look at the maternal health petition that we argued it for over 10 years.
Yes.
And we were pushing court to understand that it is important for a health facility to have a glove so that a woman can give birth safely. And a judge couldn't understand that. They just couldn't. And you push. Finally, they agree. But now, when we filed a case challenging the regulation of private health facilities, suddenly everyone was understanding where we are coming from. The judge was like, indeed, these health facilities are charging too much money. How can you charge 5 million per person? No, the government agreed, and the matter was settled within a span of 1 month, which is something we had never heard of, because the government felt it wasn't a priority for them to look at social security. So for me to walk into a courtroom with a case, with a cause of action in the right to health, and a judge welcomes it, for me that calls for celebration.
Okay, quite a rare one, to be honest, from the number of people that we've hosted here. But then I'll take you to the government interventions. So of course, when the virus, came here, government had to act to ensure that we curb down its spread. But what do you make of the interventions that were put in place, and to what extent did they protect the right to health? What worked?
I think the COVID-19 exposed where we are going in the future with human rights, and that is the conflict that arises between human rights. Right now you look at public health, then you look at them limiting our rights to freedom, you look at limiting the right to education, limiting the freedom to movement, and you see the tag. You begin to look at the tag. The interventions of the government, of course, were timely. For that, we thank them for whatever it is that they did. And they took it too far at one point. They took it too far because the purpose of limiting human rights was in order for them to establish, to prepare for the next phase, if I would say. So the first lockdown, they said, oh, all of you stay home. Let us buy beds. Let's equip our hospitals. Let's procure PPEs. Let's work on vaccines. And we all understood. And we stayed home. But they didn't do that. They didn't procure PPEs. They didn't equip our health facilities. They didn't do anything. So when the second phase comes in, again, it finds us where we were in the first phase. And again, they lock us down in order to prepare for a third wave. But again, they still haven't done what they are supposed to do. So the challenge is we now begin to delve deep into what does it mean to restrict a person's human rights indefinitely. When you're talking about restricting the right to education, and a child has been seated at home indefinitely, you don't know when the schools are going to open. Is that justifiable in a democratic society? We have to begin asking ourselves some of these questions, because it's well and good, even our constitution says that these rights can be limited for purposes of national security, which includes, it has been interpreted again in another case in the Supreme Court, to include issues of public health. But then again, there are schools of thought that are coming in to say, what does it mean to restrict my right indefinitely? So there are people who have come up, and there are decisions that have been made on how you can be able to restrict a human right. And number one, they say it must be within law. Now, the restriction of human rights on the basis of law is under the Public Health Act.
Yes.
But our Public Health Act was made in 1935. It caters to diseases like smallpox, measles, diseases of long ago. Some of us just hear them. Like there used to be smallpox somewhere, but really it's not a reality for most of us. And this brings to our mind archaic laws. Can you limit my right based on an archaic law?
But we had presidential directives. Were they not filling the void?
But now those presidential directives, were they made legally? Because under the Public Health Act, the powers are given to the minister. I don't know when our president became a minister, but he constituted himself into a wrong.
Some people argue,
it's a wrong office.
That ministers exercise delegated authority.
No, but for her, she's given powers directly from the law. But now she was deriving her powers from the presidential directives instead of from the Public Health Act, as she is mandated to do. So that within itself also wasn't legally done. The person who was supposed to be at the forefront of the fight against COVID-19 was supposed to be the minister to issue ministerial directives and statutory instruments. But now they turned it upside down. But on a basis of a law which is an inheritance of colonialism. Again, we go down to the discussions that we are having right now of decolonizing some of our laws. And this is not the only law. I'll also point out another archaic law we have in health, which is the Venereal Diseases Act.
What makes it archaic? Is it just the year of birth?
No, it was made in 1975. Do we still call them venereal diseases?
I have no idea.
They are now called sexually transmitted infections. But the law that is supposed to deal with some of these diseases still refers to syphilis, you know, all the diseases, not the new current STIs that we have. And it is the similar situation. So our law wasn't prepared to handle an epidemic like COVID-19. It wasn't, because it was on a basis of old law. It is really, really an old law. So it brings in issues. This law was even made before the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which means that even within itself, it doesn't contextualize or bring the human rights aspects. So it centers not the patient, it centers the doctor. So the decision of the doctor becomes final in everything that you do. They will look at you and say, oh, it seems you have COVID-19, and then they will mandate your quarantining. They will mandate they can enter, search your property without any notice. They can destroy your property without compensation, isolate your family without any compensation to you, without any notice, without any explanation. Because in those days, public health was centered around the doctor, but never the patient. So that is the problem with that particular law. So we have statutory instruments that come out that again center the health worker. That's why you see women dying on streets while trying to give birth. You see so many things that are going wrong, but it's because we haven't inculcated human rights within our particular laws.
So as far as you are concerned, COVID only acted to expose what you've been singing about and just telling us as a country that, okay, perhaps now you can hear us out.
Indeed. It exposed the rot within our healthcare system. Our healthcare system has a lot of challenges, right from the skilling of our doctors to the point of equipping our health facilities. You know, we're working on a case in Mitiana, and this is one of the saddest cases I had ever dealt with, because this woman was pregnant. It just portrays an ordinary Ugandan woman. Very pregnant with twins. She didn't have money for a scan, so she didn't know she had twins. So she reaches, time to give birth, she goes to a health center 3. When she reaches there, she produces the first twin. After giving birth to the first twin, the second one was breech. Unfortunately, the health center 3 couldn't give her a C-section. So they give her a referral letter to go to Mityana General Hospital. Mityana General Hospital was 13 kilometers away on a Maram Road. Now just know there are no ambulances. They had to put on a border. So they put on a border, she sits like a man and they start moving. Along the way she falls off. Then they carry her, put her back. Then they reach Mityana General Hospital. When they reached there, she had only got one mama kit in antenatal because the expectation was she was going to give birth to one child. So at Mityana General Hospital, the midwife asked her, "Where is your mama kit?" It's like, "I don't know. I don't have." They used it the other side.
Okay. Rose, we need to go for a break. We'll pick on from there and try to look to the future, thinking about how do we handle this in case we find ourselves in this situation. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. Today we're discussing the right to health. How has it been affected by COVID-19? Let's go for a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. Today we're discussing the right to health and how it's been affected by COVID-19. And with me in studio is Rose Wachikona, our Senior Program Officer at CEHAD. CEHAD is the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. Rose, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So we need to look at the future. We can walk a few steps back. Because I remember when COVID came, everybody said, you know, we've handled Ebola before. We've handled cholera before. So this will pass as well. But I wanted to sort of start with asking, what lessons have we learned or should we learn from COVID-19? What are those things that we should reflect on as a country? And then later on, we shall talk about, you know, your recommendation. But I thought it's important to learn first. What do we learn from the current situation that we find ourselves in from the angle of health rights?
I think one of the biggest lessons that we have learned is about quality of life. We emphasize a lot, especially in African tradition, but even in Uganda, the number of people we have. But we rarely consider the quality of lives that people live. And we leave it to people to fend for themselves at that level. And you know, socio-economic cultural rights come in to buttress the issue of quality of life.
Yes.
So I think the big learning was the quality of life that people live actually matters.
Yes.
It's important to have social security in place. People should be able to walk into a hospital and get treatment. People should be able to walk into a school and get out in P7 when they can read and write.
That should be the normal.
That should be the normal. It shouldn't be the abnormal that, oh my God, you can read a book. So some of these things we should normalize having good quality life.
Yes.
And I think as a country that is something that we need to begin demanding from our government. We need to begin demanding strongly. And for me, that was a big learning. But also the other big learning, which we knew, but we didn't really know, was the gaps in our healthcare system and how hard hit it was, how our healthcare workers suffered to hold this country afloat when we were suffering with COVID-19. So for me, I think those were some of the big learnings we had.
Okay. So we're looking at the future. Rose could be our Minister of Health, or you know, having a portfolio in the government, and then you are a duty bearer, like you've been explaining set obligations at the start of this show. Worst case scenario, we find ourselves in a similar situation in pandemic and natural disaster of these proportions. Can you run us through a few ideas that you think can enable the country prepare better to be able to deal with that problem and ensure that we protect people's right to health? What should be done to say that, okay, if anything like this happens again, we are good as a country, we'll deal with it?
I think the first thing we need to do is to honor our international obligations. As a country, we need to increase funding for health. We need to increase funding as of yesterday. We can't be here and saying that 70% of our health budget is being financed by external people who will then dictate what they can or cannot finance. That's why you'll find maybe HIV has a lot of money, but things like TB have no money at all. Issues like cancer have no money at all. It's because our healthcare system is being managed by external partners. As a country, we need to urgently increase our budget, internal budget, not external budget for health. Let us pay our health workers well. What's wrong with the doctor getting 5 million shillings per month? Will the country die? They won't. There is no evil in paying our health workers well. There is no evil in buying medicine and equipping our hospitals. But that will only come when we prioritize the funding of our health care system. But the second thing that is coming up, and which has really struck us hard in this COVID-19 pandemic, is our archaic laws. We keep talking about, we're celebrating Independence Day. Afterwards I said, but what are we independent from? If they are still holding me accountable to laws,
And 1935 law,
that were left for by the British have moved on. They no longer have those laws on their statutes books, but as we cling on to them as if, you know, the other time I was talking to a fellow lawyer and I was wondering, why are our judges wearing wigs? Why are they wearing why are we forced to wear flaps, gowns, what? Those are not African things.
you have to wear a backcloth to court.
Let us wear a backcloth to court. The Kenyans have done it, and I think they've done a really good job of decolonizing their judiciary. They've done a good job of decolonizing their justice system. I think we need to borrow a leaf. Instead of thinking that a lawyer is that person who wears a wig in court, let it be a lawyer is that person who wears backcloth in court.
Not a witch doctor.
So let us decolonize our laws. I think our Public Health Act has shown us that our Uganda Law Reform Commission needs to wake up. There are very many laws on our statute books that are just not cognizant of what is going on in the country right now or the recent developments in science. And we need to be able to update them according to our African context. And we need to deal with things in an African way. During COVID-19, we were borrowing heavily from WHO, which was borrowing heavily from the global north. But we found that their solutions were not working for us.
Not fitting.
They say social distance, but you're living in a house with 10 people and there are 2 rooms. How are you going to social distance? So we need homegrown solutions to some of our challenges instead of just relying on God to save us. This time he saved us in COVID-19. The next pandemic, he might not be able to do that.
So for you, it's about financing the sector, legal review, and that should be able to. Now, part of the emphasis of this show is on rights-based approaches to pandemics. And I'm wondering, from where you sit, what are some of these, how would that look? What does a right-based approach to a pandemic, what would it look like? And if Uganda has been following those approaches?
By and large, Uganda has not been following those approaches, especially with its statutory instruments. As I told you right now, there is a criteria for limiting human rights. Because in the human rights discourse, you can't limit a human right because of public interest, which includes public health. So, but to restrict it, there are 3 criteria that you must meet. The first one is that it must be set in law, that this right can be legally restricted. The second one is that it must address a pressing concern. And the last is that there must be a time limit. We have not done anything about time limits. We've had curfew for the past, I don't know, 3 years now. I don't even know how. But that is an abrogation of my human right. But there is no end in sight for curfew. So every now and then, the reason why they insist on limiting the restriction is that every time you limit it, you must reassess whether you need to continue or not. This thing of restricting the right to education without any end in sight. So even that within itself needs to be addressed, especially the time factor for the limitations of the human right. But at the same time, not thinking that COVID-19 is the only disease that affects people. People need their ARVs, they need their contraceptives, they need their condoms. Allow them to be able to get them in peace.
Yes. Okay. Viewers, Rose has made a very strong case. One, we need to fund our health sector. We need to review our laws as a country, because then we'll be able to live with the times when you get a pandemic that is disturbing us in this day and age. Stop relying on cake laws. And I hope MPs out there or responsible ministers are listening, are watching, and able to take action, because today we might survive, but we don't know what the future could look like. With that, viewers, we've come to the end of today's episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom, and we've been having a discussion on the right to health with Rose Wachikona from the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. And next week, we'll have a look at another right which has been affected by the pandemic. And that you will get to know when the show runs. With that, we've come to the end. I'll see you next time.
Good afternoon. It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Felix Opal. The show is Slam Dunk Basketball, where we talk, discuss, analyze, and assess, and also give you the latest updates in the game of basketball, both locally and internationally. My name is Felix Opal, and I'm with my co-host, Emmanuel Ateng.
Yes,
Emma,
Felix.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah. For the basketball enthusiasts, lovers, and fans out there, there is some good news. The league is about to resume after a long while. Emma, finally, tentative dates. Tentative is the key word. Tentative is the key word. October 2nd for the National Basketball League. October 16th for
the lower divisions.
The lower division teams. How enthusiastic and prepared is Falcons Basketball Club?
Well, first of all, let me say I can't really have my hopes up, because the way things keep changing with our federation.
The key word, like I said, is tentative.
Yeah, so
that is the communication that we have
with
at the
their
moment.
Tentative date, you can't really get your hopes up, because you might actually get so excited that the league is returning. Then we reach a certain point and realize that, you know what, nothing is going to happen. You know, that date will reach, then football always pushes the date for starting the league.
Yeah, and then it always goes on to another date.
It always goes up to another date. So possibly it might go on to another date. But from Falcons Basketball Club, like I said, I think guys are still in that lockdown mood. We haven't yet started practice. I hope that we'll start practice this coming week and prepare, because we have one game against 1 or 2 games. JKL, we still have to play JKL.
Falcons Basketball Club is still left with 2 games. Yeah. Please be exact to our viewers. We are live on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and on our website, houseoftalenttug.com.
Yeah.
You know, give us your views, your comments, your remarks, and we will read them, we will relay them, we will try to assess some of them. So, as I was saying, Falcons Basketball Club is left with 2 games. Power Basketball Club, who are also in the same bracket as Falcons. I think Power has 5 losses, Falcons has 5 losses.
Yeah, but we have more wins.
So the situation amongst both teams is actually more so similar. Having a simple conversation with Power Basketball General Manager Philip Chomuhendo, he's very ready. He says, we have to finish what we started. That is his statement. We have to finish what we started.
But finishing, because their season really wasn't that good. And you know the problems they had at the beginning with the whole change of the team, then, you know, firing the coach at a certain point, and then, you know, lockdown coming in, and now they find themselves in a place whereby they have 1 game, and that game they have to win, okay? And they're still not sure whether the relegation battle is still being fought in that boardroom. Where they're
actually very confident, because they believe that the situations are going to be changing, since football does not have a stronghold or rules which are set in stone.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way. Okay, they could think, okay, you know what, we're going to hold on. Then football wakes up one morning and says, okay, you know what, the last 2 guys on the table go play the tournament.
Are going down to the tournament. But speaking to various managers, and who we will not mention because of their request for anonymity, there is the request of each team paying 600,000 shillings. Now that 600,000 shillings is meant to assist the federation in the COVID tests, which are supposed to be done. Remember, prior to all of this, to our viewers out there, the league was halted by National Council of Sports. Prior to, besides all other disciplines. Now that was, according to National Council of Sports, the Federation of Uganda Basketball Association failing to adhere to the regulations and rules which were signed on and set and agreed upon by the 2 parties. Now those rules were no fans, selected media at the games, teams to have prior testing every 2 weeks before the games, and then those results be submitted. However, none of those regulations or rules were actually met. Now, the 600,000 is also creating an issue, mostly with the lower divisions.
I mean, you have to look at it this way. Some teams already paid their money at the beginning of the season to run throughout the whole season, okay? So you can't come back as FUBA and say, listen, after you guys have paid your money, now we're going to add on how much? 600,000, okay?
For you to actually continue in the league, because it has been set as a stipulate
if you don't pay
for a team to actually continue.
So imagine I have 1 game left, okay? And that 1 game is not even going to take me to the playoffs, okay? Do I still pay 600K to play that 1 game that is not taking me to the playoffs? It's a rip-off at the end of the day. And that money is not only for testing, because according to that letter, part of that money is for running the league, and the team still has to bear.
Actually, when you read the letter and you flip through and look into the insides, that money is actually meant to facilitate the running.
To facilitate the running. Now, each team also has to test their players. That is minus the 600,000. So the 600,000, let's say you have 12 players plus your staff. Each test is running at 100K. Isn't that almost 1.5 mil? Plus 600, that is 2.1 million to play one game.
To play one game.
Just one game.
Yeah. If you put it in an administrative and managerial sense, you'd actually forfeit the game.
Yeah, you just forfeit the game. But now you see the forfeiture of the game also has an impact on what is going to happen to the other teams. Yeah. So imagine I give a walkover to a certain team because I can't participate. Okay. That will affect the position of other teams on that same table.
Yes.
You see that?
Because when you give when a team forfeits, even the game that it played against the team, the other team is also forfeited.
You see that, yeah?
Yeah.
So that is going to bring a lot of suckers. Yeah. Some people who are supposed to qualify will not qualify. Someone who was not supposed to qualify will qualify. So it's a lot of suckers. And not only down, you know, with the lower division teams, there are very many. Come up to the NBL, okay? 12 teams. All right, 10 now. That
we're talking 10 teams which have been taking part.
Okay, certain teams have one game to go. All right,
other teams have two.
Other teams have two. Other teams, let's say like JKL, we're not sure whether they even have a team right now. Okay.
Basically, when you look at the National Basketball League, the top tier, what they have is one weekend.
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday,
and that's it.
And the regular season is closed.
It's done. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at teams like KIU. KIU had a lot of international players whom they couldn't really keep here, so they let them go back home. Then two of their players, Obleng and someone else, went to play in Burundi for Urunani. So also, does KIU still have a team? Okay.
Because when you look at when you consider that, and also you consider the fact that Ariel Local is suspect of not actually returning, because according to his social media posts and on his page, Facebook and on his handle, he seems like he is joining another team, although it is not yet official.
But Okal is a businessman. He knows where to get the money from. He has played in Kuwait, he has played in Saudi Arabia, he has played everywhere. Basically for him, where he sees an opportunity is where he will go. So we're not only talking Okal, you know, we're talking other international players who on that team that the team really couldn't keep around. Faizo and others. Then we move to JKL that didn't really have a team right now. We're not sure about their contracts.
It's not about JKL not having a team. It's about JKL actually having an administrative structure.
Yes.
We're not sure.
Is it even there?
What who now the president is, who the vice president is, who the director of operations is, and then they had set up this structure whereby we have a president, a CEO, a general manager, we have a senior team, we have a ladies team, and then we have
captain somewhere there.
Yes, then we have a junior team, but now all that was shaken up.
Exactly. So for someone to pay let's put it at 2.1 million plus the test.
No, let's first go with the 600,000 that is required.
Okay, let's go with the 600,000.
600,000 that is required according to FUBA General Secretary.
So looking at it from a player's point of view, it would be good for us to get back to playing basketball because we don't want to sit for that long. There's a lot of time that we're invested in, a lot of training. But coming to the financial perspective, it is a rip-off, okay? No one should be expected to pay an extra for what they already paid. Where did the money go that people had paid to run the league?
Well, the federation was helping and running the national basketball team, the Silverbacks, the under-16s, the junior Gazelles and junior Silverbacks. That is what the PR will tell you. But what exactly, when you go down to reality, to the actual truth, you wonder where the money that the teams actually brought on table is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad for the Silverbacks, okay? But FUBA should separate national team duty from the league. If money is given for the league, it's like in your house. If there is money for salt and for sugar, okay? You can't say I took all the money for salt and sugar and I bought what?
I bought vegetables.
I bought vegetables or something.
Yeah.
Either for salt or for sugar. So there should be money for the league and money for all these different.
They have to prioritize.
Yes, we shouldn't reach a point where again the national team is saying, oh, there is no money, ABCD. the money should be there for the national team, okay? The money should be there for the national league. People shouldn't be expected to pay anything extra. But I also still understand where FUBA is coming from, okay?
How? Enlighten me, because like I said, most of the managers that have been, that I've spoken with, are not willing to pay a single penny.
Yeah.
They say, if we don't play, we do not play.
Yeah.
But we're not giving FUBA
Anything.
600,000 shillings.
Yeah, from their side, yeah, I see that you have to run the league because you already budgeted for it under NCS, okay? And I believe that NCS must have given some money for the league. So you have to run the league, okay? They do not have a choice.
No, after the presidential announcement and address that sport can continue, and mostly only outdoor sport can go on.
Yeah.
Other disciplines have
went on.
Went on.
Yeah.
You have seen football going on. You've seen games being played.
Rugby continued.
Yeah. Football. St. Mary's Stadium Chitende right now is our, we would call it our national stadium. At the moment, games have been going on. Our national team played the Uganda Cranes. Express played El Marik yesterday. So everyone is asking, why is basketball not going on? And the other big question, when the letter was put out, it said that the last paragraph mentioned the fixtures and the venues. The venues will be announced when the fixtures are out. Now, most people, including myself, are wondering, why does the federation have to change fixtures at this moment? The fixture was already put out. I know I'm playing this team, I'm playing this team. The dates have changed. Now, why do you need to reshuffle it again?
Well, that is a question for, the technical team of FUBA. I don't think I can answer that one, but still, it's not something that should happen. But also, when plans change, you need to have a structure to accommodate the change.
Because I believe it's just a matter of changing the dates.
Yes.
But not changing the fixtures.
Yeah, and also, I don't know about the venue. I don't know if we're still going to KIU, are we going to UCU?
Well, in the letter that which was signed on by the former president, it stated that the venues will be announced when the new fixtures are out.
But I mean, if we only have 2 possible venues.
Because when
YMCA is out.
When you look around, YMCA is actually very still in. It's just that they're just trying to put a curtain over it. But when you look at the other venues and YMCA, when you look at the court of KIU and you compare it to the court of YMCA, I don't see a big difference.
Yeah, but the flow at the YMCA is not really that good if you've been there of late. It's something that needs to change. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, the only possible venues we have are KIU and UCU for the NBL. The others being Makerere Pool Court, Makerere Main Ground, Nakasero for the lower division teams. So I think we already know where we're going. I don't know why they just don't tell us, you know what, we have decided that we're only using UCU or only KIU. That would make it easier for us, and we just keep on running with the same fixture that we had the last time.
It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Felix Opal. We're discussing the league resumption and everything that is surrounding it, the uncertainties and the certainties. We will return after this short break.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince
A lot has been happening in the game of basketball. First of all, as Slam Dunk Basketball, we would like to first thank the Silverbacks for doing the nation proud and for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. It was a tough task, and history was made when the Silverbacks, our boys, were able to beat on Nigeria. Welcome back. It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Felix Opal and I'm with my co-host Emmanuel Ateng. We are discussing the resumption of the league and the uncertainties that are surrounding it.
Yeah.
We are discussing the issue about the venue.
Yeah. So like I was saying, there are only two possibilities. We have KIU and UCU. All right. But you see the issue with UCU also, I'm already paying 600.
There's also Nakawa, Makari University Business School. Yes.
I don't know if they've got permission for that.
Yes, they have a basketball court, and the lower division has used that.
Used that, yeah.
Yeah, for some
for
of
some of their games. Yeah, like so. I was saying that for the 600K, I've already paid 600. I'm testing my players. Then I have to put in more transport to go where? To UCU. Yeah. Here we're assuming a baseline of we all have one game left because it's only one weekend.
It's one weekend. It's one weekend to the closure.
Yes, to the closure. So I'm paying already 2.1 million. Then I'm adding transportation. Then I have to pay the players, facilitation.
Of course, you have to transport them. You have to
feed
get
them
refreshments.
Yeah.
You have to
pay them their allowances.
You have to give them transport
allowances.
Allowances.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then plus the other fees that come in.
Yeah.
You have to pay the medical personnel. You have to ensure that your first aid kit has the equipment
everything
that
in it.
is required in case a player gets injured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all those things. Imagine how much money is going to go into. And let's just say you don't qualify for the playoffs. You've used
because
more money.
The key thing is qualifying.
Yes.
For the ladies, it is a different story because remember there is no regulation.
Yeah.
And
the
8 teams and all of them are qualifying. So for them, it is a placement issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for them, it's a mathematics of
who do I play?
Who do I play in the quarters?
Yeah.
Who can I actually eliminate in the quarters to get to the semis?
Yeah.
So their caption is
for them it's a bit okay.
Yeah, it's put aside.
But for the guys, it's a bit hard. Yeah, because imagine you don't qualify for the playoffs. Let's use power basketball as an example. I'm not saying they won't qualify, but in case they don't qualify, remember they had already got how much? 200 million.
They got 200 million
at the
officially unveiled to the public.
So they got their 200 million in quotes. Okay, their season didn't go that well. All right. And now they have to pay extra. They might not qualify for the playoffs. Then they might have to play in the playoff tournament. So there's a lot of that uncertainty that is surrounding them.
Their general manager is actually, like I said, when we had a discussion, say we have to finish what we started.
Yeah.
And they're willing as power basketball
to play
and pay. Most importantly is pay.
Yeah.
Because there are teams which are like, no, this money
is too much.
We shouldn't be paying it.
Yeah.
What is it for? Can we test our own players? I'll give you an example of Namongo Blazers.
Yeah.
Saying we can test our players and submit
the results. Yeah.
Even if you want them 24 hours before the game or 48 hours before the game.
Yeah.
Besides paying the 600,000.
Yeah.
Now football is caught in a catch-22 situation. So a team is telling you, I am going to test at a verified hospital.
Yeah.
List for me the hospitals according to the FUBA medical person, which are FUBA is allowing where we can test players.
Yeah.
We go, we will do our own testing.
Yeah. Give you the
results.
results.
Hospital will actually give you the results, not us as a team, but we're not giving you the 600,000 shillings.
Yeah, I mean, take an example also Tropical Royals, sponsored by Abbey Clinic, who also test. Okay.
Yes.
So would you ask Tropical Royals to pay that same money, yet they can actually test?
Yeah, they will tell you Abbey Clinic is going to actually
take care of the testing.
Test the testing and give you the results.
Yeah.
As a team, you don't ask for the results.
Yeah.
You ask the results from the medical people.
Yeah.
To ensure that there is no tampering of the results.
Yeah, but the funny thing is that people actually sat in a meeting, all the managers, and they allowed, I don't know which managers allowed that we have to pay 600,000.
We do not know exactly who was in that meeting, or which people were actually in the resolving of coming down to that resolution of the 600,000. But it is creating actually a big mountain. It started as a small
issue,
yes, but now it's creating an issue. Most importantly, because of the fact that there's a condition. You do not play unless you have cleared the 600,000.
Yeah, I mean, if people sat in a meeting, if you and I, Felix, sat in a meeting and decided that, you know what, we have allowed to pay 600K, then tomorrow morning, you, Felix, are like, no, we're not going to pay the 600. So I'm thinking in my mind, okay, people actually sat in a meeting to make this decision.
Yes.
Okay. So after they left that room, did someone decide? Maybe they said, okay, we have to pay 200K. When they left, maybe someone said, okay, you know what? Let's add it to 600. 600K.
But the letter was signed and everything, so it had the uncertainty around our basketball is being too much.
Yeah.
Just like going to the Silverbacks, there's still that issue of the payment and the Kigali issue with the hotel. And the federation is doing quite a good job in being inconsistent. They're being very consistent in their inconsistency. I think that is the best way I can put it. Like I said when we were discussing in the previous show, Arnold Katabi, Vice President, Marketing and Publicity, should come out and clear the air.
Yeah.
That has not happened to this date.
Yeah.
So questions are still being asked. People are still wondering. Answers are still yet to come. And I would say this for a fact, at Slam Dunk Basketball, we have tried to ensure that we get these officials to the show to explain. However, that has been in vain.
No one wants to show up.
Everyone has actually been a bit busy or with a different program. So, which we at Slam Dunk Basketball cannot actually ascertain. We do not know what, but professionally, at least if there's no showing up, then issue out an official statement. Clear out the air.
Like you said, that uncertainty is for basketball. Let's now say the Silverbacks, you know, after actually making history, coming back, they came back, had a press conference, which I think many people also didn't know. And for a big team like that, when you get back after making history, you know, you should be everywhere on media. People should be interviewing you, getting your different experiences. The federation should really be excited, but it's like they came back and just went in, like Uganda and say Kamoli. They just entered Kamoli.
That would be the right term actually. They came in
and just entered Kamoli. So we haven't talked to any of the players. We haven't talked to any of the management. Okay, so we really don't know what's happening. Someone told me that we should get an investigative journalist to look into these matters.
An investigative team to know what exactly happened, because we tried getting the coach, we tried getting the head of the National Steering Committee, Haji Sandro. Mandy Jurin also wasn't available. The captain isn't available. Jimmy Enabu. The other players are also local based players who are around are also not available. The manager of the team, Grace Crizel, isn't also available. So it also creates question marks.
And also, remember, FUBA started this FUBA TV thing when the league had started. Then with the qualifiers at the different games, they always post something on FUBA TV. You know, you'd expect that by now, okay, at least someone from the, you know, from the committee or the players would have actually been interviewed on FUBA TV. If they do not want to go to other, you know, media houses, okay, you can actually put it on FUBA TV. All we are looking for as the people is that the air be cleared, okay? What happened?
Yes, because
and what's going on.
People deserve to know. People support the team. People have passion, zeal for the Silverbacks, for basketball. People are actually willing to spend for basketball. People are willing to support for basketball. And that is not happening. And it doesn't create a big, a rosy picture moving forward. Because everything is about continuity, not just in sports, but even in business. Wonderfully and very gratefully, 4 players of our under-16 team were chosen for the Africa Youth Championship Camp, which is happening in Nairobi. And that is something that we should be patting ourselves on the back to. Have 4 players chosen for that. Now, this is a continuity program that we need. But if that continuity is not actually followed up on, like the case is at the moment, then we're doomed.
We are doomed. I think all these things go back to all the issues that we've been talking about. For example, now that camp with the kids, the under-16s who went, okay, there needs to be a certain form of consistency. People always ask the question, oh, why don't we have, you know, players coming and joining the national team? Why is our under-16 team weak? Why is the under-18 team weak? Yet, before we had the junior NBA, we had the different basketball beyond borders and all this. So we had a couple of players going into those camps, which is not really happening now. And now, because the under-16s did a good thing, we have been presented with a chance whereby we have a couple of players in that NBA camp, you know, in Kenya, okay? But when that is done, is there going to be consistency of now this group, okay, needs to be taken care of? Then we get another group that we can push into that, which ultimately has an effect in the future of basketball.
In the future
in the long run.
Future tournaments.
But if they come back and we be inconsistent, as we have always been, because all of us at the end of the day are part of the federation, okay? We are inconsistent. They went for the camp and it was just, you know, they just enjoyed basketball, learned about it, came back and nothing totally happens. It still puts us back in, we're just in a, you know, like how we have a cycle of poverty? We're in a cycle of issues. So we're just going to keep going around.
Where you have a debt and you borrow money to pay the debt.
Exactly.
But you're actually digging a deeper hole for yourself.
Speaking of debts, I don't know if we took more debts in the Rwanda trip.
Those are the things that actually need to be cleared out. Those are the things that need to be cleared out. Because like we were discussing, the fans, enthusiasts and other stakeholders in the game of basketball are willing to fundraise for the team, have an account where they can actually place whatever they can for the national team.
For the national team.
That is the ladies, the Gazelles, the Silverbacks, the junior Gazelles, and the junior Silverbacks. But with all these circumstances, someone who's willing to actually donate money will actually say,
and you have to start having trust issues.
If I have 5 million shillings and I want to
invest it here,
not invest it, donate it for the love of the game and the growth of the game, how is it going to be utilized? So when you have those question marks, you're like, let me first hold on to it.
Hold on to it. And with that, you know, time is going, then national tournament comes up and we still don't have anything in the bank. Okay, so I don't know, like our teacher used to say, we can talk until the cows come home, you know, but
until action happens.
Until we start doing something, okay? And it has to start now. We can't really wait to say, okay, you know, let's start next year.
The FIBA World Cup qualifiers are just around the corner.
Just around the corner.
3-on-3.
Sometime this month.
Where we are the hosts. But at the moment, we don't seem like we're even ready at all.
We don't know what's happening. Are we preparing?
We don't know if we're even ready at all. The last time that it happened, they were hosted at the Lugogo hockey grounds. yeah, and at the moment, no communication is coming in. No preparation is seen at the moment. Talk about digital influencing and marketing of a project. Nothing is happening. So for a tournament that big, which is international, those are some of the little things that should be happening. Now that we're in a digital era. For instance, something like that would attract sponsors. Someone would want to be a part of it. Even if it is just placing their banners and placards all over, that would be something great. But if they don't know about it, they also cannot come on.
That is very true. And I was thinking earlier before the show, you know, way back I was talking to someone. He was saying that, you know, way back basketball was sponsored by Sprite, and you know, Sprite had a very big influence on basketball. There was a time MTN was sponsoring, Airtel came in, but as we speak, I don't think we have a sponsor.
No, we do not.
The league does not have a sponsor, and we have consistently lost sponsors because of the same issues, and we are not attracting any more sponsors because of the same issues. So I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that, you know, this is the problem. Okay, let us find a way of solving
this is what we should be doing. It is Slam Dunk Basketball. Your views, your comments on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube will be read and will be reviewed. We return after this short break. Our boys were able to beat on Nigeria. And for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. A lot has been happening in the game of basketball. First of all, as Slam Dunk Basketball would like to first thank the Silverbacks for doing the nation proud and for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. It was a tough task, and history was made when the Silverbacks, our boys, were able to beat on Nigeria. Welcome back to the final segment of the show. It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Felix Elpal, and I am with my co-host Emmanuel Eteng. We're discussing the Silverbacks and also the resumption of the league and the uncertainties, the questions that surround everything concerning the league resuming. When the league was halted, so many things weren't happening. The fans will, I would say although there was a select team of journalists who had to get accreditation, which we actually got, myself and yourself inclusive, to attend the games. But the fans were actually let in to watch the games, which was not supposed to happen. Now, we're looking at the venues where the games are going to be happening. The possible venues, and I'm wondering, with FUBA still having an issue of finances to actually even operate the league, how are they going to actually control the funds? Because to do that, you need reinforcement. You need some officers, you need to create like a barricade, so that the funds are out, and come the paradox. These are open venues.
I just think about the irony of, you know, the last time when certain teams were playing, guys were not allowed to watch. But when certain teams came on court,
when KIU was playing, I'd be very blunt. When KIU was playing, first of all, the KIU games were happening
at KIU.
At KIU. Yeah. Now, definitely, the students and also the Kansanga community have to come and support
their team. Yeah.
Yes, it is their team.
Same thing with the UCU.
Yes.
games.
When it came to Mukono, it was the same thing.
Yeah.
When UCU was playing, the students had to come and support. The people around had to come and support. The gate was open. The main gate and the side gate.
Yeah.
So people were walking in. And remember, it's an open ground. It's not like you're going to charge someone money.
Yeah.
Someone is coming to support, to watch actually. Even if they don't know the game, but they just have passion for it.
Yeah.
Say, that is our team.
Yeah.
Let's go and support.
Yeah. I think the only way they could have controlled it was if the games were at YMCA. There's a possibility, but remember also YMCA still has students who watch.
YMCA has students who also reside.
Yeah, and they also have two teams that play in the league.
Yes, and they have teams which are in the league.
Which play in the league. So it's a very hard situation. To control fans, you need a venue like Lugogo, but they're not allowing us to play where? Indoor.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to play outdoor. Okay, so what do we do now? Okay,
because what I predict is the season actually ends the first weekend. Come playoffs, Federation is getting another letter from National Council of Sports to hold the playoffs for failure of following the SOPs.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fans are not actually social distancing. We don't have the sanitizer around. Teams have actually only tested once, and now it's been a week, and they have not been tested again, and players have to again go on court. So I'm seeing us running through the same thing.
Yeah, I mean that now brings into the perspective of we live in a digital era.
Which is why I'm wondering, we really needed Necessary Njoji, the president of the federation, to be
come and clear.
Yes. Unfortunately, he declined because of a tight work schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I was saying,
that is why we need an official statement and like a blueprint for the fans out there to know. Yes, some of the people, the fans actually, were complaining. The links were getting on late. So you can watch the games on the FUBA Facebook page. But people were starting to watch the game in the third quarter.
Yeah, I mean financial problems. I guess even the production crew at some point wasn't paid, so you can't really work when you're not paid. But like I was saying, this is a digital era. Okay, do you know how many TV stations are there in Kampala or Uganda at the moment?
Well, I don't have the actual count, but I believe they're over 20.
They are over 20.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, for a federation like FUBA, okay, can't you get a deal with one of these TV stations and say, listen, okay, we shall put our games on your TV station. How do we make a deal that will benefit both of us? Yes, you know, both parties. In that way, at least 50% of the people who would have come to watch the games are going to sit in their house and watch what?
And watch
basketball. I mean, why should I get transport to go all the way to UCU?
To Mukono.
Yes, yet I can sit in my house.
Yes, and
watch the game. Yeah.
The traffic.
Yeah, all
back
that.
And forth.
But you know, buying data is something else.
Yes,
we can't buy data all the time. Okay, so put it on a TV station where people can watch, and then now at least you have 50% of the problem dealt with.
Yes.
The other 50%, you find a way.
And by doing that, you're also creating value for
to the
product.
Yes.
Because what FUBA has constantly, always failed to do is to treat basketball as a commercial product.
Yes. We still think basketball is just a game.
A sport. Yet it is a commercial product. And instead of following the blueprint of the NBA, where they treat the NBA is a commercial product. It is not just, it is not a sport.
It's not a sport.
It's not a sport. It is a commercial product.
True.
Now, by doing that, you are creating more value for your product. Already you have the resources. You have the players, you have a few venues. Now, that is what you sell to a sponsor when you go to them. You don't have to have a 20-slide presentation and explain a SWOT analysis
and all these things, yeah.
Strength, weakness, opportunities, threats. No.
Yeah.
What you are providing is actually seen.
Yeah. So that is something FUBA really needs to look into going forward, because with this whole situation of lockdown and the virus, we can't know that even next year, everything is going to be fine.
We're not sure if the league will be going on smoothly.
Yeah.
And yet we want to wrap up this season so that next season starts on a clean slate.
Yeah, and I believe that even if they started allowing us to use the indoor courts without funds, you will still need to televise these games. And
definitely, because how will the fans watch?
That's the other thing.
You already have a brewery company which is sponsoring in a mini way part of the league.
Yeah.
But their main issue is the playoffs.
Yeah.
They want to come on in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, yes.
That is Tusker.
Yes.
Yes, they want to come in the playoffs. Now they want to see that momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm believing if I'm sitting in the chair of head of marketing of Tusker, and this is what I'm seeing, and you're asking and having a proposal on my desk for 200 million for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you, why do you need the 200 million?
What are you going to do with the 200? What value are you bringing back to?
What am I getting in return as a company?
Yeah.
Am I improving my sales? Am I improving my brand equity?
Yeah.
Am I improving my brand visibility?
Yeah. All those issues.
And then, along everything, how much negative publicity am I also getting?
Yeah.
Because when the negative publicity comes around the sport, around the playoffs, around the activities that are happening, it also
goes to the sponsor.
Reflects back to me.
The sponsor,
So I would also want to take a back step.
Yeah. Yeah, and those are things. Then another thing that we need to look at, talking about commercialization of the sport, we have players in the league, okay? Some who do not have jobs and they depend solely on basketball, okay? If we take an example of not only the NBA, even other leagues, players there have endorsement deals, they do advertising, they do different things because of the game of basketball that actually gives them money.
Brand placement.
Yes, brand placement. The only time I've seen someone try to do that, Imanishiwe had, I think, some photo shoot with some perfume company, but that I think no one ever got to know about it, because we really
it wasn't really
broadcast
that much.
Yeah, but you see, even the players in FUBA are products that you can actually use to market.
They are products.
Yes, we are products. As the players, the coaches, you can use the players not only to market the sport itself, but also to help the different sponsors, okay, to help branding, to help all these different elements that go into commercialization. But let's take an example of Stephen Omoni, okay, one of the biggest names in Ugandan basketball. Did you ever see him do an advert for a shoe company, sports company,
or even
Uganda,
a beverage company?
Never. That is an opportunity that we actually lost. Okay, we would have used him as the Michael Jordan of Ugandan basketball. Okay, but that is something that we didn't do, and look at where we are now. Look at the situation that we find ourselves in as a federation.
Because so many of these things are known, but they're not happening. And one of the reasons, in my opinion, is because we don't have dedicated people on our ESCOM committee.
Yeah.
And they themselves, as they've said, they're volunteers.
Yeah.
But why come into a position when you're not willing to go all out?
Yeah.
Because that is one of the issues. You come into a position, but you're not fully dedicated to it.
Yeah.
Then, when the results are not actually happening, the stakeholders, who are ourselves, who are the fans, who are the enthusiasts, who are the people that actually invest money in basketball, are going to always point the finger at you.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and like how we keep discussing about the CEO.
The CEO, I do not know which part, I don't know who they are bringing, because all of a sudden that is a topic that has gone silent in the federation.
And that's the person that we need right now to answer some of these questions.
No, he's the person that is actually going to carry this big cross.
Yeah.
Because it is really a big cross.
It's a very big cross.
There's a lot of baggage.
Yeah.
There's a lot of baggage.
Whoever that is, I wish them the best. They're going to find themselves, like how they say, you jump from the frying pan to the fire. This one is jumping directly.
No, he's not jumping from the frying pan.
Into the fire.
He's jumping, not in the fire. He's jumping into the furnace. He's going to jump into the furnace.
Yeah, and I don't know, but it's so saddening to see something like this happen. We have the best league, I believe, top 10 in Africa. We are there, okay? And we have very good players. We have talent. We attract a lot of talent from outside, Just a few things here and there for us to fix. Okay, I'm not in that position. I'm not a PR. I'm not, the president. Not an administrator. I might not have skills to do all these things. But, looking from outside, okay, I believe that these are some of the things that can be fixed to make our federation and the basketball in Uganda way better.
It has been Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. To the basketball fans out there, tentatively, and I repeat tentatively, the league is meant to resume on October 2nd. That is the National Basketball League. The lower division is meant to resume on October 16th. We will catch you next time. It has been Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Felix Elpal, and I have been with Emmanuel Ateng, my co-host. Catch you next time.
David Rogers Chintu, the principal of Asifiwe International Academy. So we started Asifiwe International Academy from a concept of affordability and well laid out procedures. And Asifiwe International Academy started in 2016 with only 2 children, my son and my daughter, and it has now grown up to more than 200 children. I've been a teacher for the last 20 years. I started by teaching in the national curriculum, and ever since I started teaching, I've been bothered by what more can our education offer. By so doing, I discovered that we can teach our children much more in schools, and I introduced a program called Behavior Change Program, which in itself was to teach skills, habits, and character. And I was amazed by the results. Always got feedback that the children learned more from the behavior change program than the physics and mathematics I taught.
My name is Jeremy Baraka, a student of Asifiwe International Academy. I've been in the SEE curriculum ever since I was 4 years old. I'm now 12 years old in grade 7. The SEE curriculum has taught me so many things. And at the end of each day, I set goals for the following day. When I come in the next morning, after our devotions and morning programs, I start my work. If I need help in an academic matter, I raise up my Christian flag. If I need help in a non-academic matter, I raise up my Ugandan flag, and my monitor will attend to me.
The turning point was when my son was due for school. We started looking for a curriculum that we could use, especially at home, and we landed on the SEE curriculum. SEE is Accelerated Christian Education. SEE has 3 major aspects. 1, it's individualized. SEE acknowledges that every child is an individual and different, and therefore every child is prescribed according to their level of performance. Children will get materials according to what they are able to do, and they will progress according to their speed and ability. A child goes to the next level when they are ready, and a child does not wait for the whole class to go to the next grade. Secondly, SEE is a Christian curriculum. Christian means that a child will grow in Christian values, and they will attain all the values that a Christian parent may want to. Thirdly, character training. SEE has character training traits. About 60 character traits are taught in a year. And character is very important as we build for the future.
is Yekosafaat Patrick Kavuma, Head Life Orientation, Asifiwe International Academy. At Asifiwe International Academy, we don't only offer education, we offer other skills for life. We are blessed to have a number of clubs in which the children participate in these skills. Sports is one of them, where we have soccer, we have basketball, and swimming. We have dance that we offer at Asifiwe International Academy. We have music that offers, again, of the instruments done, and some again are able to do the vocals that are great and again help them as they grow up. We know currently in Uganda, as we look at the dynamic changes, those skills are key as they grow up for life.
The most interesting part is that at the end of each day, I get to do a club. There are about 12 clubs in Asifiwe, but I personally do drama, puppetry, music, public speaking, sports, both football and basketball, and I can participate in either one of these at the National Student Convention, All Africa Student Convention, and the International Student Convention.
My name is Kanji Christine. I'm an administrator at Asifiwe International Academy. My experience with SEE curriculum, that's accelerated Christian education, is number one, it's godly. The children grow up in a godly manner, and we have lessons of character first, whereby they enable children to be disciplined. The children grow up in a very good, they develop all the aspects of child growth, which are physical, emotional, spiritual, and intellectual growth.
With my vast experience in education, previously we used to struggle to motivate children to perform or to do their assignments. What I noticed critically in SEE is that the children are motivated because the learning responsibility is taken back to the child. The children set their own goals and they try as much as possible to achieve them. The beauty about SEE is that the responsibility of learning goes back to the child.
The Learning Center procedures have taught me so many things. How to be organized, follow the rules, and make sure that I complete my goals for the day.
It's so interesting, and we've gotten amazing experiences with the parents. For example, there is a parent one time who told us the child never liked school, and it was always a struggle for the child to wake up, come to school. By the time she made a decision to come to SEE, to join the curriculum of SEE, they noticed that the whole learning aspect changed, in that the child became self-motivated and they took responsibility of their own learning, they set goals. Everything was so amazing for the parents. There is another one with character, struggled with character, but the time the child joined Asifiwe International Academy, and remember with SEE we have character lessons, the child changed from nowhere and the parents were amazed with the good work that is happening in the SEE curriculum.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, There's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
There is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning or this afternoon from whichever part of the world that you are catching or watching the CEO Bench from is Jennifer Okusia of Bosco Uganda. She is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, and of course the name Bosco is one of the most famous names in Uganda and in Africa. So welcome to the show and welcome to the CEO Bench discussion this morning. Jennifer, we'd like to take this moment to welcome you to the show. How are you, first of all?
Thank you. I'm really very well.
Great. So the name Bosco, it's a very famous name in Uganda. How did you guys come up with Bosco?
Actually, the name Bosco Uganda is an acronym that stands for Battery Operated System for Community Outreach.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is a faith-based organization under the Archdiocese of Gulu. We are located in northern Uganda, in Gulu district, and it started in 2007, just at the time, just slightly after the end of the war. It started in a way to kind of connect the people in the northern region. If you know very well that time, us who came from the north, it was very difficult to travel. Say from Makerere when I was a student, crossing over to the West Nile region. So it was really, really hard because of the war. In the park, it was always such, how do I say, very stressful moment. You always had fear because of the war that was going on. At that time, the rebels had abducted people. There were many people living in internally displaced camps. So, and there was kind of very little information coming from that side about the facts, what was really going on in the region. And the owners, the founders of Bosco Uganda, there is a priest called Father Joseph Okumu and a friend from the USA called Gus. They had the idea of establishing ICT centers within the camp, within the internal displaced people's camps, with the idea of connecting, the camps with the world, so that the people in the region are able to express themselves and tell their own stories, and also get to connect with the outside world, so that people get to see what is happening. And if you remember very well, the Archbishop, who is still the one, Archbishop Odama, that time children would sleep on the streets because it was not safe. And you remember the time when he joined them to sleep on the streets. Very young children, as old as 3 years, 4 years, had to leave their homes to come and sleep on the street. So there was a need to share information about what is going on in the region. And also, it was established in a way to enable people speak out about their lives, so that people get to understand really the situation in the context. So Bosco was established to kind of connect people from one camp to another. So the first connection was in Pabo camp, and then we thought of establishing additional camps, like additional sites in other camps. So using a voice over telephony system. And also I could say that Bosco and the founders were really visionary in a way that they started having wireless network connection already in the camps, that early. So what we are today is an organization that has now established about 54 ICT centers. These are information communication technology centers in communities, in the rural communities, basically to connect the unconnected, and the digital isolation, and enable people, using the internet to reach out to the world, access information. And Bosco does not only do connection in the communities, but also the organization supports other, NGOs, other organizations, and the Archdiocese, the institution of the Archdiocese, with connectivity. And it is a not-for-profit organization. It's a private, not-for-profit organization. So we don't do it for profit at all, but it is about the community and about extending services to the places where you find the main companies like MTN and others are not reaching, because the northern region, as you know, because of the war, fell behind on many development indicators. So access, even roads, are not very easy. So you find Bosco Uganda and its network, the wireless network, up to Pabo. You find it in Gago district. You find in really all the Acholi sub districts, and also in Lango. And we've also established some ICT centers in the West Nile.
it expanded from connecting people towards also building skills of people, like basic skills on computer, so that people are able to use it, you know,
Wow.
and work.
Wow.
And recently we did some interesting work with Lacho Hospital, trained a number of health workers, tutors, and today, as you know, with COVID, more than ever, digitalization is highly appreciated.
Yeah.
It's the way to go, and Bosco continues to give people skills on basic computer and also connect them so that they're able to, you know, reach out the world and do their work.
Wow. Jennifer, what a beautiful story right there. I want to take you back a little bit from a personal point of view. You've talked about Bosco. Now we understand that it's not the Bosco, the Katala of the city, but it's really the Bosco, the Katala of the village or of the community. That's the most important thing about it. I want to take you back to a more personal question. Who is Jennifer Okusia?
A simple lady,
Eh?
humble lady. I am a Ugandan.
Yeah.
And I'm from Moyo district. My dad is from Moyo, and my mother was from Arua, so she was a Lubara. I'm a Madi. How do I say? I'm 41 years old. I look so young, but I'm 41 years old.
Yeah.
And I studied in Makerere University. I started from studying in Arua. Arua was my school time, primary school in Arua. Arua Hill Primary School, which now is hosting, I think they are setting up a football pitch there.
Yeah.
And then I studied Muni Girls Secondary School, a wonderful school. And then I came to Makerere University.
Yeah.
So all my life I've been living up in the north in West Nile in Arua. And I studied development studies, bachelor's in development studies from Makerere University. Then after a few years, I did my postgraduate in business management. And then I did a master's with Uganda Matters University in development studies as well. Wow. So I'm a woman who, I would say I'm a development worker.
Yes.
Very passionate about social development and transformation of lives.
Wow. Jennifer, you were nominated to come onto the CEObench. The program that you're on right now is called the CEObench. The CEObench exists to, you know, spotlight people who are on a good leadership journey from self-leadership to community leadership to national leadership and to, you know, infinity leadership, if that exists, which we know it does. Yeah. But the people who nominated you seems to have to believe that you're doing something good. And so whenever we have nomination to bring people to the CEObench, we're looking at their leadership abilities, we're looking at their level of change management, how do they manage change from one place to the next, because you're growing into ladder, and CEObench, you know, shine lights on people who are on the top, and those who are either on the top coming down, or those who are going to the top. You've recently been appointed as the new executive director of Bosco Uganda. And I guess that is the reason why there's spotlight on you at the moment. And on the CEObench, we want to know from you. We've asked you the question, who is Jennifer, and what is your story like as a person, growing up as a girl child from Arua, from Moyo? I mean, did you ever see yourself where you are today? What was the story like?
As I said before, I came from a humble family, a family of 5 people, 5 children. A father and a mother recently passed on. May God rest their soul in eternal peace.
Yeah.
But I grew up like many other young girls in this country who are from the countryside, not very advantaged with life. My mother was an ophthalmologist, and actually she's a mentor to me because she's one of the first people to come in Arua district in the 1990 to kind of give awareness about eyes, about the eye, you know, the cataracts, and she was able to, you know, operate people's eyes and they were able to see. So my mother was passionate about work, and some of the values I draw today are from my mother.
Yeah.
She was for me such a model because she really somehow kind of single-handedly raised us. Although I had a father, he was, you call him an electrical engineer.
Yeah.
And he kind of retired early. So in the early 94, my dad, for some reason, decided to get early retrenchment. So he left the burden of care to my mother. So my mother was raising nearly 5 children on her own.
Yeah.
I am the third born in the family.
Yeah.
I had a stepbrother, he's passed on. My elder sister is in police keeping mission now. Myself, and then 2 siblings, a boy and a girl, and then we had a cousin that was with me. But what I'm telling this story because as a mother, women, I'm relating so much to women and what they go through, families, what they go through.
Yeah.
So I had a mother who was doing everything she could do to raise nearly the children alone, although the husband was there. It was hard for us because I experienced also hardship, poverty, and I know what it means. And one of them, I remember in the university we had a course called Poverty and Development. I didn't have to study it. I'm like, you know what, poverty.
You are the course itself.
I'm like, I am the course itself. So this one, no need to study. So I had to pass it very highly because I understood. It was a tough life because, you know, civil service work, the payments, and it was hard to pay school fees for many children. So, well, in short, I had to stand out as a leader already as a child. I was helping my mother in running her clinic that she was using to get some income. So when she's in the hospital, I would take care of the clinic and be like a nurse. So I started that actually by primary school and went on to secondary. But when I reached senior 6, I said, no, this is illegal. I can't do this. So it's a profession and you've got to become a nurse, you know, a doctor. And I had to leave it. But that in short, we had challenges as far as school fees is concerned. You know, a single parent really, I would say, not very easy to raise it. So, you know, when you're in school those days, you carry yourself as a lady, even on a bicycle. You carry yourself to school, fall on the wares, you go with your luggage, but you come back. And so it was a struggle with school fees for us. But one thing that made me think already at that time, I was a leader in various settings. I was an active leader in the youth category, I would say. We had what they call the young Christian students. I was a leader right from secondary school, and I was the head of the section in the school. Even at the district, I was a publicity secretary. And eventually, when I came to Makerere, I was the vice national leader. So in this YCS, I'm saying it because there was so much values that we drew from being...
There's leadership
instilled in you. So we had so much values. Then we were really like, you know, you had to be, we had themes like models for change. The leader is, you know, you have to go to be a model for change. You know, there were so many values. So what we did was that even in school, you had to identify where are the problems and kind of, as students, try to resolve the problems within the school and outside. But I was also an UNSA chairperson in the school, and also in the district, I was also a leader. And so these things helped me a lot. And one thing that I knew that I said, in our family, you know, we were born on the other side, not very privileged like others, but you needed to work hard to be better. I knew that to be successful, you've got to work hard. And as a woman, I never believed in getting handouts from men or, you know, having a boyfriend or something as a short, you know, as a way of meeting your basic needs. It is very costly. So the only way out was education. And I really did believe, and up to today, I value so much education, that no matter what, education is the way out. And I knew that if I succeed, my siblings will not have to suffer. They had to get education. And that's what I did. As soon as I finished the university and got my first volunteer job as a lecturer, you know, I was never afraid of challenges because you had to face challenges and deal with them. So it built me up. I kind of became very strong, and there's nothing that I would be afraid of. And something that I drew from my early childhood, the motto of the schools, like the primary school. In Arohi, it was saying, I will try, come what may. And then, no, it was hard work pays, actually. Then in Muni Girls, it was, I will try, come what may. So there's nothing that can defeat you. So you pick up yourself and move. So for girls, I really do believe that even today, when you look at the context we are with COVID, and we hear so many cases of girls getting pregnant, I really want to speak to them that, you know, challenges are there in life, but you never give up. You've got to fight on and really believe in God. But what keeps us moving is that faith in God. When you have God in your heart and you really, really believe in the values that come from, you know, from your faith, it can move you to mountains. It can move mountains from your life, actually. You can actually overcome so much and be what you want to be. So I was a leader, I would say by default or whatever, but I was always in leadership. And I believed that for every problem, there is a solution.
Yeah.
And there's no problem that is permanent. You can always overcome it.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. We're yet to know the names that sounds from the eastern part of Uganda, but yet she's talking of the West Nile part of the country. Of course, the West Nile part of Uganda is a part of the country from the northern part of Uganda. If you're watching the show from anywhere across the world, it's a theceobench. My name is Eddie Okela. Jennifer Okusia Erejo is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, an organization based out of the northern part of Uganda. 14 years of doing community work around, and she's been promoted to the executive director spot, and therefore the vote came to us to have her on the show. You've just had the first part of the interview with Jennifer, where we're talking about who is Jennifer, what are you, growing up, what did you want to be, what was it like? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Jennifer and I will dive more into what excites her as we move towards the discussion about her role as a woman leader. Not just a woman leader, taking over from a sport that is usually men, and moreover in the Catholic Church. What a story right there. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. Welcome back from that break. This is the theceobench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning on the theceobench, or this night or this evening, depending on which part of the world you're actually watching the program from, is Jennifer Okusia Erejo. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
First of all, let's talk about your name, the set of your names. One would think you hail from the eastern part of the country, where my friends who hail from that part keep saying that they come from the land of the wise men. The eastern part of Uganda is Teso. How did you acquire the name from Teso?
Actually, that name is not from Teso.
Yes.
But I always find, whenever I say I'm Okusia, people think I'm from Teso. And I always get people greeting me in the language.
Yes.
And all I could, respond maybe with the response, and that's it. But it's actually named from West Nile.
From West Nile.
From Arua.
Yeah. What does it mean, by the way?
It means because of woman.
Because of woman. Okusia?
Yes.
Wow. And Erejo?
Erejo is actually my husband's name.
Okay. Is he also from the West Nile?
Yes, he's from Arua.
So this is just a coincidence that both of you have the names from, the northern part and the eastern part of the country. But welcome back. So now we know that Okusia means it's because of a woman.
Oh, woman, yes.
Wow. Jennifer, what excites you right now that you are a new executive director of this new organization? Let's dive into it briefly.
Thank you. Before I became an executive director, I was working with an organization called Horizon 3000.
Yeah.
An Austrian organization for development cooperation. I was working for many years with them, at least 13 years, and in the area of programming, like project development. So it was an amazing work to see what people are doing, plan with them projects that have big impacts on lives. So projects on water and sanitation, agriculture, and so on. And Bosco Uganda was one of the partner organizations of Horizon 3000. I decided to leave. I was working in Kampala here, but I decided to go up north to the ground because I felt I needed to have better impact on the ground, kind of relate to the people on the ground and plan projects that actually transform lives. So what really is passionate for me is designing projects or interventions that really transform lives. And for an organization, of course, you're looking at ensuring their systems working, their structures. So I went to Bosco Uganda with the passion of supporting the organization to further grow, to look into their structures and systems and processes, and also to ensure that whatever we're doing to the communities will transform lives. Now, when you look at ICT, for instance, there's so much you can do beyond connectivity. If you look at the education sector right now, we have so many. My children have lost 2 years at home for staying at home.
Wow.
The lower level children, they have lost time. Now, what can you do? What can ICT do? What can you do to bridge the gap? And so we see that there is so much with ICT that we can actually do now to transform lives. I started from a rural school, and we had to sit national exams. With schools that have the privilege of power. We used that term. We used to use, this hurricane lamp.
Yes.
But you see the same national exams. But now with ICT, you know, with government, things have changed. We now at least have connectivity, although not reaching to many rural places yet.
Yeah.
With Bosco Uganda, I could see the opportunity of how ICT, you know, their work can transform lives. Not only, by the way, they don't only do ICT, we also have solar. We do solar installations.
Yeah.
There is one school called John Paul II,
Yeah.
a secondary school in Gulu, that received the 30 kilowatt solar energy in partnership with Accenture and the University of Notre Dame. And that has transformed that school completely. They were off-grid, but now they have power. It means the learning hours for students has increased, teachers able to access information on the net. Bosco Uganda also supports network, the intranet system, so you can build, you know, an intranet where you can collaborate. So we partnership, for instance, with UNICEF. They established Colibri. They worked on the Colibri content and helped schools to access that. So more than ever now, with ICT, what excites me is that you can actually have education materials available in a school or even in a center, in an ICT center. So what we want to do as Bosco Uganda, in those centers that are already established, for instance, have content there so that even students who are at home, those who go from, you know, the day scholars, secondary school, can go to the library, to the ICT centers, and get education material, whether it is videography or do some research in the centers in the rural areas, because all those centers are powered with solar. So even if they're not having access to the national grid, they can still run, you know, on solar, because we establish low-powered, you know, computers and with solar backup. So it excites me so much to see the opportunity of what we can do, even especially now that schools are closed, that children can still access materials from these ICT centers, from even one of our ICT centers in Badege, which is in the Gulu city. You come in there and actually you can do your online learnings from there. And for me, that is so exciting. That's only in ICT, in education. But when you look at health as well, so much can be done to digitalize the health sector and improve, you know, on services, service delivery. So I just want to say in summary that there is so much that I saw that Bosco Uganda could do beyond what they were doing, like connectivity, build up more content and have this available in the rural areas. Network the ICT centers so that every centers in the rural areas, from Pade, Gulu, Kitgum, you know, they have the content and people can walk there, have internet access, but have an intranet system where you can get data. I mean, get information, content, rich content that you on biology, on physics, even on mathematics. So this is what really excites me. And besides that also, I think I love working with people and, as I said, transforming lives. I really want to see lives changed. Whatever we do, we must account for results, and starting from, say, the individual. If your program does not change lives.
Wow. Jennifer, we're going to go straight on that note to the leadership part of this interview. I mean, the program you're on, you know, focused on leadership, change management, and transformation. And you've touched a little bit there. So I want to go straight to leadership. Having heard you speak about what excites you in this new role that you are in right now, and it gives me an opportunity to ask a question. On the question of leadership, what is your understanding of true leadership, from self to leadership at family level, to leadership at community level, to leadership at where you are right now, which is organizational level?
All right.
What is your understanding of leadership?
First of all, I do believe that everyone is a leader. And we are leaders in different capacities, right from home. Even we see children take up leadership. As I said, when I was young, I was supporting my parents to, you know, bring income at home and also to care for the others. In an early age, just as soon as I finished my university and I got a job, I had to take over responsibility to support the siblings to also get education. All of them got a degree. I was the first graduate in the family. And I do believe even at family levels, when you see the husband and wife, you know, they always believe men are the heads of the family. But we've seen so many women do so much in the family, and it's not recognized. Leadership for me is when you recognize that you have something to offer, when you recognize you have passion to do something, you can inspire others, and you actually are committed to what you do and to the values that you have. I think for me that is leadership. So the values that carry you right from your childhood to your workplace and even to the society. It's not about how good you speak, it's about the things that you do The things that you say you will do and do you actually do them? Do you inspire people to go to greater heights? And another thing I think in leadership is about the transformation. Are you able to leave people behind in a better way? And that is important.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju. I need to get that name correct. She's the executive director of Bosco Uganda. Bosco Uganda is an international, or rather a local organization that is going international from Uganda, based in northern part of Uganda. It's been there for 14 years. She's been nominated as our guest on the CEO bench today. And I think that those who nominated her surely had the reason for their vote to bring her to the CEO bench. And Jennifer, we want to say thank you, because the things you speak about are quite very serious stuff. I want to take you to the next question. On that note that you have now talked to us about what leadership is, your understanding of leadership, who is a leader to you, and are you one? If yes, what type of a leader are you, Jennifer?
I am a leader, and I think a transformational leader.
Yes.
In the mix with a democratic kind of leadership. But I think, as I said, leadership is what you, when you believe you can do something, you stand out.
Yes.
You know, you stand out and do something. Like, as I said, in the early ages as a youth, you find there is need for something. You mobilize solutions. That is leadership for me. You, like right now in the organization, you're looking at how do I put up systems and structures that would help the organization to function even beyond my existence. That is a good trait of a leader. A leader has to raise up other people. You must be visionary. That is something that I think is in any good leader. You must have a vision. You must be able to see the future and work towards that. Set up some goals and be able to achieve that. And as I said, for me, it's so important that whatever we're doing has to have an impact on people. And we must account for results. So as a leader, you must set up plans, you must set up, you know, what you want to change and be able to account for that.
Wow. Jennifer, on that note, I want to take you straight to this question. So, we now know you said you're a transformational leader. What type of a leader are you, or will you be at Bosco Uganda, now that you're going in as the freshest executive director? Moreover, the first female in that organization, taking over from people who have a huge portfolio. I mean, I look at the person that you're taking over from, and I realize that it's not just a simple role that you're going to take, but you're actually taking over a role that requires you to transform that organization and give meaningful lives to those who work in that organization, as well as the communities in that area, and Uganda as a country. Okay, so what kind of a leader will you be at Bosco Uganda?
A leader that values people and their contributions. Also, I think a leader who looks at, I like to work with people who are committed. In whatever we do, we have got to be committed. It's not about the money, it's not about the status, but it's about what we do, a servant leadership. So being on the ground and doing actually the work. I just came from a study that we are doing in the West Nile in the health sector to understand the challenges so that we work on a digital solution in partnership with Accenture, that is supporting JICA and the Ministry of Health, to look around the digitalization and finding solutions that would help improve information, how do I say, data collection and analysis and decision taking to actually support informed decision taking. And I think that is something I was on the ground. I was driving to some of the locations, the health centers, to be there and see them. So it's not about directing people, but I was on the field with the team, understanding and leading them through the challenges. We had so many challenges, but we had to go through. So you lead by action and lead by example. So for me, it's about being very true. There are values that you cherish, that you carry. Issues around honesty. I'm a very honest person, and I love facts. I love facts. I'm in my leadership, I'm looking at, you know, if you say we've done this, can we account for it? Are we truthful in what we say we have done? And can we actually prove that our activities make a difference? And can we distinguish what we're doing from other contribution and acknowledge what others are doing?
Wow.
So for me, accountability is very critical. Transparency in whatever we do is very, very important. And above all, how do I say, the values that we carry along, integrity, issues around the ethics, these are really very important. I want to see our interventions truly transform lives. If we're saying we're going to a school and support the school, what concretely can we get out? What can they say? What change have we brought to that school? You know, we would love to see people actually speak about that change. And not for us to speak for them and say, we did this actually, but people should be able to, you see, you carry the people along. I would say actually, for whatever intervention you're doing, put the people in the driving seat. So that the communities themselves are part of that intervention that you're coming up with. Even as an organization, you want to live, you want the organization to continue beyond you. So you're setting up a legacy that, how do I say, future generations will remember because of the things you did. Not the things that you say you will do, but actually what you did. So that is very important. And leadership should be accountable. And you've got to be truthful. You've got to be transparent in whatever you do. And that is very, very important for me. So that's what I bring in Bosco. I want the truth. I would love that whatever we say we have done can be provable. If you want to check it out, check our work.
Wow.
So that is important.
Wow. We are talking to Jennifer Okusia, the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, right here on the CEO bench. And she's telling us about her leadership journey. Self-leadership for me is quite very important for a leader. And I think that Jennifer quite account for that effectively. And of course, we are talking to Jennifer about her role as the Executive Director at Bosco Uganda. Do you have a question for Jennifer? Do you see a lady who is on the rise to the top who is perfectly befitting of being on the CEO bench because she's a lady on the rise to the top? And we're going to take a break, but just before we take a break, Jennifer, I want to ask you one more question to, you know, sum up the leadership part, and then we'll come back and talk about change management and particularly the things that you want to do or you're going to do at Bosco Uganda. And my question on the leadership, to sum it up, is basically about what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level? Most people don't understand leadership at personal level. They don't know how to separate the two. They are stuck in one place, don't know what to move and how to move, but yet we're seeing Jennifer moving from one place to the next. And what is your understanding of leadership at the family level? Most people think that if you're personally very effective as a leader, you are going to be effective at the family level. And that is not true. Sometimes the family dynamics is different because it can break you down. For example, if you decide to go and there's a problem between you and Mr. Radio today and there's no understanding between the two of you, chances are that if personal effectiveness as a leader is not going to be seen at Bosco Uganda. How? What is your understanding of that? And we want to know, what is your understanding of leadership at a society level? There are dynamics that needs to be managed at that point. There are things that a leader needs to look at that point. You've talked about the quantifiable, justifiable, measurable metrics of a leader, that the impact should be seen. But we want to dive straight to understand, what is your understanding of that, as well as at the corporational level, which is where you are right now, and at the national level. There are dynamics that play in as you talk about transformation. Can you share and shed more light on that one?
Okay, thank you very much. At a personal level, I think it is, for me, it is again the values that you have and carrying those values with you. For instance, now I have raised up children, not only my own children, I've raised quite a number of children. I'm here for work, I've been out for a month, and they're managing. My children are managing, the elder ones are able to manage the younger ones without any issues. Young girls who are raised up right now and so assertive, they are so, I mean, I have no doubt about their capabilities. They're taking care of the little ones who are about 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, even in my absence. I think that's already an evidence of good leadership at the family level. Because for me, it's so important to impart values in people. And I see this in my children. I see this in the children, even those I've adopted. And they are carrying themselves with grace. You look at them and you see in schools, the feedback you get from the teachers about those girls, amazing. So these are young children, young youth who are already even taking responsibilities of mothers. They are caring for others. They are able to self-organize the families. Even in my absence at home. You know, a month away from home and everything is okay. That shows you that even at personal level, there is leadership. Of course, at family, you have the husband and the wife. And sometimes the wife is very strong and vocal, and the husband is a bit timid. But I think it's about understanding. And I am not really the kind of feminist people, like, you know, all these stereotypes about women and men. I really do believe about equity. You know, fairness in whatever we do, whether it's because of race or gender or religion. We've got to be fair to each other, and we want to see women and men, you know, receive equitable treatment. At the level of leadership at the organization, you want fairness, even for pay, you know, to female employees or male employees. Look at the competence of your people, look at the commitment of the people. It shouldn't be about because it's a woman or a man. For me, leadership is the character that you bring in, and it can be natural. You can harness the leadership as you go on. I can't say I'm an excellent CEO. You know, I am still starting. But I do believe in the values that will take me to where I want to be. The vision that I have for the organization, you know, and being able to have the right networks, associating with people who have similar understanding of what they want to do, even in the society, and that's it. At society level, we look at how to go with the communities. It's so important that whatever we do, communities own it. So you do not want to be, how do I say, a big talker and never an implementer. And that is why you see sometimes people who you hold very highly at a higher level because they hold very important positions. But when you get to know them personally, you're very disappointed because there seems to be a mismatch in the values that they carry right from home and there. So outside they may look so good, but internally at home they're having other kind of values. So for me, a leader, whether you are seen or not seen, are you doing the right thing? As a leader, you've got to do the right thing. You do the right thing whether people appreciate it or not. Take the tough decisions, even when others are not happy. But most important for me at organization, leaders, it is being able to raise other people and let other people, if you've left, if you are, I mean, raise other people so that when you go, there is no gap. You get it.
Jennifer's left.
Yes, and everybody collapses.
Then everybody collapses, yes.
That is very important. You must carry people along. Give the people opportunity, give them higher tasks so that you're building up capabilities within your people. Give them tasks. Move to higher levels so that when you go, you not hold on. I've seen that challenge sometimes with organizations when the people hold on and they don't give you the chance to be what you want to be. You have conflicted visions. It's so important because even leadership at the board level, how are you aligning yourself with the CEO to ensure that the systems that you're putting in place are working, putting in structures, and moving beyond an individual, how do I say it? Is it a structure? You know, the organizations that depend on individuals. It's very dangerous because it will collapse. It should be building systems and structures and internal processes that will help a system to function even without you. And that's what I stand for, and that's what I really believe on.
Wow.
And if I had the opportunity to get additional funding, I think there's so much that we can do. From what we've been doing in the study and seeing the gaps that are there, very sad. I have moved to the communities in the West Nile, nearly most of the districts, 12 districts of West Nile, and I have seen the challenges that women face, men face, from infrastructure issues in the health centers. They're very inadequate. I've looked at, you see you have a health center too, and by structure they're not supposed to offer deliveries. It's OPD. But some of the health centers are located in a very distant place. They are the oldest health center in the radius of over 10 kilometers or even 20. And people need services, they need health services. So when you see mothers are dying, it's because there's a gap in leadership. What can we do to ensure that we build up institutions, we build up structures, we build up systems that would meet the needs of our people, and that is very important. So whatever interventions we do, we've got to ensure that these are able to transform lives. So if I'm in the health sector, what can I do to change lives?
Wow. We're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. I think is a very powerful woman. Well set with all our goals, ready to go and conquer the world at Bosco, Uganda. This is not Bosco the Katala of the city of Kampala. This is Bosco the Katala of the city of the community in northern part of Uganda. We'll be right back after the break. This is the CEO Bench. It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, and welcome back from that break. In the studio with me is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, an organization that deals in ICT management in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. 14 years of existence, and of course the Executive Director, the new Executive Director, the female taking over from a man in a Catholic organization is not an easy place to be. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you were talking so much about leadership and change management, leadership and transformation, leadership and the things that excite you and the things that you're going to do. I want to take you straight, Jennifer. Change management is our next part of the show, and then we'll go to transformation as we close the show. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out from an organization? That's one. And how do you communicate it as well as manage the expectations to where you're going? Like right now, you've left an organization, you're going to Bosco Uganda. All right? Mm-hmm. Your next address is there. How do you manage to tell people you're leaving where you've been for 13 years? And then how do you manage the expectations of where you're going, where you're going to start another journey, most probably another 13 years. And not everyone finds this very easy. Not everyone is able to leave their job to move. Most people are stuck in one place and they're wondering what to do and how to go about it. They don't even know. But yet we see you and we have you here on the CEO Bench as the next Executive Director of Bosco Uganda. What is your understanding of change management in that regard, in that context?
Well, that's a broad theme. I don't know where to start from, but I think change management is like managing change.
Yes.
So you kind of, whether it's at a personal level or an organization level, you want to, there's something that you want to change. So for me, it is about, first of all, understanding where you are, and then defining what kind of change you want to see. I can give an example. For instance, for programs, when you are designing a program, it is so critical to understand where you are. Like what we're doing now in an effort and in a wonderful partnership with Accenture, working together with JICA and the Ministry of Health, is to study what is happening in the health sector and seeing what changes are going to be possible. One of the things that we found in our study, for instance, is that a lot of data is being collected, like every month, every day, the health workers, especially level 3s, because we're studying level 2 and 3s. There's so much data being recorded every day. If you walk to a rural health center, 2 or 3, you'll find the workers very busy. They are not only seeing patients, but they have to record data every single day. But what is the challenge with that is that at the end of the month, they must submit the report, so they don't even have the time to do analysis. And in order to make change possible, you need to use also technology. You need to change from a manual system to a system that is going to help you do analysis and be able to make an informed, timely, real-time decision. So what we're doing now, for instance, now in that, I'm just giving an example of a health center. There's going to be, we visualize a lot of change going to happen. That even at a clinical officer will be able to do start building up their management capabilities. They are going to start analyzing the data, understand why some kind of diseases, why malaria cases are going up, and not wait for feedback three months later from the district. They are able to look at the performance of the workers. They are able to understand how to even allocate resources and a number of things like that. So for change to happen, you've got to understand where are you and where do you want to go, and then set up a strategy to go. When I left the previous organization, they have never fallen back and said, where are you? And you build systems. You make sure that you're documenting what you're doing, so that there is no gap in knowledge. So for me, knowledge management is very critical. So even when people leave an organization, you must leave it in a way that is professional. I've seen organizations where people just, tomorrow they disappear, they're not there. That is a bad practice. Change is inevitable. And it must happen because of the changes in the world that we're seeing in terms of technology, in terms of, the circumstances we're in. It's so important that you continuously monitor the environment, whether it is internal or external, and see how to overcome, especially the negative shocks that may come through maybe change of policy. COVID has happened and people have been, those who didn't want to change, who didn't want to learn computer, have no choice now.
Yes, yes.
Now, they are going to struggle because they missed opportunities to adopt to the change that is happening.
Yeah.
So managing change for me is looking within an organization and seeing what has to change. For instance, the organization culture.
Yeah.
If you find a culture of, not only you talk about laissez-faire leadership, but there's also laissez-faire kind of behaviors among staff.
Yes, yes.
You find where you have people leave their coats on the seats.
Yes.
You're waiting for an officer, it is his coat there.
Yes.
It's a Monday. It's a Friday, they are gone. So you know you're seeing cultures, you're seeing behaviors which need to be changed.
Yes.
Through the values that you must bring into an organization. So you realize you must set up systems, and you must be tough about some of the changes. Sometimes it doesn't go well for you, but you have to do the right thing. Because if you want to move from here to there, you must have a clear vision, and you must have clear strategies on how to reach there, including punitive measures. It's very important. So for me, in an organization, for instance, to change the culture, it's a big one. Change that culture of where people come at 10 a.m. and they leave at 3. Or people come early and they're actually not doing anything. So a change process could be having a result-based system where you account for results. And you may not like it.
Wow.
But what do? That is what you want to see. You want to be honest, you want to be accountable, you want to account for results, you want to see impact, you want to see changes in people's lives. So that means you've got to do something that even is unpopular, but for the right cause. So for me, managing change is not very easy. You may get the struggles, like your vision may conflict with others. But what do? You stand to what you do. And if you find that, for instance, the values are conflicting with what is there, you can't change something. Move on. Because why would you change your values if you find, for instance, the things that you cherish, and I talk about values, and you're not getting the opportunity to be what you want to be, you go. In leadership, sometimes there are many people I know who are stuck because they feel the name of the organization is what, is popular. There could be good leaders out there, but they are stuck because of reputation of the organization. Yet the world is waiting to see them.
They have actually outgrown this space.
They have outgrown the space. They are so afraid of change. I am not afraid of change. I move, even if it means taking risks, but for the right reasons. Once you check your intentions are right, and you feel you can make a contribution somewhere.
Correct.
It is good to lose something, but you gain it along the way. So for me, that change has to be well thought. What is it I want to change? How does that resonate around my values? How does it help me? For instance, it was so helpful for me to have more time with my children, which was very difficult in Kampala now because, traffic jam. You lose 6 hours in traffic. You reach home when the kids are sleeping, you leave when they're sleeping. As a mother, for me, that was not something that it was already conflicting with my values. I had to do something to make sure that I am able to be busy as a CEO, as an ED in work, but still knowing what is going on in my home and making sure that the children are growing up with values. That when you come to my home, you're not embarrassed by what you see there. So balancing, as a woman, it's so tricky, balancing between leadership in the office and even at home. It's not easy, but it is possible to achieve it. So I see many women held behind because they're also afraid. Maybe their husbands are not encouraging them to do what they want to do. And life is to be lived once. You, as an individual in this world, have been put for a purpose here. And once you understand that you are, an ambassador in this world, and you have a purpose to fulfill on this world, you are not afraid of even what your husband may say. He will catch along the vision as you go. But you move. And along the way, he'll say you took the right decision. So I really encourage people out there that change, sometimes change is inevitable. You've got to change. And sometimes people insist on holding on when everything is falling apart. You're going to fall eventually. Because it's like an ice. You have an ice and there is sun. Slowly it is melting away, but you're still holding on. You remain and fall. So you need to take the change and move. Sometimes it's a tough decision, but you must move the change. You must act so that you reach where you want to reach. Because the vision that you had before, this is how many years now back. Align it to the context today. Align it to the challenges and opportunities that you see today, like with COVID now. There's so much that we can do. Yes, there's a problem, but for every problem, there is a solution. So you have got to change some of the you know, your activities, your actions in order to bring that positive change that you want to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. She is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, and I can tell you the nominations were not in vain. She is really fit for where she's going. Jennifer, we want to just encourage people to send in their, you know, kisses and disses coming. If Jennifer is doing well, kiss us. If she's not doing well, please diss us. We're okay. We will be able to, you know, respond to you. And please set your questions ready for Jennifer. We'll be able to try and pick a couple of 2 or 3 questions coming from all the viewers all out there and all across the world onto this topic of the CEO bench and leadership change management and transformation. Jennifer, let me drive you to a very specific part of the show, which is, you know, closing change management, going to transformation, as it is here on the show. When you speak with a lot of passion, you speak with a lot of energy, you speak with a lot of, you know, drive and self-motivation. How does it feel to be leading an organization at the forefront of digital technology and connectivity founded by the Catholic Church? And of course, the essential, as we know, as a young mother from Uganda, from a young girl from Arua, with all the background you've given, how does it feel like to be now at the forefront of this organization that usually are led by men, not women?
It feels great.
Yeah.
It feels great because there's so much we can do today
with
technology, with ICT, to transform lives, to transform even business operations, to transform organizations. We've seen many organizations struggling. You know, the cost of internet is still very, very expensive, very, very high for many people. You know, it's not affordable with the commercial networks. It's quite expensive. So Bosco Uganda gives support to organizations that actually aids their work. They get it at a very, very low cost. It is really actually free, especially like the Archdiocese, the Archbishop. He's supported, he's our father, and he's supported to even live stream. And he's reaching out to the people in this period where there's a lockdown and you can't even go to church anymore. So we're seeing radio stations in the region who are broadcasting using our, you know, our platform live to the audiences. So we're supporting other institutions to even achieve their missions and their visions, you know, their goals. That is something beautiful that Bosco Uganda is doing. And we thank actually NITAU, we thank UCC that supported a community network organization like Bosco Uganda to exist. You know, completely not-for-profit organization that looks at communities and sees how to, you know, to end the digital isolation for many people. You know, we have wireless network in an office. People can access, you know, internet from wherever they are with the hotspots and be able to work. That is something that Bosco Uganda, I just love the organization because they were seeing very far. They had very good insight. The founders had such beautiful vision of the future, way before, you know, this technology was even here. So for me, it's something that is beautiful. The potential of what we can do is amazing. For instance, if we go to a health center now and digitalize data so that they no longer have to spend time writing long notes, you know, in the registers. You feel Jennifer, your age, your sex, and so on and so forth. You know, these registers are so many. There's even no store for keeping the register. Digitalize that information so that you're able to even trace who is coming to the facility, improve diagnosis, improve care, so that the doctors, the nurses are able to see who came in. I have been privileged through, I think, working with an international organization to attend medical care in a private hospital. And I saw from the triage, a system where you walk in, the doctor already has your record before you even come in. But in this manual system, you are going to start telling your story again. So with technology, the potential of even improving health service delivery is amazing. You can, for instance, we've seen some partners do, for instance, something on addressing mortality rates, you know, death among children, that is like say under 1 year, using technology. The doctor is able to monitor the health of the children and even improve diagnosis. So with technology, there is so much that we can do. We can have students studying from home. Many schools now are doing virtual. If you see the schools in the northern region, many of them are very rural. They don't have power. They don't have even a single computer. Many schools don't have a computer. So as Bosco Uganda, coming in and providing them with computer, providing them a network system, an intranet system within the school system so that there are networks, the students can go learn basic computer skills. We are building up leaders, we're building up Ugandans who are digitally literate. Yeah. And these people are going to be able to do their own coursework. For us, we learned computer in the university. We didn't. I learned it at university. I was lucky. A cousin of mine told me, you need to go and learn computer. In 2 weeks, I was able to learn, and I took off. That, how do I say, just a little support as good as giving people basic skills sets them to move and discover themselves. So now with internet connection, what can they not do? Students are we're going to still, how do I say, improve education, the quality of education. We see the possibility of even schools across, networking, say a rural school partnering with a Kampala school, or that is having teachers being able to broadcast and exchange materials online. And we're going to carry the same vision because we want to see our citizens better. So with Bosco Uganda, there's so much opportunity we have available to support education, health, even agriculture. We've seen people use the apps to, to study the health of your farm. So use technology to develop. And that's why I love what we're doing, because I bring in the aspect of development. I'm not a technician, but I tell them if people do not understand and use it, then it is useless. It has got to make a difference in the lives of the people. It's not about knowing, like now, you may not even know what comes into the camera, how it is, but you must know how to operate it and use it for something good. So we see technology bridging up with whatever we want to, the gap that we have in the sector, and what kind of solutions can we design to using the technology to leapfrog people to another level. We can actually catch up in this period of COVID, the losses through technology, and that is possible. So Bosco Uganda having community networks, having ICTs, 54 ICT centers, these need to be strengthened. We need to see, I want to see, how do I say, when anyone walks into the center, even women, go there and find a content, say for instance, how to make cakes, bakery and so on. Learn it from the ICT center, go home and do it, start a business. These are possibilities you can do with technology.
And this is what you are
This is the vision.
This is what you want to take into
Thank you. This is what I want to bring. Increase content. Have content available. Relevant content that is going to transform lives. I have learned a lot from the YouTube on how to make cakes. I don't need to come to an expensive school in Kampala. You can use it, technology for it. Just get people exposed towards something and they see the good thing about it and they take off. So we can see that with technology, with ICT, women can transform their lives right from the home. You walk to an ICT center that is near you. Students, even at home, can walk to the center. If you have a wireless system, hotspots available, like in the market in Gulu, we established the hotspots, and the women during the COVID, you can use it to sell, find market prices. Farmers are using it to find prices of, of their products. Network, the possibilities. You open people to the world and take them away from their small world. Open them up. People are doing businesses, electronically.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of Bosco Uganda. I see so much that can be done. I can see
what you're talking about. I can see through it. And I want you to share your questions if you have for Jennifer. But Jennifer, our time is being fast spent, but I want to take you to a more specific questions on faith-based. You are going into what we call a faith-based organization, and started by church as a church installation and the Catholic faith. What does faith, hope, inspiration, confidence, and success mean to you as a person? First of all, as a leader, as a person going in there as an executive director, especially in the light of consequences and effects of the pandemic, COVID-19?
I can quickly say that faith is what has made me today, and hope. When you have those challenges, some people have taken shortcuts and they are far. Some are gone, they are dead because of the decisions they took. But having faith in God, prayer is so important. For young people out there, I really tell them, my girls know that, even my little children, 2-year-old, prays. They all pray. They're learning how to pray. I'm building that foundation in them. They learn. I self-learned how to do these things. But I have made sure that for myself, my family is a prayerful family. these are values that they cherish. You know, the children pray. They pray for me. You hear them pray, God bless mommy.
Yeah.
Many of the things that I'm getting, you know, God answers the prayers of little children. So faith for me from childhood was so critical. Faith, hope. You know, it makes you believe in possibilities beyond where you are. You see things and you actually affirm things. Like poverty, I said, poverty, I must kick it out of the family. I said, my family, I'll be the first graduate. My siblings will not, how do I say, will not remain uneducated, because I believe very much that with God all things are possible. So for me, at an individual level, this faith has brought me so far with the values that I cherish today, of honesty, hard work, how do I say, trustworthy, how do I say, transparency and so on. So these things guide me, and this came for me from the church. Being an active Christian, a Catholic, I am a Catholic, but I'm very, how do I say, I love God, and I can do nothing without him. I really do believe that the values that we have, the challenges we have, if you don't have God, you get swayed away. You get into the popularity thing, and before you know it, you're gone. But when you stick to your God, he never fails you. He actually comes through. And every time I had a challenge, there was always, he just made a way. God truly makes a way where there seems to be no way. And being in the Catholic Church, I really want to see that we're supporting not only the church, but it's an organization that reaches out to regardless of faith. We've established ICT centers in mosques, in Muslims schools, and that is important for us, because you're looking at humanity. With faith is you look at the human aspect of people, and you, regardless of race, religion, gender, you know, sex, you're looking at the human person, and you want what you want for yourself should be the same for others. Selfishness does not help us. I really do believe that there is more blessing in giving than in receiving. There is more blessing in giving than receiving. So I have seen people like Peter Nyeko, and he's a giver. I wouldn't be here without some people like him. What he's going to work on and what we are going to build together, working on to support health centers now have energy, 1.5 kilowatt energy in health center 2s and 3s. That is going to transform lives. Because I think these are some of the values that we commonly share, that we want to see people's lives change. We want to improve, you know, access. We want to provide an ambulance to people so that they transport mothers who are pregnant to facilities, help those facilities people do better with their lives. So for me, faith at a personal level, it's driving me to the organization. And even as I move out, it's so critical for me. I just want to see, be, how do I say, that light. The light of Christ that shines. And that for me is a big thing. Be the light, bring light where there's darkness. Give hope for other people. Let them see that you can, they're where they are now, they will also be somebody at some time. You don't have to be a perfect leader, but if you have the values and if you cherish the things that you do, the sky is the limit.
Wow. Jennifer, Uganda has a very interesting number of people. I want to localize this and bring it down to the African context. The African continent have a diversity of many people thinking in a different perspective altogether. The attitude and perception of people are very different. But bringing it down here at home in Uganda, particularly most Ugandan, or Uganda is mostly you know, a country that is friendly to many people, likes to receive as many people as possible. And in recent times and in recent years, we've seen Uganda as, you know, a country that receives as many refugees as possible. But also pressure is beginning to build, in a sense that people are beginning to see that the space is going, and there's a lot of, you know, now small talks and, you know, brewing issues happening between the refugee communities and then the local indigenous people in this space. But yet, Uganda is one of the country in Africa that mostly rural and agricultural, you know, based. As a country, we are blessed with the soil, but we also host as more refugees as possible compared to most of the cities or countries across Africa, or even in the world. There's no country in the world that is hosting more refugees than Uganda. All right? And when you look at this, what is the biggest challenge in the rural and refugee hosting communities that you are inspired to transform through your work? We're getting into the transformation part of this program, the CEObench.
Thank you. Well, the challenges in the rural sector, in the rural areas, are just too many. As I said, I just came from doing a study in the West Nile, and I looked back at the roads, the road network, the distance from one facility to the next referral. You have a facility, and the next referral is, say, if you are in Madiokolo, they will tell you the next referral is Arua Hospital, 50 kilometers away. If you were a mother,
about to give birth,
in labor, you failed. The labor has failed. You are as good as really gone, because there's no transport. Some districts have only one ambulance for the entire district, and if you call for the ambulance, it has taken someone to Mulago or to Lacho Hospital. That is so sad. So sad. So I looked at the women there and I said, they are really, I looked at them and I said, God bless the women. This is resilience. I mean, you're still able to give birth in a situation where you're not sure of medical care, and that is not easy. So refugees are coming in. I know there's some development coming in with partners coming to support, which is a great thing, that you have different partners, international partners, even the local organizations putting an effort to help, but there's still so much need. There's need to build up health centers, at least at a level 3. All centers should just start from level 3, where you're able to access maternal, delivery. But even beyond that, there has got to be, sincerely, there's got to be better hospitals. There's got to be better infrastructure, so that in case of, cesarean section, I look at those people and I say, my goodness me, what happens when you fail to deliver? To take you, and there's no even vehicle, to 50 kilometers away. The road is so bad, if it rains, a small car cannot pass. Even an X-ray cannot drive on some of those roads. It is terrible. So as we receive even more refugees, especially West Nile that has accommodated so many, there's still so much need on the ground that we need to just do proper planning. I really do believe resources are available. It's how you plan the resources. Prioritizing, ensuring that we build up structures that are adequate. OPD sections are very small. We've seen patients come in an OPD so small. It's the same place where they dispense drugs. So you are talking about social distance of 2 meters apart. It's not possible. They are ill-equipped. There are no housing for nurses. These nurses are working day and night. They need adequate motivation. They need to be paid well. And there is need really to increase the budget for the health sector. But above all, leadership is important even at those levels, not only at the district, but even at the facility level, to get people to work, but also to be able to support people to do their work. Because these are people who have children. I look at myself as a mother. If an organization does not facilitate their staff adequately, that's why you have many cases of corruption, driving the demand from down up and not top down. There's got to be, because some of these health center tools are doing deliveries, yet they are not supposed to. But they have no choice because people come there, it's the only one nearby. So they need to immediately prioritize support to such kind of centers. So I'm really happy that with Mandulis, we are an Accenture, and we are rolling out a pilot study on digitalization that we're going to do to try to support health center 2s and 3s, which are the most needy. And we're going to provide 1.5 kilowatt solar energy in those facilities, because lighting is a problem. What we saw in nearly, I would say, 90% of the health centers, there's no reliable power. If they have solar, it is not reliable. The issues with batteries. So coming up with a system, that a power solution that is going to help the health centers, that means it will increase the work time for them, but also introducing like computers. We will train health workers on the basic skills and on how to digitalize data, so that it takes away the burden of, the time lost in writing, so that they're able to give services to people, to the patients who come in the facility. So even digitalizing alone is going to reduce the workload. We believe it will reduce the workload. It will give more patient time. And I'm really looking at a time when health centers can have patient, how do I say, in those rural health centers, that you can actually, if you walked in as AD, your data is available and the doctor knows your previous record and is able to help to improve, diagnosis.
Reduce the time.
Leave alone that, to even follow your history and able to support you, because with the manual system, it's impossible. If you come with your patient book, because in the villages, in those centers, you come with your exercise book where they write the prescriptions and everything. Tomorrow you leave it at home. You come with a new one. They will not remember. They will not remember. Or the rain has washed it. So there's no way they will remember that you had TB. You may come for malaria and actually you're a TB person. So how do you manage that? So we really want, using technology, that partners out there who have the technology who can actually help to integrate the system so that you don't do a one standalone, that this is me, I do my own, you know, and you have a museum, you know, so many standalone, but integrated so that you really support the health sector. Because the challenges are many and we need concerted effort. That's why working in partnership is very important. And I really love partnership, you know, the collaboration. So I'm really happy to work with Mandulis. I look at the future so bright that we shall support health centers. One aspect is digital, bringing in laptops with JICA support to help improve, you know, the work in the facilities, but also bring energy, which is something great, and even transport that would help the community to be able to access medical services in emergencies. Like we have electric ambulances that Mandulis is working on, beautiful ideas. We need more people, more Ugandans to get out and do something that is going to transform lives. It's not about money. Many of the companies, by the way, if you go to those areas in West Nile, for the facilities that we sample, about 75 of them, network is a problem. You don't even have voice. You cannot call on MTN, you cannot call on Airtel. Airtel does quite better. They have really reached out in a wider coverage, but you can't even call. You can't call a health center. At the health center, you must find a spot to stand to call someone in the district. So you must go under some kind of tree, surely.
Climb and hunt him.
I say, where is the corporate responsibility? Should it be about market-driven? But let's it be about the people. Reach the services to the community. So there is need for network, like we need intranet systems, we need internet access in those facilities so that you just at real time click and send the information to the district. Instead of somebody look for border. They don't even have by their motorcycles. Right to the district just to take a report. How about just use technology, click away and it's at the district, I continue with my work. Now I lose 2 days to move from one health center to come to the district to give a report. 2 days would have done so much to help lives, save lives. So with technology alone, a click away, instant reports to the ministry, even up to Kampala. So there's need for partners to come in and work with Bosco Uganda, work with the existing partners on the ground to support technology rollout to the health center so that we improve on services by bringing technology closer, power, energy, and also for these companies, the MTN, Airtel, to really do something as a corporate responsibility, to really target the people and support connectivity so that we have access. We are happy with NITA, they're doing quite a lot, they have reached the highways, but on the ground, there is a gap. So there's need for partnership on how to bring that internet closer to the people so that we really support development of the rural areas in health, in education, in agriculture. Mention it. Technology is the way to go, and I'm glad to be with Bosco Uganda and to work with people who are willing to support such change, technology that is going to help transform lives.
Wow. Well, you're hearing, you know, Jennifer Okusia Erejo talk about her journey as the new executive director, you know, of Bosco Uganda. Again, this is not Bosco the Katara of the city of Kampala, okay? This is Bosco Uganda, the organization that looks after ICT in community, you know, in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. I think they have been there for about 14 years. And for the first time, a lady is taking over the leadership role in there as an executive director, and she was nominated to be on the CEO bench. And Jennifer Okusia, as I am concerned, you are on a good road to, you know, being a good leader in that organization. They are blessed to have you. Jennifer, last question. Our time is fast spent, but I want to ask you my last question. Uganda has a vision 2040. We've talked about the vision 2040. We've discussed this over and over. The government has been talking about it. The people of Uganda have been talking about it. Just like any other country in the world, we must have a vision. So Uganda has a vision 2040. What hope do you have for Uganda as a woman taking over from Bosco Uganda at the moment, and Africa 2040? And how can we, each person, anywhere in Uganda, Africa, and the world, be inspired to do things and join hands to, you know, help realize that vision for the country called Uganda?
Wow, those are many questions in one.
Yes.
But as a woman, as a mother, how do I say? I stand to reflect on myself as a woman.
Yes.
And what I want to the change that I want to see in others.
Yes.
I want to be an image for women out there who are doing something, who are struggling, and to tell them there is something better.
Yeah.
I want to be part of working with organizations that are supporting communities to grow, community organizations like Bosco Uganda, local organizations to build their capacities, strengthen the institutions so that they continue to do the great work they're doing out there. So I want to be a part of that. So I thank APC, I thank Horizon 3000, the organization I worked with, the Austrian government through the Austrian Development Agency. I thank Accenture, I thank Notre Dame University. I thank UNICEF, but the UNICEF did a lot with Bosco Uganda to reach out to schools. So I am a woman who wants to ensure that whatever we're doing, we are counting for results. That every intervention we do must transform lives. And we want to ensure that people are in the driving seat. The communities, the young people, the youth, that they are on the driving seat. So designing programs with them. As we go out to do studies, get their views. So what we did is to go and actually listen to the different how do I say, actors, players in the whole ecosystem of health, from the district health officers, biostats, in charges of facility, sub-county chiefs, they now call them SAS, the patients even, to get their views. So it's so important that we get the views of the people and the change that they want to see, so that we define that change process and be able to work towards what we want to see. So you asked many questions, so I hope I am answering it. But I really believe that as a woman who wants to see my children and all other children, I'm really so passionate about young people, children, women, men, who working together, whether it's at the family level, work together. Why do you fight? Put your efforts together, put your resources together. I have seen families where the man is working, the woman is working, but it's only the man who is spending the money in the family. What is the money of the woman doing? Why not work together? Because together you can go far. But if you stand as an individual, you're going to fail. So we need people to come together. We need young people out there not to think about money first, but think about what you're passionate about, what change you want to contribute to.
This is to what 2040.
Commit yourself towards that vision. Commit yourself towards digitalization. Commit yourself towards projects that make an impact. Government of Ghana has great plans, but we all know always the challenge is the implementation. But if you are an institution, if you are the leader of an institution, and you have the resources, why not commit those resources to what it was intended to be? That's it. If all of us made that contribution honestly and account for what we do, we will have change in this country. We shall develop this country to the vision. So let's stop talking, but walking the talk. Let's put resources down, whether it's financial resources, it is time that you spend to work. Commit yourself to it. If it is finding the right staff to the organization, please find the right people, not because he's related to me or not, or he's from that tribe or other. Find competence, find committed people, work together and achieve what you want to achieve. That for me is very important. And we shall reach the vision 2040. So talking alone does not help us, but aligning what we say we want to do and actually how do I say, measuring the changes. It is so important. Sometimes I get bored to hear 50 years ago, they still talk 50 years ago. What happened to the 5-year plan? Can you account for that one? Account for it. And please, let's be accountable, let's be truly honest and attribute our work to the changes that we see, the outcomes. Stop talking about impacts. Those are very far away because so many people are contributing to it. Measure the outcomes. Define the outcomes with the people that you want to change and trace that. Let the people be in the driving seat. I mean, let them also contribute towards the change. We stop dependency. Because I really do believe that there is resources. There are idle resources around us. But sometimes the difference is exposure. So what you have here, as you see, is not a resource. Out there, they're using it. You've seen people even eat all kinds of things. But for us, because we have the food, we don't. I'm just using that in terms of resources. If you have the resource, we need exposure. We need support in training, leadership, train us as leaders, support us in the work that we're doing, reach out to organizations that are doing a great work, support them, and build them. So that they're able to remain a going concern, they're able to build up, system structures, programs that will outlive the leadership of the organization. I think that is so important. Leaders, when it's time to go. Stop hanging in. Your vision might have expired. Allow others to lead. And let them also try. Next 5 years, 10 years. And when you believe that you've done your part, let other people build. Because as I said, change is inevitable. And new people can come in with new ideas. People need to embrace that change and catch the vision and move on. And that is so important.
Wow. Well, you've heard from Jennifer right there. Powerful woman taking over Bosco, Uganda. You're truly blessed, and the community of the people in northern Uganda and you know Western Islands, you are really blessed. And to my people from Arua, I think you have, and people from the West Nile, you have a powerful host right there in Jennifer. Jennifer, your parting short question here. I mean, what is the most important thing that the viewers and the followers of the CEO bench that nominated you to come onto the program should take over from you today, or should know about Jennifer going forward, as we bring the show to a close, as your parting shot?
Jennifer is so passionate about...
I want you to look into the camera.
Oh yeah. Jennifer is so passionate about transforming lives. Yeah. She's a woman who holds the values of honesty, accountability, transparency, and that is what drives me, and that's what I want people to check me for. Am I doing what I say I want to do? Yeah. As a leader, I must be an exemplary person, so I lead by example. Yeah. So for me, it's about servant leadership. Yeah. It's being on the forefront, working with your team to change you know, the things that you want to change. So I'm happy and glad to have been given this opportunity. I want to thank our Archbishop of Gulu, a man that has worked tirelessly and doing so much to transform lives, supporting the institution to work together, effort towards inter-institutional collaboration, and I'm glad to be part of the team that is contributing towards, you know, ideas in the Archdiocese. For me as a Christian, I carry the Christian values, and I do believe so much that those values drive us and make us, you know, live the kingdom principles. So it's so important that actually we live our values, we work together, you know, and we bring about the change that we really want to see, carrying the people along, actually putting the people in the driving seat. So I'm really happy that you gave me the opportunity to come here and, you know, inspire someone out there and to tell the young people there is hope for you. Young girls, do not rush into marriage, do not rush into relationships. It is a temporary solution, but it's going to cause you long-lasting problem. Focus on education. You know, challenges are there, but there's a solution to every problem. So stand up and fight on. Many people who are something today, you know, had the option of, you know, having a shortcut to, you know, give up and, you know, say me, Masao, you know, you know, I've reached the traffic light. It is red, I stop here. No, it always changes from red to yellow to green and yellow. So please keep working hard. You know, set up your vision, set up the strategies, build systems, build structures, and build internal processes that will outlive your legacy. As a CEO, as an ED, for me, that is what I cherish. I really want to set up an organization, a system that can outlive my time, and that is so important. But it must impact the lives. I must be among those that are contributing towards the change, whatever sector it is, whether agriculture or health or education. Am I making an impact? Am I transforming lives? That's what I believe in.
Wow. Jennifer, thank you very much for coming to the show. Here, we always do this, and we say that we have to spread the love going forward. And to all of you guys, thank you very much for joining us on the CEO Bench today. The CEO Bench has come to an end. We've been talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju, who is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda. Check them out. Check Bosco Uganda online, www.boscouganda.com, and check them out, and you'll be able to, you know, touch base with them. You'll be amazed. The CEO Bench will return next week, same time, same place. God bless, and stay focused on your leadership journey.
Amen.
Pedalo, A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulis, we really believe in this. We're a clean energy company that also focuses on agricultural value addition to help improve the lives of farmers in rural Africa. Something that's close to my heart, having grown up in these communities. I was born in northern Uganda, in such communities that we've seen today. I spent my early childhood running around these roads. You know, I've lived this, but so has almost every other Ugandan, because 80% of us are linked to the ground through farming. And now what today has been about is figuring out how farming can not only be productive for food, but rather how farming can be productive for the entire ecosystem and the economy. How crops once grown can have residues that can be turned into energy to process those same crops, can be turned into energy to cook those same crops, and can be turned into that flicker of light that can shatter any shield of darkness, economically, developmentally, and otherwise.
I am Jean-Baptiste Fauvel. I work as a program manager at the EU delegation to Uganda, and I'm in charge of working on inclusive green economy. Inclusive green economy is one of two focal sectors of the EU's development cooperation with Uganda, so we have allocated a significant amount of resources to advancing this agenda of promoting inclusive green economy in line with the government's ambitions in this regard, because Ugandan authorities have launched the Ugandan Green Growth Development Strategy end of 2017, and we are keen on supporting this. This visit to the pilot projects implemented by Mandulis in the Gulu district, Gulu region, has been a very interesting experience for me, a learning experience, because I'm not familiar with gasification, the gasification of biomass, and the many interesting technologies implemented by Mandulis here. So I've learned a lot, and I am extremely grateful to Peter and his colleagues for showing this and the very inspiring message conveyed to us visitors.
What's interesting about this project, what I've learned from Mandulis, is that they are covering the missing link in rural electrification. And that missing link is that, you know, we try to electrify people, and it always requires subsidy. What they're bringing is they're connecting the value chains, the agricultural value chains, the ground nuts, the rice, the maize, and this value chains, which are worth a lot of money. They're using the waste from these value chains to make energy, which returns resources to the community. And this has not been done successfully in East Africa yet. So this is a really exciting project. And so what my plan and what I'll be working on is to try and help them finalize the business so that it's investable in a way that they can grow to meet all 16 of the target areas.
I'm telling you that take this stove, okay, take this shigiri, go home, after you've made your muchama and you've eaten and you've enjoyed yourself, I'll buy back the ash from you. That is crazy, but it's what makes you now say, okay, maybe I should switch, because if I calculate the amount of money, let's assume you're buying 1 ton a year, and that 1 ton you're spending about 500,000 shillings, and let's say you're getting about a quarter of a ton at the end of the year, 250 grams, 250 kilos, that's 5 bags of charcoal. How much is 5 bags of charcoal? You're like, okay. So if you're spending 500,000 and you're earning 100,000 from your waste at the end of the year, in a rural environment, that's covering, 2 terms of school for 1 kid. So it gives that incentive to switch because you're saying, look, it's still wood, but this is cleaner. It doesn't beat the environment. It's cheaper, but more importantly, it is an income stream for you as a family.
I have been very impressed by what I've seen. It's been very inspiring, and I will be very keen on exploring whether and how we could maybe support Manduli's ambitions in the future. I will share my takes with colleagues in Kampala, and we will explore what can be done.
The EU has been a strong partner of Uganda in many different fields, from infrastructure to development to others. And I feel it's crucial for them to see how what we're doing fits in within their plans and Uganda's plans.
The farmers are ready. The farmers are ready for someone to come in and make this happen. So we go back to what we need is rural electrification. What we need is we need markets for food crops. The markets for food crops are there, and the opportunities for rural electrification are there, and the farmers are willing to participate. So what surprised me, it didn't surprise me, but is how knowledgeable they are. Mandulis, I think, has raised the awareness, but they're ready to participate, and they understand that they have a role to play in this great activity.
And I'm impressed as well at the potential of this region in terms of agriculture and agro-processing. Just have a look at what's around the landscape. You can see how fertile this land is and how much potential there is for such initiatives as those promoted by Mandulis. So I am confident that there is a big potential for agro-processing industries in the future, and of course the gasification of bio-waste is one of them.
This is a beautiful area. This is a wealthy area. You know, when I heard about Gulu, I had no idea. I kind of thought northern Uganda was very dry, and I didn't really know what to expect. And so when I got here, what I've seen is a very rich area, a lot of crops, a lot of farmers, a lot of young people looking for things to do. And so I think that the agricultural value is here. So what surprised me is the amount of agricultural activity and the potential here.
It was fantastic. I was very much impressed by how welcoming and friendly the local communities are, especially here in Paminolango. We were treated with a fantastic singing and dancing show, which I will keep in my mind for a long time. I think it was fantastic, and I'm very grateful to all those people, all those communities here for their fantastic welcome.
I have not had sorghum ugali like that for a really long time. I mean, in Nairobi we get maize ugali, but sorghum ugali, and then the local food here is just fantastic. I'll also talk about the music. That was like the best village orchestra that I've seen in a long time. So the food and the music, that was like a cherry on top of the experience, and so I'm really looking forward to working on this project.
We wanted our guests to experience the warm welcome of the culture in rural Uganda, especially in this part of rural Uganda. So we had everything from Malakwang to Bo to Lakorokoro, you know, to Odi to Olel, all the food that's grown just down the road from here, and they've eaten it right here. Everything, you know, even those who had the chickens are grown here, and they've been fed on the maize bran and rice bran, you know, and everything's from around the corner. Fresh food, natural food, cooked with a lot of care and a lot of love for everyone, and a lot of welcoming warmth.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
COVID was not expected by many people early last year, because I think when it was happening in the Western world, everyone, probably distanced themselves.
Yeah, it was a Chinese problem.
Exactly. Some people would easily say that God was probably punishing those guys in Europe and the Western world generally. You know? But the situation changed rapidly, and it came down to our doorsteps here. It came down to Africa, it came down to Uganda, and we all know what happened.
It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it says, You and the Law. It's a program that seeks to explain the law to people in this country, demystify the different concepts of the law, make people understand what the law is, how it affects their lives, and really to ensure that we keep ourselves on the safe side of the law. Because as you all know, ignorance of the law has never been and will never be a defense. So whether you're a teacher, whether you're a border rider, whether you're a doctor, whether you're a farmer, anything that you could be in your life, the law affects every aspect of our lives. So that's why we have this program to basically enable people to understand the law in its different formations and how it impacts on our lives. Today, we have a very interesting guest with us who will be helping us understand a couple of things about this program and the ideas that we are flaunting for you, the viewers of House of Talent Television. Our guest is a very outstanding and fairly young lawyer. He's a law lecturer. He's practiced law for the last 8+ years. He's taught law in different universities. He's been in leadership in this country, and he's best suited to steer this conversation today. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the one and only Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the nice introduction.
In House of Talent, we always have to do the fist bump and we spread the love. Yeah, it's just our way of trying to survive in these COVID times, because we're told that we can't be touching ourselves and stuff like that. Yes. So Emma, I know that you do so many things in this country. You teach law, you practice law, you run a startup. So I thought perhaps we could start by having a sneak peek into the work that you do, as a lawyer, as an innovator, just to set the ball rolling for us.
Yes. Thank you so much. Well, I do all the things that you have mentioned.
Yeah.
Been a lawyer for quite a while now, since 2014. So quite knowledgeable about the law now.
You're no longer a young lawyer?
No longer a young lawyer. I'm off that bracket.
Okay.
But of course, always willing to learn and contribute to the society in different ways, like you've stated. And so that includes also, as part of the pro bono work, to uplift people's understanding of the law, teach them what the law is, and this has been appreciated, in different quarters in this country, For example, last year, our organization, that is Legal Hub Uganda, won this LACON award. LACON, that's the Legal Aid Innovations Conference.
Oh, yes, oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're the best, that was in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the work is much appreciated now.
You mentioned Legal Hub. I thought maybe you could spend a little bit of time to, understand, explain to us what Legal Hub is all about. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Legal Hub Uganda is a non-governmental organization.
Okay.
This organization was conceived as an idea around 2017 and registered as a company limited by guarantee, and we went on to register as a non-governmental organization in 2019. So since then we have been contributing to this country in different ways, using the radios, visiting schools, going into the community in different ways. We have, for example, utilized radio stations in this country, several of them, and I believe people across this country have heard about Legal Hub Uganda and what we have been doing.
Yeah, I know that you also have a little bit of interest in innovations as an organization. Could you sort of try to shine a light on a couple of innovations that Legal Hub has been pushing across the country?
Yes, thank you. So one of our biggest innovations, to date, has been the legal podcast.
Yeah.
So if you're very common on Facebook, on different platforms, you're able to see that we're doing a legal podcast. I believe we're the pioneer podcasters in this country, at least in the legal sense.
Okay.
So this podcast has been recognized by The Hill. The Hill is the Hague Institute, for innovations of law.
Yes.
So we competed, and we came out as the best innovators in 2019.
Okay.
And as a result, we also represented Uganda. We're among the 3 that represented Uganda at The Hague. That's in the Netherlands.
Very important milestones that you're raising.
Exactly. So we're able to compete with the world, to showcase the world what we are all about, and things like that. And of course, we have kept the podcast running with support from different quarters of this world. So that's why I was saying earlier that we have been able to even win the LACON award.
Yeah, which is very big, especially for the country.
Yes,
because it's
a
national sort of system.
Exactly, and of course, every day we continue to innovate ways that we can reach, different people in this country. And our major interest is the last mile in this country.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps us, moving forward to ensure that the last person in this country understands the law.
Until we take the law to the last mile.
Exactly.
So that brings me sort of to this question around then you and the law, because clearly it seems to be a contribution to your mandate of taking to the law to the last mile.
Yes.
So you and the law, as a program that we're designing in partnership with the House of Talent Television, could you just sort of give us an idea what it's all about?
Yes, thank you. So again, because of our innovativeness, right? We have been able to be recognized by different people, and recently we were one of the winners, under the I4C challenge. That's innovation for change, So under that project, one of the things that we thought of was to bring the law to the TV audience, in this country. And again, I believe this is also pioneering in different ways, because other people simply discuss the law from the surface, So we want to unpack the law, to the TV audience. Because I believe the radio will be focusing more on the people in the last mile, But
the TV audience is the base.
So if you come to Kampala, you realize that the majority of the people only listen to the radio in the morning when they're driving to work, and the evening when they're driving back home. And at that point, someone is a bit anxious, going to work and coming back. So they basically want to listen to music, So we want to see how we can take this television to their offices, to their homes, at their own convenience, So that's why this project comes up, And so we have designed a number of projects, a number of topics that we want to handle under this. So there'll be a COVID edition, but generally we'll be discussing other aspects of the law like you had rightly introduced.
Yeah. So I thought perhaps, I know you've sort of given us a sneak peek into the future, but I thought we could maybe start by revisiting, you mentioned COVID.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, why is it important to actually have a conversation around, COVID and the law? Because this is you and the law, and then suddenly you're talking about, COVID. Some because, COVID is a medical issue. Why are we discussing it in you and the law? You should be telling us about theft, you should be telling us about murder and things like that. So could you sort of try to give us that intersection?
Yes. Now that's a good question. First of all, COVID was not expected by many people early last year, because I think when it was happening in the Western world, everyone, probably distanced themselves.
Yeah, it was a Chinese problem.
Exactly. Some people would easily say that God was probably punishing those guys in Europe and the Western world generally, But the situation changed rapidly, and it came down to our doorsteps here. It came down to Africa, it came down to Uganda, and we all know what happened, The country was closed down. Among the first times that the president had addressed the country, he reached a point where he closed the land, air, and all the borders basically in this country.
So basically,
So we're locked up. You couldn't
no
go out.
No entrance, no exit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And alongside that, they curtailed our movement at some point. They said stay home, Workplaces were closed, people were staying home. I know that different kinds of problems occurred, Husbands and wives were staying indoors for 24 hours. So you can expect that there'll be domestic violence.
I would expect them to bond.
On the contrary, no. Because then you're seeing, you're confined to this house for 24 hours.
Yeah.
You're looking at each other. At least when you're working, you're able to go and cool off in case of any disagreements. So during that COVID period, and we're still of course in that period, there was a lot of domestic violence that was realized, for example. And that is a legal issue. People had mental issues. That's just a legal issue in some ways. Children stayed at home. And up to now as we speak, children are still at home. And so that means that their rights to, to study, to education, which of course has its own technicalities, but that children are still at home and they are losing out so many months and years.
Then on Sundays and Fridays, people can't go to...
You can't go to church or to the mosque. That's also a legal issue, In the first lockdown in 2020, government had to step in and provide food, because people were no longer working. A majority of our people, especially here in Kampala, they live hand to mouth. So these people go to town, they work their money, go home with a kavera. Those kaveras will no longer coming,
A kavera is a polythene bag. Just
exactly.
In case, some viewers may not understand. Yeah.
Yes. So that means that the right to, to food, was affected. You couldn't move. Your right to movement is affected. The government came up with regulations saying that, for example, you can't spit in public, and indeed those regulations are still here. If you spit in public, you're committing an offense,
I wonder how many people know that.
Exactly. So COVID has impacted life in ways that we didn't imagine,
Basically, there's been a close fusion between COVID and the law.
Exactly. And it appears this situation is not likely to change even after we recover from the pandemic. Because in some places you've heard them talking about COVID passports.
Oh, yeah.
In Europe, in South Africa, yesterday I was seeing they're trying to introduce a COVID passport. So that means if you want to go to the market, you should show that you've been vaccinated. So what is the implication of that on your daily life?
We'll pick on from there because clearly I see that you've tried to marry COVID-19 and the law. So we'll pick on from there after the short break. Stay right here. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law. Because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No. You have a right to work. Your right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes. For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals. Oxygen should be there. Health workers should have gloves. Teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today in studio, we hosting Mr. Emmanuel Elau, co-founder at Legal Hub Uganda, the practicing lawyer and a law lecturer, basically to discuss and explain to us this whole show that we're premiering here, You and the Law, specifically the COVID edition. Before we went for a break, Emma was explaining to us how the law is married into the whole COVID-19 pandemic and the different interventions that have been put in place. I thought, Emma, we could pick on from there. So before the break, you sort of tried to make that explanation. So could you kindly, in a more sort of detailed manner, highlight the various human rights that you think have been affected by COVID-19? Yeah.
Well, thank you. There have been different rights that have been affected. We're talking about the right to education. We're talking about the right of movement. We're talking about the right to health, which has also been highlighted because of our, infrastructure.
Yeah, our preparedness for...
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think we have also seen the right to life, to an extent, also affected. People's rights to worship, people's rights to, to marry at some point, because when it was suspended.
Yeah, you couldn't do a ceremony.
Yes, you couldn't do much, I think the people's rights also to earn a living, generally, which could be connected with the right to own property. It could be, one could make an argument that has also been affected.
Economic rights that
have been
severely affected.
Exactly.
So looking at the COVID edition of You and the Law that we're talking about today, what are the kind of topics that people should expect, the viewers of House of Talent Television should expect to be discussed on this show?
Okay, thank you. So, because of this whole idea, we have put together a couple of topics, 12 of them in particular, for purposes of this particular COVID edition.
So you just selected only 12?
12 topics, okay, particularly. So those topics are going to touch on the law and human rights in Uganda. So we'll basically have a guest telling us about the different laws, the different rights that have been affected, because we're talking about human rights.
Yeah, sort of a broader picture.
A broader discussion. So you can expect a very interesting discussion around that. Two, we'll be talking about COVID-19 and access to justice in Uganda, because we know already that even without COVID, a great majority of people in this country were even struggling to access justice, and this is no news, You've heard of people talking about case backlog, access to courts of law, access to lawyers, If you look at the infrastructure in this country in terms of legal aid, I mean, it's a bit poor, Everybody looks at Law Society, but Law Society only has 22 legal aid clinics across this country. But how many districts do we have?
100 and something.
Exactly. So even before Corona, there was a problem. But now we want to discuss post-Corona. What exactly
in Corona.
In Corona, actually.
Yes, yeah.
What exactly is going on?
I think that's interesting, actually, even noting the fact that courts were actually closed as well during the lockdown. And I remember, I think lawyers were not essential workers.
No, they were not.
Yeah, so with all the fancy suits, at a certain point, a wheelbarrow pusher was more important than you.
We were relegated to another, Of course, there was this whole thing that lawyers at some point were made essential. But you see, it was technical because it was only a fee. You had to apply for a permit.
Yeah.
Each time you had a case.
Yeah.
But remember, if your client is arrested, because sometimes these things are not planned, considering how police operates. If your client is arrested, you have to apply for a permit that could take you a day or two. Yeah. And then the law, on the other hand, says that
48 hours.
48 hours, and then your client as well is entitled to see a lawyer upon arrest. So that also was affecting.
So imagine a lawyer running all the way from Nigeria to Chira Road Police.
Exactly.
Because they don't have a permit. Okay. Yeah. Any other sort of areas of discussion that we'll focus on?
So another interesting topic is COVID-19, gender, and women's rights.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of gender issues.
That sounds interesting already, yeah.
Exactly. There have been a lot of gender issues in this country as a result of this COVID. Domestic violence, women, beaten, and all sorts of things. And of course, we're not biasing this only to women. Of course, we're aware that there are some men who may have also fallen
victim,
you know.
Yeah.
Only that, of course, you know that the men fear to come out, you know. So it will be a bit of a general discussion, though of course with some bit of focus on women
yeah.
specifically. Another topic of interest is COVID-19 property and land rights, because as you're aware, while everyone else was busy, you know, with corona things, some people were also busy scheming ways to evict them from their land,
yeah.
you know, because, you know, because courts were suspended, you know, if a guy wants to take over your land or to break down your house, you have no recourse to a court of law.
Interestingly, there was actually a directive issued by the Ministry of Lands suspending any forms of eviction and stuff like that in that period.
Yes.
But I think this being Uganda, some people were able to,
of course,
to bypass.
so you find that whereas they put out all the things, sometimes they're well-intentioned,
yeah.
that we do not want people to be evicted. But there'll be someone out there, you know, who can be able to...
Who can bypass.
Who can bypass. Imagine if they can demolish a church in this country, so you can only imagine what they can't do when...
the country is locked down.
When the country is locked down and there's just a piece of paper saying that don't evict people,
yeah.
you know. So that's one such topic. And then also we have COVID-19 and its impact on employment and labor rights in Uganda. You know, this is a very serious discussion, you know. We have had people lose jobs,
yeah.
you know. We have had people with reduced salaries, you know.
Salary cuts, yeah.
Salary cuts, you know. The teachers are out there, you know, they don't have jobs. Or even when they maintain their jobs on paper, the employers are telling them, we can't pay you because children are at home.
Perhaps the other angle is that also we've had businesses closed down.
Businesses are also closing down.
Because it's always tempting to look at the employees only and forget that the employers are struggling.
Exactly. So we need to, so we'll be delving into the labor issues in this country. And then also, we'll be looking at the right to food, COVID-19, you know, and the right to food.
Yes, yes.
You know?
That's an interesting one, because I remember in the first lockdown, people were like, you know, I'd rather die of COVID than die of hunger in my house.
Yeah.
yeah. So, tell us about the right to food.
Yeah, so that topic will also be discussed. As we all know, it's one of the rights which is internationally recognized.
Yeah.
So we need to delve and try to understand what that right entails, you know. Does it mean that the government should bring food and put on your table, you know? Or government should create a conducive environment for you to be able to get food, you know? Like you've always had Paul saying that someone should be taught how to fish instead of being given what? Fish.
The only danger here is that the fish pond was closed because most of the earning places, you know, were shut down. But I think it will be an interesting discussion here to see, honestly, you know, like how this has been affected by COVID-19.
Exactly. Now, the other topic of discussion is going to be on civil liberties.
Yeah.
You know, in this country.
Very big issue.
Very, very interesting as well, because we need to know whether you still have a right to worship, you know. Well, at least you can worship via television or via radios. Well, maybe some people are comfortable with that, but I'm sure a number of people are also uncomfortable with it.
I know the Christians believe in fellowship, fellowshipping together. So
exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a case which has been filed at the Constitutional Court. You know, a group of pastors thinks that the continued locking of churches is unconstitutional, so they have gone to court. So that's one of the things, among other civil liberties, that we'll be talking about.
And again, talking about civil liberties, you know, these freedoms of expression and everything. Again, we've been struggling with this even before COVID.
Exactly.
So I think it will be interesting to see how COVID has, you know, either worsened or made the situation better.
Exactly, and you know, it got a bit confused with the politics at some stage.
Yeah, true.
And as you're aware, Facebook is still blocked in this country.
In this country, yeah.
And I don't think, I expect that you're not on Facebook.
and I think that sort of there's another interesting angle on the issue around civic space. Because I think we've also seen government of late, you know, taking interest in organizations that are doing work, you know, civil liberties. And I don't know if we can pull a connection between that and, and COVID-19.
Yes, so I believe that discussion is going to come up as well when that particular topic comes up.
Okay.
Yes. The other topic of interest is COVID-19 and the rights to health of people in this country.
I think that should be the first, actually. But okay, tell us about that,
Again, you've seen that there's been a bit of litigation around these issues in the past, even before COVID.
Yeah, we saw people paying millions hundreds of millions, because you have a patient here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They want 5 million, from you, for you to be in ICU for a day. How many people are going to be able to afford that, and what is government doing, to ensure that people should not be paying this much, So we'll be discussing that topic as well.
I think that's interesting because, again, there have been arguments that, there's been a lot of focus on COVID-19 and we're forgetting that malaria is still, a top killer disease where people are dealing with maternal health issues amidst COVID, and yet the government seems to be putting a lot of emphasis on COVID and neglecting the other issues we have in the country. Okay, this is another time, to go for a break. You're watching You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're hosting Advocate Emmanuel Lau to sort of unpack for us the COVID edition that we've been preparing for you in partnership with Legal Hub Uganda. So let's go for a break. We'll be right back. It's You and the Law here on House of Talent Television. Welcome. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and we're having Mr. Emmanuel Lau today, an advocate and law lecturer, to explain to us You and the Law and the intersection with COVID-19 in Uganda, which is a sort of a specific edition that House of Talent Television is going to be producing. So before we went for a break, you were highlighting on the topics that we're going to be discussing in this program. So I don't know if you still have some more to...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the other topic we'll be discussing is going to be COVID-19 and disability rights in Uganda.
Yeah.
Because you'll understand that the disabled people have also suffered in different ways.
Yeah.
I will, on a lighter note, I will highlight one particular issue. When the president started giving those speeches of his,
or the weekly
updates, kind of. So what happens is, at first there wasn't an interpreter. I don't know whether there is one now.
It's been a while.
Yes. So there was a complaint that even the president's speeches were,
there was no sign language.
They were leaving those guys behind because the president is speaking, but they're not getting the information that he's saying. But I think there were some arrangements at some point to have a sign language.
I think the TV stations managed to sort of have an interpreter.
Yes. Yeah. So even with or without, even before COVID, disabled people are already facing challenges in terms of accessing so many other rights that they deserve in this country.
Yeah.
So COVID has only spoiled the situation. So we expect that that discussion is going to be topical as well, delving deeper into the matters to do with their rights.
Yeah.
The other issue of interest is COVID-19 and children's rights in Uganda.
Yeah.
Because as you're aware, children have also borne the brunt of this, of this situation.
Yeah.
Talk about domestic violence, talk about the right to go to school.
I think when the police report, one of the reports showed an increase in defilement cases.
Defilement cases, children are getting married off, at a terrific speed. And a majority of them may never actually go back to school.
Yeah.
Issues to do with child labor have also come in because now parents have said, you're sitting at home, please come and work for us. So we need to understand that what are the rights of a child in the context
of pandemic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now the other issue is COVID-19 and the rule of law in Uganda.
Yeah.
The rule of law, very, very important,
Yeah.
Because, after when the lockdown was announced, they unleashed LDUs onto the streets. And we all know
LDUs are the local defense unit. It's a paramilitary outfit in the country. Yeah.
So I believe everyone has an experience, one way or the other. Either you've been a victim, or your relatives have been victims, or a neighbor somewhere.
No, I think the media did a good job, highlighting.
Yes.
Them chasing traders from downtown Kampala.
Yes.
And yeah.
So yeah, so people have in different ways interacted with LDUs. In fact, now it is a joke in the public that if you delay somewhere and curfew gets you, LDUs will teach you what time curfew ends.
Yeah, but I think the other interesting angle, perhaps talking about rule of law, there's been a lot of legislation around COVID.
Yes.
So I think it would be sort of interesting to see how the various laws that have been put in place are also going to have affected our rights as,
Yes, exactly. And also the process that those laws took to come into force.
Yes.
Because you could see the president going on national television, and coming up with all these kind of laws or rules or regulations of sorts.
Yeah.
But with no legal backing. So you'd wake up the following that now the Minister of Health, who is mandated anyway, has come up with a statutory instrument. So those issues also need to be...
One of the, I think, for me, the most interesting thing was seeing if you interact with a police officer, they will tell you they were enforcing the presidential directives.
Exactly.
And some of us used to sort of tease them and say, you don't enforce that. There should be law. Yes, I think, very interesting area. Yeah.
Yeah. So that issue will be discussed ably. Yeah. And then the last issue of interest is COVID-19 and education in Uganda. That will be the last topic. But as you know, it's also a very, very important area because as we speak today, children are still at home. You have kids now who are 8 years, probably 7, but they have not stepped in nursery school yet.
They've started P1 for 3 years.
For 3 years, You have people who have been in campus for probably 2 to 3 years, who should have finished, So we need to be also discussing those issues to do with the education. But of course, again, when we talk about education, we need to understand it from the context of the law.
Yeah.
Because it is not an absolute right. It can only be enforced up to a certain age. Yeah. If you're above 18, for example, can you demand to study from your parents? So all those are things that will be discussed when we get into that topic. So basically those are the topics.
I think I like the education bit, especially when you mention the fact that, children were left at home, but then the whole inequality in the education system is also perhaps something that needs to be exposed because then I know there are those that were studying online.
Yes.
But I imagine my people in Bukedia, clearly, I think online is not even an option to, to explore.
Yeah.
So it will be a good angle to also spin it from, that, from a rights, angle.
Exactly.
Okay, so Emma, this seems to be like a well, thought out, package. I know there are so many human rights issues that COVID-19 raises, perhaps beyond even the 12 topics that you've highlighted here. In future, perhaps we'll get another chance to have a more detailed explanation on the other angles of COVID-19. So, talking about the COVID edition of You and the Law and the interesting topics you've highlighted. So who basically, you don't have to drop the names, but I'm just wondering, so who are the guys going to be discussing this? Because clearly, it seems to be sort of you clearly need a rich lineup of people to able to explore this. What have you, done about this?
Exactly. So we're sort of putting up a team of different experts in the different areas of the law. So some of them you might know their faces. Some of them might be people who are working in the background but contributing seriously in issues to do with justice, rule of law, and the like in this country. So the topics will be assigned based on the areas of expertise of the different people. So just keep your fingers...
so where are they drawn from? Because is it private park? Is it academia? Is it... I don't know.
Well, they're drawn from different sectors. We have civil society actors, who will be coming in. We have private lawyers who will be coming in. Some of the prominent lawyers in this country coming to discuss the different topics. We have people from academia who will also be coming in. We also have people from the NGO sector. Well, they will be lawyers, but with a background of the NGO sector.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is going to give a different mix to this.
Perspective.
Yeah. So you shouldn't expect that one person is going to sit here and discuss all these different topics because there will be different people.
Okay. So as we come to the end of this, I thought maybe you could just give us a sneak peek into the show. So talking about how is it sort of structured? What are the issues that we're looking out? Of course, we know we're talking about COVID, the law and human rights. That's the overall. But how is this structured so that we're able to have a meaningful, you know, conversation or an impactful discussion around this? Yeah.
Well, thank you. So, each of these topics is going to be packaged, you know, in almost a similar manner, you know. So we'll be starting with the foundational issues. For starters, you know. If we say we're going to discuss the rights of children in this country, you know, we do not want to attack it at a higher level. We want to start by making you to understand that who is a child, you know, what are their general rights, you know, or what are they entitled to as children, you know, before we come to discussing how COVID has impacted on them, right?
You need to first understand what their rights are.
The very basics. So we want to demystify the law, essentially.
Oh, so basically you're living to the title, you and the law.
Yes. So we want to bring the law down to the common man, you know. We want, if a border like you had earlier on stated, listens or watches us on this program, you know, to be able to associate, you know, with the issues which are being discussed at his own level. Because I think the temptation for many people in the past when they discuss legal topics is to be, you know, pompous with the words, you know, which therefore ends up alienating
certain,
actually a great majority of those who should be, you know, benefiting from this. So the only persons who will be understanding are probably lawyers or educated people who have the ability to pay a lawyer anyway. So we want to take it down. So that will be the foundational issues. Now next we'll be talking about marrying those foundational issues to the COVID experience. You know, how has COVID impacted? If children have these rights, how have they been impacted on by, you know, by COVID? You know. So after talking about the COVID experience and relating to the different rights,
so sort of pulling that connection.
Exactly. So after that, we'll be talking about we'll be looking to the future. You know, what is it going to be like after COVID? You know, because for sure there are certain things which are not going to come back to normal. You know, different places are going to be left in a different way. Different people's lives have been impacted forever. So we need to look into the future. You know, issues like, do we need a COVID passport, for example? You know, must you be forced to, you know, to vaccinate so that you can access a COVID passport to fly out of this country? You know, so those will be the different.
But I also think more importantly, perhaps, would be to reflect on if we got another COVID or a similar pandemic 5 years down the road, how do we prepare? I think there will be a lot of focus also on the lessons that we can pick from our...
Exactly.
Because I think the interesting bit, I remember when COVID just came, they said, you know, Uganda has had a good history of handling similar situation. We had Ebola, we had, I think, SARS, and they said, you know, countries were benchmarking on Uganda. Yeah, so I think it would be interesting also to see, focus on what we can learn from our experience now and how that can influence our preparedness. So we talk about human rights, Emma, generally. But I know that in the human rights spaces, there's a discussion around rights holders and duty bearers. And so I thought that, so normally they talk about duty bearers to be sort of the government side of things. So I'm wondering, at a broader level, what would we talk about as government's role, or in as far as the enforcement of human rights, even amidst pandemics like this? Yeah.
So I think there are three issues that should arise around that. You know, there's an issue to do with the respect. You know, there's an issue to do with protection. You know, and then fulfillment of those rights. So you know, Uganda is lauded across the world because we have some of the best laws in this country.
So it is said.
Yes, or at least it's said. You know, we have a very good constitution. Of course, some parts may be a bit controversial, which we may not go into, but our laws are good to an extent. The other issue, which is failing us, is about the enforcement of those laws and those rights and respect of the same. You know, because now if you have a right to, if you have civil liberties guaranteed, you know, do you have someone else who is willing to respect, to protect, you know, the same? The other day, I believe most of you saw videos of a magistrate, a chief magistrate in Imoroto, who was manhandled at a police station. But I mean, this is part of the process to enforce these rights. It's
part of the justice system.
Yes, in this country. So probably he has gotten first-hand what a majority of other people are doing. What?
Go through.
Go through.
Yeah.
You know, so all the things are somehow connected one or the other.
Yeah. So Emma, thank you. As we come to the end of this show, what are like your parting shots now? What's your message for the viewers? You could look into the camera, you know, tell the viewers, you know, what to expect and stuff like that as you wrap this up.
Yes, thank you. So viewers, there's a lot to learn, you know, through this particular project, you know. We need you to find time, listen in, and learn the different aspects of the law. Because the people who are going to break down these issues of the law are experts in their different fields. And you can expect to enrich, you know, your mind, you know. Like they say, some people go elsewhere to enrich their bodies, you know, grow big and all that. But you should utilize this moment to grow your mind, you know. Because like the host said earlier, ignorance of the law is no defense. So I hope that after this program or after these shows that are coming along, you'll be able to know that ignorance of the law is no defense, and you'll be better prepared to fight for your own rights. Thank you so much.
What a way to wrap it up. With this, viewers, we come to the end of today's episode of You and the Law. Like I said, this program is there for you. It's there to make you understand the law in its most basic form and how it affects your life. So I urge you to watch House of Talent Television and follow this program and learn the law and give us feedback on the comment section. Let us know what you think. Let us know what you want us to discuss. Because this program is bigger than COVID-19. We have a lot lined up outside this edition which focus on COVID-19. So with that, we come to the end of today's episode. It's a bye from us.
Tradition while handing down that history through those oral renditions like the story of Kintu Musajja Nenteye Kintu ya Wasanambi Mwanyina wa Warumbe is only one of the stories that explain things like our origins to death and everything in between. Oral historians before us young MCs at the scene. Mental recordings, those been in my makeup since time immemorial. Respected those before me, yo.
Lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba nga bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa
anti tuteredde entende tugamba gyebala okuva ekyaddondo paka mu kyaggwe ne Bugerere amasaza ndabya asatu ng'ate obusozi musanvu anti akabbiro muguya ate mamba olw'omanya enzira nkuba jjejjerevu anti Buganda nza kulembera okukuza ku nnono ng'ate oluganda lwenkulembeza sisimba lukono ku mmere esira namanja yuyanca olujjuliro gye lwadda tetumanyi naye ate tukkuta mpaako ku mazinyweko byali bya Buganda abazungu bwe bajja kati ensiwa ate zituswaza biseera byali bya nnono tubuuza tufukamidde nga twalula abalongo saako n'okukyalira ensiko kusoma kwa bunensi n'oluzungu ne luwamba tubuuza watagwani gyebale mu byabakadde ettofaali tukwebaza lisonze yebale magulu nnyondo awangaale nange embeewo
lwaki mu bisudde enkali ebyali bituyamba bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kale ebyali bituyamba nga bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa.
Yes, sir. This is how the culture was handed down. Around the fire till we gather round. Different rituals for different tribes. It's how the tradition was kept alive. Spiritual emphasis behind the drums. The old voices here that guide the young. So it's me and Nelly say trade them bars. We give respect to those that came before us.
Kyaddondo Bugerere Mawokota Busiro kyaggwe ffenna batugunjula dda ab'emmamba balangira nakinsige enjovu katimvuma ab'effumbe n'omutima ffenna batugunjula dda Ruyonga ku ngoma kugambye bamugunjula dda Isaiah kapiti kakabi kugambye bamugunjula dda